much like his father. He is very close to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, who are really, in deep control of what happens in Iran. And he is someone who hasn't actually been in the public eye for many years. He's been in the background, but he is known for his role with the Al-Quds force, which is a part of the Revolutionary Guard involved in training Iranian militias around the world. He is someone who is associated with the 2009 protests that were put down brutally after allegations of a regime rigged election. So he's certainly seen as a defiant choice, someone who is expected to continue to defy the United States as it carries or prosecutes its war against Iran. At the same time, he has been handed a very different mantle, if you like. Many people, of course, are going to say that it is a poison challenge. He is taking over this role in the midst of a war. He has threats, obviously, already coming from Israel saying, doesn't matter who you choose, your days are numbered. And his father was in power for nearly 40 years and consolidated that role. So while he is certainly seen as somebody who will continue the regime, he has been handed a very different kettle of fish in terms of what he's going to have to do in the coming days. People will be wanting to see if he becomes even more hardline in repressing the people who were protesting on the streets just 2 months ago for an end to the Islamic Republic as we know it. It's very difficult to reach people on the ground, but we have, throughout this conflict, been speaking with the help of intermediaries and technology to get the opinions, the voices of Iranians who want to see an end to this regime. And it is very notable that last night, or in the early hours of this morning, actually, when the news was broadcast on Iranian state television, people were starting to post social video of people going out onto the streets. We couldn't see them, but they would open their windows and they were shouting, "Death to Mojtaba, down with the dictator." And so those people are not going to disappear. And many people who have seen what's happening here, the death of Ali Khamenei, as a seminal moment and potentially their last chance for decades to change the regime.
That's CBC senior international correspondent Margaret Evans reporting from Erbil, Iraq. Now, even before it was official, Donald Trump had already condemned the idea of Mojtaba Khamenei as Iran's next supreme leader, saying anyone chosen without his consent wouldn't last long. After Iran's announcement, Trump told Fox News late Sunday he's not happy. Trump also told the Times of Israel that ending the war will be a joint decision with the U.S. and Israel's Benjamin Netanyahu. Let's get the view now from the U.S. The CBC's Willie Lowry joins me now from Washington. Hello, Willie. So what more can you tell us about the reaction from the U.S. capital to Mojtaba Khamenei's selection?
Arthi, as you mentioned, U.S. President Donald Trump has been pretty clear. Mojtaba Khamenei is an unacceptable choice to lead Iran. Yet despite Trump's vociferous rejection, Iran's Assembly of Experts chose the 56-year-old son of the former and late Ayatollah to be the country's next supreme leader. Lindsey Graham, a longtime advisor to Trump on issues of foreign policy and a longtime critic of the regime, slammed the choice on social media. He said, quote, "Well, when it comes to the future of the region and that of the Iranian people, the son of the late murderous Ayatollah is not the change we're looking for. He has lived large as the Iranian people have suffered, and he's been on the front lines of pushing hate because he too is a religious Nazi. I believe it's just a matter of time before he meets the same fate as that of his father, one of the most evil men on the planet." Meanwhile, Secretary of State Marco Rubio referred to the regime as a clerical regime and said that it continues to wreak terror on the world. Let's take a brief listen to Marco Rubio speaking earlier this morning.
I think we are all seeing right now the threat that this clerical regime poses to the region and to the world. They are trying to hold the world hostage. They are attacking their neighbors. They are attacking neighboring countries, their energy infrastructure, their civilian population. They're attacking embassies. This is a terrorist government. This is a terroristic regime. And we are seeing them conduct terrorism using nation-state elements, using weapons like missiles and one-way attack drones. And the objective of this mission is to destroy their ability to continue to do that.
Rubio very clearly referring to what's happening, what's transpiring in the Middle East as an operation rather than a war. Of course, there has been seemingly mixed messaging coming out of Washington on just what exactly is happening there.
Now, Willie, the U.S. President and the U.S. Secretary of War have mostly avoided giving any sort of timeline to this conflict. But Pete Hegseth has commented about how the end of this conflict might look. Tell us more about what he had to say on that front.
Yeah, that's right, Arthi. In a pretty remarkable interview with CBS 60 Minutes over the weekend, Hegseth kind of outlined the U.S. operations thus far in the Middle East, essentially saying that they will end when the president wants them to end, that the operations are going so far essentially along the timeline that they had expected, and that the world would know when Iran essentially kind of gave up because of the sheer force of the U.S. military operation. Let's hear a brief excerpt of that interview on 60 Minutes.
We're fighting to win. It means we set the terms. We'll know when they're not capable of fighting. There'll be a point where they'll have no choice but to do that. Whether they know it or not, they will be combat ineffective. They will surrender. Whether they want to admit it or not, whether their pride lets them say it out loud or not, it's President Trump who will set the terms of that.
Hegseth avoided committing to whether or not the U.S. would put troops on the ground in Iran, saying that he wouldn't foresight operational details. He did, however, say that this was a very different conflict than previous wars that the U.S. has conducted in the region. Of course, Iraq and Afghanistan chief of mind.
Thanks for this, Willie. That's the CBC's Willie Lowry in Washington. Well, 10 days of war have hammered the financial markets, with stocks plunging over a cliff. The Dow Jones Industrial Average dropped by more than 3% last week, and today, in early trading, it's down sharply again. So, the price of oil, of course, is having a big impact on global markets. The CBC's Anis Haydari is looking at how closely tied they are. Anis, tell us a little bit more about this.
So before markets opened today, at least equities markets like the New York Stock Exchange or the TSX, the price of oil had really been shooting way up, really as Monday began in various time zones. We saw oil prices at some points shoot past $110 a barrel. Now, they've dropped a little bit, but they are still very much flirting with that $100 a barrel level, and that is what we are seeing markets respond to, like the New York Stock Exchange, which has dropped about 800 points so far this morning, and there's a few ups and downs as the morning goes on, but the trend line is downward. It is the same with the Toronto Stock Exchange, where we are seeing some drops there as well. And really, part of why this is happening is because companies need oil. They need energy, or they need the stuff that is made from oil. So while we might see some individual energy stocks that are going up right now, almost everyone else in the world, whether they are a company or not, needs energy, or they need the things made from energy, petroleum products. And with that price going up so much, market investors are likely thinking that companies are in for a future where they make less profit because they are spending way more money on energy. And that means their stock prices are going to go down, because the markets typically are a reflection of what companies and investors and banks and pension funds think is going to happen in the future. And so we are seeing that they are predicting we are going to make less money because the price of oil is going up. We saw the same thing overseas as well. Asian markets were down, European markets were down. Really, it's telling us that companies and consumers, really in the end, are going to expect to pay more for anything made from oil, Arthi.
And you touched on it there, Anis, as well, that trickle-down effect that we'll see from this. So just how soon might we see the impact in our everyday cost of living?
At the gas station, you're seeing it right now. Gas prices have gone up. They are likely to continue going up because oil prices that are in the 3 digits and higher mean gasoline prices go up right away. But it's not just that. Anything that you buy, especially in a country like Canada, needs fuel to get to you, whether it is diesel fuel or gasoline. And so that means that food will start to go up in price. Clothes could start to go up in price. It's very unclear how soon that will happen, but it doesn't just mean that if this is resolved that we are out of the woods. Take a listen to an oil industry analyst we talked to.
The refinery cannot simply start and stop due to operational reasons. It's a feasibility issue. It's not a battery where you can just turn on and turn off. You have to consider the impact for the restarting process. It takes time, it takes energy, it takes resources.
So what she's telling us is that even if this conflict is resolved, if the Strait of Hormuz is unblocked, we can't just turn the taps back on for oil, which means it will stay expensive, and those costs are going to continue to cascade upward for both businesses and consumers over the next few weeks, if not months, Arthi.
So when we talk about troubleshooting or contingency plans, how to tackle this issue, we know G7, representatives are meeting today to discuss the joint release of oil reserves. Wondering if increasing the flow of supply can bring down costs, why aren't the biggest holders already tapping into their reserves?
That we have seen reports from the Financial Times that they're going to be doing that. There was apparently a discussion this morning amongst the G7 countries. When those reports came out that discussion was happening, we did see the price of oil drop a smidge. So there is an effect, even just thinking that it might happen. The U.S. and Japan combined hold more than half of the strategic reserves in the world that we're talking about. We don't really know how much they'd release and then how much that would impact the price of oil overall. But worth noting that they have, a few weeks worth, maybe a couple of months, but that doesn't last forever. Reserves don't last forever. So there is still a need to concretely unblock these trade routes to see a resolution to the price of oil going up. Reserves would only resolve it temporarily, Arthi.
Anis, thank you for the latest on this. That's the CBC's Anis Haidari in Calgary. Well, as we just touched on, higher oil prices, of course, means gas prices have gone up significantly for Canadian drivers in the last week. Megan Fitzpatrick is at a Toronto gas station this hour. So, Megan, what are you hearing from people as they continue to feel the impacts of this conflict?
Yeah, those prices trickling down to the oil prices, trickling down to the prices at the pump. Prices going up steadily over the last few days. They went up quite a bit over the weekend. So starting off this week with people pulling into these gas stations here in downtown Toronto, Arthi, they are seeing quite high prices. Nationally, according to the Canadian Automobile Association, the national average predicted for today is about $1.54 a litre. And that's exactly the price that we're seeing here at this gas station, $1.54.9 right now. Now, again, those are averages I was just mentioning. So we are going to see different prices in different parts of the country. But in terms of what I'm hearing from these Toronto drivers, some saying the price this morning, a bit of a shock, even though they were expecting higher prices because they've been seeing them creeping up over the last few days. And some drivers are saying, like, what can you do? They have to drive. Some of these people are telling me. I met one woman who commutes from another city to Toronto for work. She spends 2 hours a day in the car. She was filling up a hybrid, so it wasn't costing her as much as some of the other drivers I've been meeting. I met one driver who said he was only going to fill up halfway this morning because of the price. And we know it's not just hitting individual drivers, but businesses and companies as well. I met one man who owns a limo company. He was on his way to pick up a customer. It's hitting his bottom line, and other people filling up their company cars this morning. Here's some of what I've been hearing from drivers this morning.
It is tough, but I have no choice. I have to drive for work, so kind of just have to fill my car up. But you know what? I can't let that be part of my stress. So I just have to kind of just budget for it.
It's a little bit of a overaction. I don't think that the oil supply is that low. They're just having a little fun gouging us.
Now it's very hard to survive. Before, 2 years back, it's very good now. Now it's very hard to survive. Everything is, they increase. Grocery, gas, everything.
And yeah, some drivers telling me they're kicking themselves for not filling up a few days ago, even though it was more expensive then than it was about a week ago. Now, the bad news for these drivers, it's likely going to get worse before it's going to get better. That's what we heard from one analyst this morning who said prices are likely to go up even higher this week. Take a listen.
Bottom line is that average prices in Canada may be over $1.50 to $1.57 now, moving up possibly as early as Wednesday by another 10 to 12 cents a liter, and every day after that, anywhere from 2 to 8 cents a liter. Following this, we could see the end of the week pushing towards the $1.80, $1.85 range, unless matters calm down rather suddenly, and I don't see that happening.
So that's kind of discouraging news or analysis for drivers. But one thing I was hearing, Arthi, is just this hope. People saying, I hope these higher prices don't last too long, because it really is hitting people in the pocketbook, that's for sure.
Thanks for this, Megan. That's CBC's Megan Fitzpatrick in Toronto. Now, as we mentioned, G7 finance ministers are holding an emergency meeting today to discuss surging oil prices as crude jumped to more than $100 US a barrel. So, how high are the stakes here? For more on that, we've reached Heather Exner-Perot in Calgary. She's the Director of Energy, Natural Resources and Environment at the Macdonald-Laurier Institute. Thank you for making time for us today, Heather.
Great to be here.
When we take a look at the trends, we know that the last time oil rose above $100 US a barrel was after Russia invaded Ukraine in 2022. So how significant is what we're seeing right now?
I mean, it's very significant. What people are really going to worry about first is in the near term shortages, and that's why those release of those strategic reserves are so important. But in the medium term, certainly more inflation. And a lot of Western nations were kind of already on the cusp of being uncomfortable with our inflation rates, and this will certainly provoke them higher. And as you know, we just heard from some of your show there, that impacts affordability, impacts certainly the mood of people, and then the confidence in investing and buying new things.
So when we talk about that increased cost, can it go even higher than it is now? And what will sort of be that breaking point? We've heard that there's no timeline for the end of this conflict.
Yeah, I expect it will go higher. And so, even though gas prices might be pinching today, I expect it'll probably be pinching in another week or two. So the United States is quite constrained in a sense by this pressure that no one wants these high oil prices. We want to see some resolution, and that means vessels being able to transit the Strait of Hormuz. That's the bottleneck that Iran now controls and is not allowing vessels to flow through. And so when, that creates a lot of pressure as you move into the driving season in the United States, as you move into midterms. It is not in Trump's interest to carry this out. At the same time, he probably wants to create space for the U.S. military and the Israeli military to complete what they wanted to set out in terms of potential regime change in Iran. So probably buying some time with those strategic reserve releases. So I don't expect this will go, for 6 or 8 weeks. That'll just create too much pressure in too many economies. But I expect probably another week or two, absolutely, before, we start to see what the next stage looks like.
So as you're touching there on strategic oil releases, we know that's certainly something that G7 finance ministers are expecting to discuss at a meeting, or were expected to discuss at a meeting that was held today. What impact might that have, and what do you expect will be the outcome of that?
Yeah, and I just want to point out the reason why after the Yom Kippur War, when you did see an OPEC embargo, where you did get that huge supply loss out of the Middle East, all the energy importing states, mostly OECD nations, said we should have some reserves. And actually the condition for being a member in the International Energy Agency is to have 60 days worth of reserves. So this is exactly what those reserves are meant for. Now we want to release it. Again, it'll just keep some more fluidity in the market. It'll probably lower prices a little bit, but they don't want to also just release all their reserves at once, because they will have in mind, what is the potential for shortages in 1, 2, and 3 months, and want to make sure they have enough to protect their own domestic economies as well.
We know that the U.S. and Israel are targeting Iran's energy infrastructure. We just touched on that, and Iran is doing the same when it comes to other Gulf countries. So how might that further complicate this situation, or add to the leverage for Iran, knowing, how strong the demand is?
Well, absolutely. So right now we're seeing a supply shock because vessels aren't transiting the Strait of Hormuz, and that's about 20% of global oil and gas flows. And so when those vessels can start transiting again, if either the United States backs up some insurance or does some military escorts, you will see that more supply will enter the market. But already some damage has been done, that some infrastructure has been attacked. but also there's just this, supplies have been drawn down. And so oil will be more expensive in the coming months. It already is in kind of forward contracting as a result of this. We aren't going to go back to the levels, the $65 that we saw last month. It'll probably remain elevated throughout the driving season. And that's also, obviously going to create political pressure.
When we talk about the political pressure, I have another question for you. And I'm taking a look at this Wall Street Journal article, the headline, "The big winner from the Persian Gulf energy crisis is Russia." What do you make of that sort of an assessment here? And what role could Canada be playing, or what opportunity might it be missing out on?
Well, that's a great question. So obviously Russia has many of its barrels sanctioned. It was very difficult, very few people unwilling to buy Russian oil. And now we've seen that the United States said to India, go ahead, buy those Russian barrels. Let's get them onto the market so that India's not drawing down from kind of the rest of the supply from everybody. So it just shows that when push comes to shove, cheap energy, cheap oil is going to win the day. At $100 a barrel, you're going to get it from anywhere you can. And so if you're in a situation where, as Canada, there are reasons we sanctioned Russian oil. You did want to cripple it. You don't want it funding that protracted war with Ukraine. If we could provide more of that supply to markets, I'm absolutely sure our allies would rather get it from us. And we would be the ones providing that redundancy or that balancing in the market. And so I think this whole episode shows again why it's important for democratic suppliers to have significant global market share. And obviously there isn't a democratic supplier that has bigger reserves than Canada.
Heather, I want to thank you very much for joining us today and for your analysis. We appreciate it.
Thanks so much.
Heather Exner-Pirot is the Director of Energy, Natural Resources and Environment at the Macdonald-Laurier Institute. We reached her today in Calgary. Thanks again. Now, stay with us. Still ahead, the Liberals call for a debate tonight in the House of Commons about the war in the Middle East. It follows a call between Prime Minister Mark Carney and U.S. President Donald Trump about the conflict. We'll bring you all the details coming up next right here on CBC News Network. Our top story, the war in the Middle East, and we are looking here at the target of an Iranian missile strike, disabling the biggest oil refinery in Bahrain. 32 people were injured in that nation, the highest number of casualties in any Gulf nation since hostilities began. Oil and gas shipments from the region, are still effectively at a standstill. The rising price of oil has rocked the markets and led to a big spike in prices at the gas pumps. Prime Minister Mark Carney has spoken with U.S. President Donald Trump about the war. The two spoke yesterday, although there isn't much detail about what was covered. Carney convened an emergency working group of ministers yesterday to discuss the conflict and efforts to protect Canadians in the Middle East. The Liberals will call for a debate tonight on the war in the House of Commons. So let's unpack that phone call with Janice McGregor, who's in our parliamentary bureau. Janice, we don't always hear from the Prime Minister's office when the U.S. President and the Prime Minister speak. We did hear this time, but it was just a line or two. What more do we know?
Yeah, interesting because we heard about it, to be frank, because on a number of other occasions there's been some kind of communication by text or phone call, and we found out about it after the fact. In the case of yesterday afternoon's conversation, there was a readout from the Prime Minister's office. The topics covered, according to the brief statement, the economy, developments in the Middle East, and trade relations. Vague topics. Certainly, we're left wondering what specific concerns might have been raised from each side, what was agreed or disagreed, but we weren't told that, only that the pair remain in close contact. But just back from his trip around the world, most recently Japan, the Prime Minister, busy day yesterday, as you say, also meeting with key ministers and officials.
And Janice, I don't want to interrupt you. We'll get back to Janice in a moment. We can see here the Prime Minister right now is meeting with PEI's Premier. We want to take you there.
The chair of the Council of the Federation. He was recently elected as leader of the party and then became premier.
Welcome Premier Lance, who is reassuming his role as, has reassumed, I should say, his role as Premier of PEI and also as Chair of the Council of the Federation. And if you look at the progress that's been made, well, he was interim, it's kind of odd to say, but it was true, interim leader and premier. We, as a group of the premiers and the federal government, we started this process of creating one Canadian economy, very much helped and led by PEI. The federal government eliminated all federal barriers to interprovincial trade. In addition, we cut the tolls on the Confederation Bridge in the height of summer down to $20, and the cost on the ferry travel, something we're going to discuss today, how to further improve connections to the province. Also started discussions around energy security. I'm sure we'll touch on that today. And in the intervening months, we've launched our defense industrial strategy, more opportunities for PEI there. So lots to discuss, including, of course, trade with the United States, further steps on interprovincial trade under Chair, I guess in this case, Chair of the Council of Federation, Chair Lance's leadership of that. Very much looking forward to the discussion and continue to work together.
Me too. First
of all, I'd like to thank the Prime Minister for taking the time to meet with me today. He's very generous with his time.
Grateful for the Prime Minister taking the time to meet with me today. And as he said, I had a bit of an absence as I ran for permanent leadership of the PC party of Prince Edward Island. But I'm glad to be back in the chair on a permanent basis to restart our relationship. So I guess that's why I'm here. The Prime Minister outlined some of the issues that we'll chat about today in my role as Premier, but also, as he said, in my role as Chair of the Council of the Federation. So a bit of a reset here, a reconnection, just to get back to some of the work that we've done. And as the Prime Minister said, we were able to accomplish some things together while I was serving in that role as temporary leader of or interim leader of the PC party. So happy to be here, happy to see you all again, and happy to.
Yeah, let's get to work.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Handshake. Yeah, always happy. Yeah. Very good. All right. Merci. Merci tout le monde.
Okay, so again, that's the scene in Ottawa. We were watching as the Prime Minister was meeting with the Premier of PEI, who also, of course, holds the role as Chair of the Council of the Federation, so representing all of the provinces. We know certainly that, of course, there have been many discussions between the Prime Minister and Premiers and this Council as we continue. Canada continues to contend with the ongoing U.S. trade war. Many discussions on that front. I do want to bring back the CBC's Janice McGregor, who was listening in, had to interrupt her in the middle of our first back and forth as we were discussing the phone call, of course, between the U.S. President and the Prime Minister. Interesting to see this meeting taking place because there are many sort of burners going right now when we talk about issues facing this country. So just a little bit of what we heard from Lance there.
Yeah, many issues, but you know what? They have a way of all interrelating and overlapping. I'll give you some examples. I'm sure behind closed doors, one of the things they're discussing here are the next wave of major projects to be announced. This is a top priority, not just for PEI's premier, but for every premier, lobbying for specific things in their jurisdiction that they're hoping the federal government will prioritize as being of national interest. A lot of them have to do with the energy grid, hydroelectricity, transportation infrastructure, just as broad categories. If you sort of take a look at it, those are the most often things named as being in the national interest to get some federal backing. And we are kind of due for another tranche of major projects to be revealed here. It has been a number of months. So that's definitely, I'd say, probably a front burner thing. And then just generally trade issues, not only between jurisdictions, the ever-present, never going away, ever stubborn interprovincial trade file that they grapple with at the Premier's table, but also wanting an update, I'm sure, of the conversation that Dominic LeBlanc, the Minister responsible for Canada-US trade, had when he met with his counterpart after some time away from the table last Friday in Washington, wanting to keep those lines of communication open about where those talks are at and frankly, what the Premiers can expect as the spring moves along towards that July 1st date, which some debate about whether it's a hard deadline or not in terms of renewing CUSMA, but that is the date by which countries have to either say they're going to renew it or to sort of enter into a year-by-year constant review process for this agreement. Very uncertain, a few months ahead, but in that period, you want to keep communicating with everyone who's relevant and at the table, and that would include Canada's premiers.
And Janice, perhaps we'll return to another, one could say, front burner issue, and that is, of course, the conflict in the Middle East. We have been discussing how there's tonight's emergency debate in the House of Commons on the war as Canadian politicians continue to watch the position this country is taking on that front.
Yeah, indeed. Mark Carney's government House leader, Stephen McKinnon, was at an event actually at Toronto Island Airport earlier this morning. And he was asked about what we're now expecting this evening. He framed it as a take note debate on the conflict. He said this would be typical for the House of Commons in, as he said, situations like they currently find themselves. Here's a bit more of what he had to say about this, which apparently is being negotiated by folks here in Ottawa as we speak.
Needless to say, whenever there are issues of war and peace, emotions run high through all elected representatives. That is obvious. And what I would simply say is that Canada was not consulted on, nor were the United Nations consulted on the actions right now. We are very, very focused. I, as Transport Minister, my colleague Anita Anand, in the safety of Canadians in the region.
Per Poilievre also back from some international travel. We are expecting to hear from him actually next hour. He wrote last week calling for a debate on what he called the global energy crisis sparked by this war in the Middle East. We know also as of this morning, interim NDP leader Don Davies had also come out with a letter calling Canada's at least initial support for the attacks in Iran troubling, saying there are serious and unresolved questions about Canada's involvement that deserve to be debated in Parliament. The Prime Minister's office says Mark Carney will not be in question period, taking any accountability questions today. Also not expected to be in the House for this debate tonight, but certainly opposition MPs as well as some on the government side really want a chance to talk more about this.
Janice, thank you for this. That's the CBC's Janice McGregor in Ottawa. And of course, we continue to track the situation in the Middle East. Explosions continue to rock Lebanon as Israel takes aim at Iran's military proxy, Hezbollah. CBC News is in the Lebanese capital. We'll show you the latest in Beirut. That's next, right here on CBC News Network. New Israeli strikes have again hit Beirut's southern suburbs today as the conflict grows between Israel and Hezbollah. Lebanon's health ministry says nearly 400 people have now been killed in Israeli strikes across the country. Israel, meanwhile, says it has killed about 200 Hezbollah fighters since the fighting intensified last week. The IDF also says 2 of its own soldiers were killed during an operation in southern Lebanon over the weekend. CBC's senior correspondent Susan Ormiston has the latest now from Beirut.
A precisely aimed airstrike tore into the Ramada Hotel, targeting a corner suite, killing at least 4 men inside. The IDF says they were Iranian commanders of the Quds Force, a branch of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, here in Lebanon to advance attacks against Israel. In a news conference Sunday night, the IDF spokesperson said it was a message to all Revolutionary Guards operatives. There's no immunity, he said, not in Lebanon or Iran. The attack in what's normally a tourist hotel in a busy area rattled central Beirut and raised fears that more attacks will come in areas outside of Hezbollah strongholds. We're displaced like many others, said this man, staying near the hotel, believing that this area was safer. He says his children were injured in the early morning attack and were taken to hospital. In renewed strikes, the IDF also targeted 2 villages in southern Lebanon, as rockets and drones from the Iran-backed Hezbollah militants continue to threaten northern Israel. 2 IDF soldiers were confirmed dead in fighting near the border as Israel vowed to continue their attack to the end. The fighting and destruction has already forced nearly 500,000 Lebanese out of their homes. Many are on the move without places to stay, crowding into the capital, which is struggling to house them, adding to a rapidly developing humanitarian crisis. Schools, for the most part, are closed in Lebanon because of the security concerns and because some of them are being used to house those people who are displaced. Businesses are really slowing down, though, as Lebanese face another week of uncertainty and fears thrust once again into war.
That's CBC's senior correspondent Susan Ormiston reporting from Beirut. Well, Lebanon state media says Israeli warplanes have struck the largest Palestinian refugee camp in Lebanon. It houses tens of thousands of Palestinians. It's unclear if there are any casualties, but local media reports say a fleet of ambulances rushed to the targeted areas. Now, Iran has named a new supreme leader. So what does the appointment of the former Ayatollah's son mean for the country's immediate future? I'll ask an expert on the country who served in the U.S. government. That's just ahead, right here on CBC News Network.
حسینی خامنه‌ای حفظه الله تعالی را.
That is Iranian state TV announcing Mojtaba Khamenei as the country's new supreme leader. The 56-year-old succeeds his father, Ali, who was killed by an airstrike on the first day of the war. The regime's political and military elites have pledged their allegiance. The younger Khamenei's selection is unlikely to reduce tensions. Donald Trump says he is not happy with Mojtaba Khamenei at the reins. And Israeli military officials have previously said they will kill any new leader the Islamic regime appoints. So, what message is Iran sending by choosing another hardliner as its supreme leader? For some insight on that, earlier today we reached Ilan Goldenberg. He's a former Iran team chief at the U.S. Department of Defense.
I think what this says about Iranian leadership is continuity. And what it says about the war then is, I think that the best case scenario for all of this was a more moderate leadership comes to power pretty quickly, still part of the Islamic Republic, still part of the Iranian government, and quickly cuts a deal with Trump that ends the war and maybe takes on a different kind of foreign policy orientation towards Iran's nuclear program and regional behavior. I think that's what Trump wanted. That's what he might have expected. That was never the most likely scenario. I think what Trump was looking for was something like Venezuela, and that's what people around him were looking for. And what this says with Mojtaba Khamenei taking over is that's not going to happen. That's not going to be the outcome of a quick flip in a different, more pliable Iranian government. It's either going to be a long, drawn-out fight, or it's going to be the war ends in a few weeks, but you're still going to have basically the same regime in power. The scenario I'm looking at is most likely right now is maybe even going back in history, comparing this to the first Gulf War in the aftermath of the first fight with Saddam Hussein, which is when that war ended, you had, and I think what you're likely to have here, is an Iranian regime and government that is weaker than it was, is more isolated than it was, but is also much more aggressive and risk-taking than it was before the war. You have a new normal where you have shots being taken at critical infrastructure across the Gulf on both sides. And so that new normal, I think to me, the biggest thing that happens is throughout the 1990s, the United States was deeply bogged down in the Middle East with huge force levels, with aircraft carriers, with the need to have significant American forces on the ground, no-fly zones, all kinds of different things. And the whole point of American policy in the Middle East for years had been trying to get out of that kind of a scenario. And I think in the aftermath of Mojtaba Khamenei still being in place, the same regime still being in place, you're going to have the U.S. stuck in the region for a long time in a new, more unstable equilibrium or status quo, which is not good for the U.S., not good for the global economy, not good for the Gulf states, not good for Iran, really not good for anyone. It feels like that is the most likely outcome at this point.
That was Ilan Goldenberg, former Iran team chief at the U.S. Department of Defense. Now stay with us. We have plenty of news straight ahead right here on CBC News Network. Images from Iranian state TV showing regime faithful in Tehran today expressing their support for the country's new supreme leader. There have been sporadic protests too. Mojtaba Khamenei will lead the regime and command the country's armed forces in addition to being Iran's spiritual leader. Iranian authorities say Israeli airstrikes on oil facilities in Tehran have released toxic materials, raising concerns about the impact on nearby neighborhoods. So this is Tehran yesterday, showing a huge fire burning at a fuel depot. Israeli sources say the targets also included missile launch sites and command centers. They say the fuel was used to produce weapons and supply military bases. Now, here is a look at Beirut this hour. Lebanon is the second major front of the war in the Middle East right now. Israel has begun a fresh wave of attacks there after it says Iran-backed Hezbollah militants fired across the border. Stay with us here on CBC News Network. We'll have all of the angles of this story covered for you. Hello and welcome inside the CBC Newsroom. I'm Arthi Pol. The war in the Middle East rages on, and the impact is being felt around the world. Economically, the conflict is biting hard. Oil prices have surged today to more than $100 US a barrel, the highest they've been since 2022, spiking prices at the gas pump. And politically, countries are reflecting on their individual involvement. Canada is too. MPs will get their first chance to have their say in an emergency debate scheduled for tonight in the House of Commons. More on those parts of the story in just a moment. But first, the war shows no signs of letting up after 10 days. Today, Israel says it has carried out more airstrikes in Beirut and central Iran, and Iranian missiles are striking both Israel and numerous Gulf states. Iranian clerics, meanwhile, have appointed a new supreme leader. He's the son of former Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei, a successor who is expected to continue the regime's hardline ideology. He's also someone U.S. President Donald Trump has previously called unacceptable.
حسینی خامنه‌ای حفظه الله تعالی را.
That is Iranian state TV announcing Mojtaba Khamenei as the new ruler. The 56-year-old will lead Iran's regime, control the military, and act as the country's spiritual leader. The regime's faithful are showing their support. This is the scene, meanwhile, in Tehran today. The sound of airstrikes could be heard throughout the capital. The attacks came shortly after dawn and appeared to show the southwest of the city. There's also thick black smoke hanging in the air from fires at oil storage tanks destroyed late on Saturday. Meanwhile, Lebanon is the other major front of this war, and in Beirut, explosions rocked its southern suburbs and smoke billowed into the air following Israeli strikes. The Israeli military reiterated warnings to residents to leave and announced it would soon strike a Hezbollah financial institution. Lebanon's health ministry says nearly 400 people have been killed in the country by Israeli strikes since last Monday. Israel says 2 of its soldiers have been killed in its ground offensive. And earlier today, a spokesperson for Iran's Foreign Affairs Ministry held a news conference to reiterate the regime's plan to fight to the bitter end.
At present, all our energy, focus, and capacity are directed toward defending Iran's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Keep in mind that the military aggression is still ongoing, and therefore, under these conditions, there is little room to talk about anything other than defense and delivering a decisive response to the enemy.
Now, right now, the U.S., Israel, and Iran are all making it quite clear the fighting won't end soon. The host of Morning Live, David Common, is in Jordan's capital, Amman, tracking the latest on the intense fighting in Lebanon.
Arti, a good time to remind everybody that this is a fight between the Israeli forces, and Hezbollah, but many Lebanese are caught up in it. We know that airstrikes have been happening in Beirut, particularly South Beirut. A financial institution the Israelis claim is connected to Hezbollah was one of those facilities targeted. Dozens of buildings have been hit, some of them high-rises that have been taken down either in whole or in part. We also know that some 700,000 Lebanese people have fled under evacuation orders, going wherever they can, outside of the city, to friends, to families, sleeping in cars, sleeping out in the open, doing whatever they can to stay safe as this military operation continues, primarily from the sky with Israeli airstrikes, but not exclusively, because there are Israeli soldiers operating in the south of Lebanon right now as well. This is an area that has known conflict between Hezbollah and Israel many times before. For some people, it is the latest chapter, but it has been a deadly one. Some 400 people, according to local officials, have been killed thus far in that conflict.
And when we talk about the response from Iran, we know the country remains defiant. Let's talk more about the retaliatory strikes that they are unleashing today.
They have hit a construction site today in central Israel. We are told killing 2 people at that site. Our very own Crystal Demansing was at that site shortly after it happened. You see the imagery there as emergency Forces arrived, took at least one person away who had been injured, that person later succumbing to their injuries. That's the story in central Israel. We know Iran also targeted either a drone or a missile at Bahrain. You see smoke rising there in what is the highest casualty count for any Gulf state during this conflict. 32 people at a minimum injured there when an explosion from an Iranian projectile landed. It gives you a sense of the widespread nature of some of that retaliation.
And of course, the largest tragedy here when we're talking about the civilian casualties that go along with this war, as we've seen, there's some new information that has emerged over the course of the weekend on the bombing of a girls' school in Iran that killed 168 people. What more do we know about that now?
Donald Trump, the U.S. president, saying he thinks the Iranians did it. This so in spite of the fact that multiple media agencies and others have analyzed the imagery of that school strike that killed, as you say, about 168 people, most of them children. It does appear that it was the result of an American airstrike, perhaps unintentional, but the effect was the same, killing many people and taking that school down. We say unintentional because the actual target may well have been just on the other side of the wall, a slightly different compound, a military base used by Iranian forces.
And that was host of Morning Live, David Common, speaking to us from Amman, Jordan. And as he mentioned, our Crystal Gamansing was at the scene of a strike in Israel. Her report on that is coming up just a little bit later on in the hour. Meantime, there's no shortage of reaction today to Iran's newly appointed supreme leader. We have some fresh video from state media affiliated with Iran's Revolutionary Guard to bring you. Here we can see crowds filling the streets of the capital, celebrating the appointment of Mojtaba Khamenei, the second son of the late Ayatollah, killed 9 days ago after ruling Iran for nearly 40 years. Now, the selection of the 56-year-old cleric marks a rare father-to-son transfer of power in Iran. For that reason, his appointment is also being met with dismay by many Iranians. So the choice of Khamenei suggests no change in the hardline approach of the Iranian clerics. For more on this, we've now reached Omid Memarian in Detroit. He is a senior Iran analyst for Dawn, a think tank, and he was in fact arrested by the Iranian regime in 2004. Omid, thank you so much for making time for us today.
Thanks, Arti, for having me.
First, I want to start just by getting a little bit more information about Mojtaba Khamenei. Who is he?
As the second son of Iran's supreme leader, he's a man that he doesn't have much public profile. He has been at the office of his father for the past 20, 30 years. And what we know from him is that from 20 years ago, he has been accused of intervening in some of the more democratic processes, like engineering elections, changing the result of the election in 2004, for example. And in the past few years, a few of the politicians have mentioned his name, criticizing him for suppressing the dissent in the country. So even though he doesn't have a public, he didn't hold any public offices, or he has not been in public, he doesn't make speeches or talk to the media, but he's being seen as one of the most influential people, very close to the supreme leader of Iran. He is one of those people who is considered as masterminds of repression in the country, because in the past few years, his father was not very much. He was in his 80s, and the person who was running the show or had so much influence at his office was Mojtaba, very close to the Revolutionary Guards, very close to the intelligence. So that's the bad news for the Iranian people, because as you have been reporting over the past few months, round after round, waves after waves of protests we have had in Iran, and people chanted death to the dictator. Now we have the second Khamenei, so we heard people going behind the windows in Tehran a couple hours after his name was announced as the next supreme leader of Iran, chanting death to Mojtaba. Many people say, why the regime made this decision. I would say it's mainly focus on the base of the regime. It's very much focused on the loyalists, the Revolutionary Guards, the paramilitia Basij. At the time of crisis, the Iranian regime wants to make sure that the base is intact, that the loyalists are intact, and their morale is high. They don't care about the rest of the population. They don't care about what President Trump thinks. They want just to make the base cohesive and intact.
You know, you touched on multiple points, and I want to try and get to each of them. One of them that you mentioned is that there's no real outright public profile or political involvement from the Supreme Leader or late Supreme Leader's son prior to this new appointment as the new leader of Iran. So with that in mind, what more do we know about his views and his leadership style, as he hasn't really held a political position before?
What we know that is that he is going to be very much influenced by the Revolutionary Guards. He has a very strong ties with the Revolutionary Guards and the intelligence community. So we will have more of the Revolutionary Guards if the regime holds and stays in power, like in the next month or years, which is very unlikely because the regime is between a rock and a hard place, very much cornered. They are facing an existential threat and fighting for their lives. But if he survives this crisis, we can say Iran is going to be experiencing a much more repressive environment, and the Revolutionary Guards will have much more influence over this new supreme leader. Although some of his supporters have trying to portray him as Iran's next MBS, Mohammed bin Salman of Saudi Arabia, but many people doubt that.
You know, Omid, taking a look at a piece that was posted to The Atlantic on Mojtaba Khamenei, you know, the quote, the headline says, "The most dangerous man in the world," and the piece is quoting an acquaintance of his. What do you make of that?
It wouldn't surprise me, particularly at this very crucial juncture, that Iran is under attack by Israel and the U.S., and the country is facing devastating attacks by the U.S. and Israel. He's came to power as somebody who is very loyal to the system, has had the closest ties to and relationship with Khamenei, and had a good relationship with the Revolutionary Guards. But whether he can, for example, find an off-ramp or make a U-turn and change the situation for the better of the people, it's very unlikely to expect that from him. So at this point, he has come to power to continue what his father started, and that's going to that might have a devastating consequences for the Iranian people.
You know, of course, as you've mentioned here, this is something that has disappointed people within Iran who were looking for reform within the country. It's also disappointed the U.S. president, who said that he wanted to have a hand in selecting the new leader, and it puts an immediate target on his back now. So what do you make of the U.S. reaction to this appointment, and Israel and the United States essentially saying that he's a target now?
We haven't heard anything public yet from the president, but over the past few days, we have heard that anyone who comes to power might have a target sign on his back. We have to see if that's the case, or if they wait to receive signals from Tehran that things might be handled and managed differently in the next few days or months. We haven't had anything from the president yet, but again, it's very hard to expect from somebody like Mojtaba Khamenei to make a U-turn or create an off-ramp for the regime. And people in Iran, the majority of people in Iran, they are beyond reform within the system. They are beyond any rapprochement with the regime, and so that has created an installment. It's a very difficult situation to imagine how Iranian people can navigate. But in general, I would just add that he's bad news, and but we have to see what he decides in the next few days. It's very crucial for the regime. They are fighting for their lives.
Omid, I appreciate your time and your analysis on this today. Thank you for joining us. Omid Memarian is a senior Iran analyst for Dawn, a think tank, and he joined us today from Detroit. We do.
In the past 11 days,
to New York, we know that the UN ambassador to Israel is speaking right now, and he's joined there, as you can see, with several other officials. Let's listen in.
More Arab countries in the past 11 days than Israel has in its entire existence. This is not defense. This is aggression aimed at destabilizing our region. That is why we welcome the statement you issued by the Gulf Cooperation Council condemning the Iranian regime's attacks on civilian targets and its violation of international law. The Gulf countries also called on the Security Council to clearly condemn these attacks and demand that Iran stop immediately. We agree. The Security Council must act. It must make clear that these attacks are unacceptable and that Iran must stop and surrender. Let me be clear. Changing the man at the top does not change the regime. It is the same ideology, the same nuclear ambitions, the same ballistic missiles, the same terror proxies. For us, nothing changed. My advice to Tehran's new leadership: look at what happened to those who thought they could threaten the US and Israel. Israel remains committed to the objectives of this joint operation: to dismantle the regime's nuclear ballistic missile capabilities and weaken the machinery that allow it to threaten the region and oppress its own people. We hope that soon the people of Iran will have the opportunity to rise up and share their own future. Let us pray that by International Women's Day 2027, Iranian mothers, daughters, grandmothers will stand here themselves speaking for a new reality in Iran, where women finally have what they have been denied for too long: rights and justice. I want to thank the esteemed guests that we have today, and I invite you all to join us at the event we will start momentarily. Thank you.
Thank you. If you have any questions, make sure they're directed to the ambassador.
Yes, it's Pamela Falk from U.S. News and World Report. To the ambassador, you thought the Strait of Hormuz might open up a little faster than it has. It's virtually closed. When do you think that might happen? And I know you said not to ask the women, but we'd like to hear from the women what they think of the new appointment of a new supreme leader. Is it more of the same, and what can happen next? Thank you.
So regarding the Strait of Hormuz, as I said a few days ago, we control the airspace in Iran. We are hunting the launchers. We are degrading the capabilities of the regime. So it's going to be harder for them to attack civilians in Dubai and to attack vessels in the Strait of Hormuz. It doesn't mean it will be 100% guaranteed, but it will be harder for them to do that. So I'm optimistic about that. Every day we see the numbers of the attacks going down. Regarding your question, it's up to them, not up to me if they want to address it. But you are welcome to join us, Pamela, at the conference, and we're going to have time for questions and discussions.
Ambassador Adla Massoud, the National. So today the Lebanese the Lebanese president said he's willing to engage in direct talks with Israel. Is Israel willing to engage in direct talks? Or do you think Israel should finish its military offensive first before?
We are a peaceful nation. We believe in diplomacy. But it takes more than declarations. And I tell the Lebanese leaders, take action against Hezbollah. Hezbollah started to fire rockets into Israel in order to show support for the Iranian regime, to the Ayatollah regime. They wanted to avenge his death. So that's not acceptable. If the Hezbollah will be restrained, then we are open to dialogue. And we had a very good dialogue with the Lebanese government before.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. My name is Abdul Hamid. The first day of the clashes, your Air Force targeted a school in southern Iran, killing 165 young girls. So how can we believe this shedding crocodile tears about Iranian women when you went and killed these young girls?
So I addressed this question a few days ago. We're looking into these incidents. We do not believe that the Israeli Air Force was involved in that incident, but we have to say it very clearly. We do not target civilians. We target military infrastructure. The Iranian regime, they're doing exactly the opposite. If civilians are being hurt, we regret that when we say that. Same goes for the US. But the Iranian, they do exactly the opposite. They target cities, they target airports, not only in Israel, in 12 countries in the region.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. Edith Lederer from the Associated Press. The Israeli Defense Forces said after the selection of Supreme Leader Khamenei's son as the new Supreme Leader that they would target him. Does Israel support President Trump's demand that the United States should have a say in the selection of the next leader or a new leader of Iran?
So there is no daylight between the US and Israel. The new leader, unfortunately, is more of the same. Same ideology, same radical ideas, and if anyone who will promote those radical ideas against us, we will target them, we will find them. I think it's for the people of Iran to choose their next leadership. We will have to create the conditions for them, and that's what we are doing now. But eventually, they will have to stand up, rise up, and choose their own leadership. Thank you very much. And I invite you all to join us at 11:30 at CR9. Thank you very much.
So we were listening to Israeli Ambassador to the UN, Danny Danon. He is giving an update on the conflict and speaking about International Women's Day. He was joined there by several Iranian women advocates for freedom. In his remarks, he spoke about the new leader, changing the man on top. He said in Iran doesn't change the regime. However, in a difference with the U.S. president, he did say that the Iranian people should choose the next leader. Danon also confirmed again that Israel controls the skies over Iran, which should reduce the number of attacks or strikes as they continue to call for a change in the regime and for Iran to dismantle any nuclear program. Now, as for the second front of the war, which we have been discussing with Lebanon targeting Hezbollah, we heard there could be a pathway for talks if the government, he says, could restrain Hezbollah. We'll have more on that throughout the hour. Meanwhile, 10 days of the U.S.-led war on Iran has hammered the financial markets, with stocks plunging over a cliff. The Dow Jones Industrial Average dropped by more than 3% last week, and today, in its early trading, it's down again. Of course, oil is a big factor in the markets, and today it soared above the $100 mark to a level last seen in 2022. The CBC's Anis Haidari is in Calgary, the epicenter for the oil industry in this country, and he joins us with more on this. So, Anis, just how deep is the impact being felt?
One of the things we're seeing with the price of oil is that as international commodities markets started opening up, for whatever time Monday was in their part of the world, there was just this giant spike in the price of oil as it seems like traders realized the Strait of Hormuz, this conflict, it's not going anywhere anytime soon, and that was going to crunch supplies. Now, as the day's gone on, we've seen the price moderate, but only a little bit, so it's not at that $100 mark as you and I speak right now, but it's much higher than last week. And then what we've seen coming out of that is markets have gone in the other direction. The Dow Jones opened with a big drop. It's bounced back a little bit as the day's gone on, but we've seen similar patterns in the Toronto Stock Exchange. That went down as well as the day starts, bouncing up slightly. But overall, markets around the world are taking big drops because oil prices have gone up. We saw the same things happen in Asia, in European markets as well. And this really just comes down to the fact that almost everyone in the world, every business in the world, and every consumer in the world needs energy, and often they need that to come from petroleum products. And market investors think that their companies may be in for a future where they make less money because they have to spend more on oil, and that's why we see that sort of oil goes up and then markets go down. It's showing not a lot of confidence in the future that this is going to be resolved anytime soon, Arthi.
But we do know, of course, that those impacts are already being felt. How quickly, then, will that trickle down further impact our everyday cost of living?
The punch in the gut that consumers feel right away is gas prices. That happens fairly quickly. We have seen that at gasoline stations really across the continent, certainly across this country. The other trickle-down effects are slower, but they are going to be there. If you buy food, if you buy really anything that is shipped, usually that shipment needs oil, some form of energy to get to you. Some products, notably something made of plastic, needs petroleum in some way to be made. And when 20% of the world's crude is blocked and out of the supply, there's not much you can do about it. And even if that opens up quickly, it won't resolve this issue. Take a listen to an oil industry analyst we spoke with.
The refinery cannot simply start and stop due to operational reasons. It's a feasibility issue. It's not a battery where you can just turn on and turn off. You have to consider the impact for the restarting process. It takes time, it takes energy, it takes resources.
So right now, everything is starting to slow down and in some cases shut down because of this blockade or these blocks at the Strait of Hormuz. It'll take time for those to come back. And so increased prices will be with us for quite a while as this cascades through the economy. And, you know, just looking at some developments this hour, the G7 nations for now have decided that they're not going to release some strategic oil reserves. So we may not see a lot of relief anytime soon, Arthi.
Anis, thank you for this. That's the CBC's Anis Haydari in Calgary. Now stay with us. Still ahead, the Liberals call for a debate tonight in the House of Commons about the war in the Middle East. It follows a call yesterday between Prime Minister Mark Carney and U.S. President Donald Trump. We'll bring you those details next right here on CBC News Network. Our top story, the war in the Middle East. And we are looking here at the target of an Iranian missile strike, disabling the biggest oil refinery in Bahrain. 32 people were injured in the nation, the highest number of casualties in any Gulf nation since hostilities began. Oil and gas shipments from the region are still effectively at a standstill. The rising price of oil has rocked the markets and led to a big spike in prices at the gas pumps. Now, in central Israel today, 2 people were killed and another seriously wounded in a missile attack by Iran. And Israeli officials say cluster munitions have been used. The CBC's Crystal Gomansing is at the scene near Tel Aviv.
It's a little bit closer view of the location where there was an Iranian missile strike in central Israel. This is an industrial zone, and this area was under construction, and that added to the complexity for emergency workers when they initially arrived on the scene. You can see a lot of debris, glass. There's a part of what would have been an escalator that was affected in the blast. 2 people did lose their lives here, 2 workers on the scene, according to emergency officials. officials. They are suggesting, along with the Home Front Command, that this was, in their words, a cluster munition, that the initial one hit and then there was multiple other sort of lower, smaller bomblets that were then released. It is unclear if the two people who were killed were hit directly or if they were hit with debris. The debris field does go for a little bit, and it gives you an idea of the intensity that is resulting from that blast site. You can look in the concrete pillar here. There's large divots from the debris that hit. Officials are saying this is just one of the scenes from the attack today. They are saying that they are seeing these sort of changing scenes where there may just be one missile, but it's hitting multiple areas around the initial impact location. Home Front Command officials are being very clear in telling people they have to seek shelter. They have to stay inside until the all clear, using this as an example of how lives can be lost. Crystal Gamansing, CBC News, Central Israel, near Tel Aviv.
And you are now looking live at Ottawa this hour. The House of Commons has just agreed unanimously to a proposal by the Liberal Party to have an emergency debate tonight on the widening conflict in the Middle East. And the CBC's Janice McGregor is tracking the latest from our Parliamentary Bureau. Okay, Janice, what more can you tell us about that upcoming debate?
I can tell you officially that it is happening. When the House convened at 11 o'clock, they sought and received unanimous support to have a debate at end of business today. So it will stretch into the evening for as long as sort of speakers have things they want to say. Government House Leader Steve McKinnon had initiated these proceedings yesterday, posting on social media that the government was going to propose to the other parties to have a take-note debate. Something that Steve McKinnon was framing earlier today in an event in Toronto as being something that would be typical, he said, for the House of Commons to do in a situation like this. Here's a little bit more from McKinnon this morning.
Needless to say, whenever there are issues of war and peace, emotions run high through all elected representatives. That is obvious. And what I would simply say is that Canada was not consulted on, nor were the United Nations consulted on the actions right now. We are very, very focused, I as Transport Minister, my colleague Anita Anand, in the safety of Canadians in the region.
So very much kind of focusing on the top talking points from the government's perspective there. Also noting, Stephen McKinnon did, that it is very important that MPs have an opportunity to express themselves on weighty matters like these. Important to note also, though, that it wasn't just the Liberals that wanted to have this debate. We're standing by to hear from Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre. He had written late last week calling for a House of Commons debate on the global energy crisis that he said was sparked by the Middle East war. Of course, Conservatives have a particular position on this. They have watched with some concern how the oil and gas trade has been cut back, the supply being throttled, allies scrambling for energy. Conservatives very critical of past decisions of the Liberal government when it comes to energy policy, and now proposing an emergency energy production plan of their own. So they want to sort of amplify their thoughts on that. Poilievre just back from Germany, where he was talking a lot about LNG exports and ways to help allies. For their part, the New Democrats, interim NDP leader Don Davies, for example, writing a letter this morning, also out concerned, calling Canada's support for the attacks, at least the initial support expressed for the attacks to remove the Supreme Leader, troubling. New Democrats saying there are serious and unresolved questions about Canada's involvement, including sort of people have pointed out a number of inconsistencies as sort of Mark Carney was articulating the government's rationale and explanations and trying to put up some guardrails and explain that the support wasn't a blank check and so on. So all these themes will be explored in full. We are waiting to hear, though, who might appear in that debate on behalf of the government. We're told it will not be the Prime Minister. He also will not be in question period today. So we aren't going to have a chance to see him directly questioned about his government's policy. In the House, though, quickly, as we wait for Pierre Poilievre, I'll let you know about another private member's bill that's being debated. Interestingly, timing is everything here, but a New Democrat bill that would end the practice of shipping military exports without permits, a loophole, they say, say, that has allowed Canadian arms to end up in places like Gaza and Sudan. MPs debating that right now, as luck would have it, an even more timely question now as they look at the situation in the Middle East with some concern.
Janice, thank you for the latest on this. That is the CBC's Janice McGregor in Ottawa. In our nation's capital, and he will be discussing, of course, the U.S.-Israel war on Iran, and we will be listening in to his remarks.
Affordable and here in Canada, and masters in our own home, in an increasingly dangerous world.
Affordable at home, safer at home, and stronger at home to make us unbreakable abroad. In this dangerous and unpredictable world, we must focus on what we control. We do not control the U.S. president, conflict in the Middle East, or anywhere else. We control our actions to make Canada affordable at home, safe at home, and strong at home, so we can be unbreakable abroad. I've just returned from trips to the United Kingdom and Germany. It gave me a chance to advance our goals of diversifying markets and opening cooperation with old friends. In the United Kingdom, I discussed the idea of a new alliance of the United Kingdom, New Zealand, and Australia with Canada to line up our rules so that we can allow the free flow of services, capital, people, and products. This is by eliminating red tape and other unnecessary obstacles and ensuring the free flow of affordable goods, but also allowing us to credential more doctors and nurses and improve life while we diversify our partnerships abroad. In Germany, I met with the foreign minister, the former chancellor, the trade minister, and representatives of over 100,000 German businesses who all said they want more Canadian energy. I went, for example, to Wilhelmshaven, which is the place that they built an incredible LNG plant. They permitted it in 60 days, and they completed the construction in just over 130 days for a total of 200 days. This is really an incredible achievement. The Russians invaded Ukraine in February of 2022. By May, the permits had been granted. And before Christmas, the project was completely done on December 23rd. Shipments began in January of the subsequent year. To put that into perspective, that's 200 days to go from concept to completion. Mark Carney has been Prime Minister twice that time, and he hasn't even permitted a single new pipeline. His Major Projects Office, despite having unprecedented powers, has not permitted a project of any kind in all of the time he's been in office. Now, none of the gas that the Germans are bringing in comes from Canada. All of it comes from the United States, and that is because in the last decade, the Americans have built 8 LNG export terminals. We've built 1 that was permitted by Prime Minister Stephen Harper, and we have none on the East Coast. In other words, we can't even reach Europe with our gas, despite the fact that we have more than the Americans, that it's cheaper to liquefy here due to our cold weather, and it takes half the shipping time to go from the East Coast of Canada to Germany than it takes from the US Gulf Coast. Shorter shipping, less energy requirement, more abundant resources, and yet we're delivering zero under this Liberal government, while the Americans are delivering 95% of German natural gas needs. That means we cannot replace any Russian gas to our European allies. Instead, the Liberals have signed a 2022 MOU to ship boatloads of hydrogen over to Germany. You all remember that MOU? We haven't shipped a single tablespoon of hydrogen, even though the delivery date was supposed to be 2025, which proves that once again, these MOUs, which get great fanfare and wonderful media coverage, are meaningless PR stunts, stagecraft, not statecraft. Speaking of theater, the Prime Minister has taken 4 different positions on the war in the Middle East in 4 days. He was for the attack. Then he said he regretted his support for the attack. Then he said his support for the attack was illegal. Then he said he was open to contributing Canadian troops to the war. And then he said his party has said one thing to one group and another thing to other groups. All they are doing is trying to pander in all directions while dividing our country and confusing our allies. We as Conservatives have been clear. We support the removal of the theocratic terrorist regime in Iran, which has killed Canadian citizens, including shooting down a civilian aircraft that contained well over 100 Canadians, and terrorized Persian and Jewish communities in our country. The war in the Middle East has caused an energy scramble. Our allies are desperate for energy that does not come from the Middle East or Russia. High oil and gas prices present an enormous opportunity for Canada, which has the 4th biggest supply of oil in the world and enough natural gas to single-handedly power the entire globe for 200 years. But none of it goes to Europe because Liberal laws make it impossible to get pipelines and plants built to ship it there. Just last week, Liberal laws forced one of our biggest producers, CNRL, to cancel a massive energy investment. In the middle of a massive price spike for oil, our industry is not expanding, it is retreating because Liberal laws are pushing it away. CNRL specifically cited the Liberal industrial carbon tax and red tape as the reason. That is why I'm calling for, and Conservatives are calling for, an emergency energy supply plan that would unblock our resources and get them overseas. It would repeal C-69 to rapidly approve permits in 6 months rather than 18 years. It would legalize shipping oil off the northwest coast of BC. It would scrap the industrial carbon tax that is raising food prices and killing jobs. All of this would boost our dollar so that food and energy are more affordable here at home. I'll work with the Prime Minister to get these things done. He can take credit for it. As I like to say, he can steal my ideas so that we can make life affordable, safe, and strong here at home. And we get it. No Prime Minister can control President Trump, nor the events in the Middle East. We have to stoically focus on what we can control here at home. To the Prime Minister's credit, he has given some good speeches, made grand announcements, and done a lot of ceremonial signing events. But these are all just illusions. He promised the fastest growing economy in the G7. He's delivered the only shrinking economy in the G7. He promised affordable groceries. Food prices are now rising fastest in the G7, twice as fast as when he took office. He promised to double home building. His own housing agency says it's going to go down by 15%. He promised to spend less, yet outside of COVID, the deficit is the biggest in history and government spending is the biggest share of GDP in 30 years. Indeed, the deficit has doubled and 2/3 of the new spending is on day-to-day operations, not capital investments, as he promised. Despite Conservatives rushing through the major projects law in just 5 days last June, he has yet to use that law to approve a single project. He set up a new office for special projects. It has approved 0 projects. He has not approved a pipeline nor removed a single Trudeau-era anti-development law. And in the middle of an energy and affordability crisis, the Prime Minister is raising the carbon tax on energy, steel, concrete, aluminum, and fertilizer. On veut que notre pays soit
We want this country to be affordable, safe, and strong at home. Mr. Carney promised the best economy in the G7, but since he's taken office, we are now the only economy that is declining among the G7. He promised that there would be more affordable groceries, but they are going up twice as fast and the highest prices in the G7. He promised to double housing construction, but even the people in charge of that project are saying that housing starts will go down by 15%. He promised to spend less, but he's doubled the deficit, and now, other than in COVID, we have the largest deficit in our history, and the highest spending in proportion to our economy in 30 years. In June, just after the election, Conservatives quickly passed a Bill C5 to accelerate major projects, but no project has been approved, no new pipeline has been approved, and he has not removed any anti-development legislation put in place by Mr. Trudeau. And in fact, he's increasing the industrial carbon tax on energy, steel, and agricultural products.
More expensive, dangerous, and dependent than it was a year ago when Mark Carney took office. There have always been wars in the Middle East, but those wars have never spilled onto our streets. And so we have to focus on what we can control. After 10 years of liberal immigration, liberal catch and release laws, liberal incompetence, we are seeing the violence abroad spill into our streets, and terrorism is being normalized. Synagogues have been shot. The RCMP is now investigating the homicide of an Iranian dissident in Canada. There are 700 IRGC terrorists on our streets after 10 years of Liberal government and a year of Mark Carney. Conservatives will be proposing plans to deport these terrorists, to kick them out of the country, to identify and expel them and keep our people safe. We will also be proposing new measures on immigration and border control to keep Islamic Republic terrorists out of this country. Also, the
cost of living continues to increase, and our country is increasingly dangerous after a year of Mr. Carney. Yes, there were always wars in the Middle East, but those problems did not affect us in Canada before the Liberals. But after 10 years of the Liberals, they've broken our immigration and justice systems. Synagogues are now being attacked, and the RCMP is now investigating the murder of a Canadian Iranian dissident here in the country. After 10 years of the Liberals, there are now 700 IRGC terrorists in Canada, and Conservatives will be proposing a plan to deport them and strengthen our borders and keep them out.
We are here to work collaboratively and quickly with the Prime Minister and the government to turn rhetoric into results, to move from illusions to reality. Our mission is a country that is affordable at home, safe at home, and strong at home. We want a country where our streets are safe, where work is rewarded, home ownership is in reach, and where you can fill your grocery cart without emptying your bank account. We want our country to be strong at home, to be unbreakable abroad. On veut un pays
we want a country that's affordable, safe, and strong at home. Thank you very much. On your side, how would you describe the U.S. strikes? Are they legal? And do you believe that Canada should get involved? Thank you very much. You asked two questions. Now, first, obviously, this is an illegal regime in Iran that killed approximately 150 Canadians with a missile that shot down a civilian aircraft. This is a regime that attacks our Persian and Jewish communities here in Canada. There are 700 agents here in Canada, so it's in our interest to see this regime removed and replaced, and we support democracy in Iran. At the same time, we want to focus on what we can control at home. In other words, lower taxes, better defenses, and releasing and freeing up our natural resources so that we can provide energy to our allies and paychecks to our own citizens. The second question is about Canada's participation. As far as I know, there is no specific proposal in that area. If the Prime Minister had received or has received such proposals, he should let us know.
In English, please.
Oh, yes, okay. So the two questions were in English, do we support the original strike to remove the regime? The second was, what about Canadian involvement? So this is an illegal regime that killed over 150 Canadian citizens, firing a missile at a passenger plane. They have unleashed at least 700 of their agents on our streets to provoke violence against Canada's Persian and Jewish communities. This is a terrorist regime. They have been the single biggest state sponsor of terrorism in the world. Conservatives support replacing that terrorist regime with a democratically elected and peaceful regime. As for Canada's role in it, we're not aware of any specific requests that the Prime Minister has received. If he has, we'd encourage him to share that information with all Canadians so we can have a debate about what we should do. But in the meantime, we have to focus on here at home. Here at home, this war should not be used as an excuse for higher food and gas prices. We have the energy here at home. We have the food here at home to make life affordable. Here at home, we have the resources to fuel our friends and power paychecks. So let us do that and focus on what we can control.
Sur le débat d'urgence cet après-midi, est-ce que vous allez participer d'abord et qu'est-ce que dites-vous du fait que M. Carney n'a pas l'intention de participer?
And what do you think about the fact that Mr. Carney will not participate, particularly since he has changed his position several times in the last few days? Mr. Carney had 4 positions on the Iran war in 4 days. He is constantly contradicting himself. No one understands what his real position is. And even people have said, what the hell in relation to his positions, and he has weakened our country with high taxes and anti-development laws that are now preventing us from providing energy, the energy the world needs in the middle of a war. So he should stop hiding and stand up in the House and announce his position and say how he's going to protect Canada. Yes, I will be participating. Thank you.
You said explicitly it's in our interest that the regime is replaced. Will you say explicitly whether you support what the U.S. and Israel have been doing and whether you believe that any of it is in accordance with international law?
Well, we already said that. We support the action to overturn the regime because this is a regime that has killed Canadians. They killed over 100 Canadians. They have 700 agents on Canadian streets terrorizing our Persian and Jewish communities, carrying out terrorist attacks against our people. This is the biggest state sponsor of terror in the world. That is why we have not equivocated. We also need to focus on what we control at home, which is here at home, to secure our borders against these terrorists, to bring down energy costs and food prices for our people. And that's what we as Conservatives are going to do here at home.
On the parliamentary budget officer, you put out a letter last week about the appointment process. This morning we reported it's going to be Annette Ryan, who's from FinTrack. We're expecting the formal announcement later today. What is your response to that? The House will ultimately have to approve this.
Look, Mark Carney is trying to muzzle the Parliamentary Budget Office. We had a highly qualified Parliamentary Budget Officer who was calling out Mr. Carney for doubling the deficit, for breaking his promise to lower the debt to GDP ratio, for cooking the books, and for breaking his home building promises. And then all of a sudden, after only months on the job, the Prime Minister throws him out. We believe that the existing interim Parliamentary Budget Officer should have been made permanent because he was doing the job, and it sends a chilling message when the Prime Minister effectively fires someone for telling the truth about his out-of-control spending, his book cooking, his deficits, and his broken housing promises. And now he's going to benefit from silencing other people from speaking out. We'll look at the new nominee's record, and once we have, we'll vote accordingly.
Do you think the Prime Minister will get a majority from these 3 by-elections?
In the by-elections, we will be running candidates on the platform of making Canada affordable at home and stronger at home. We think that the #1 issue in all three of these communities is that people can't afford to eat after the Prime Minister doubled food inflation. He gave us the worst food inflation in the G7 and the only shrinking economy in that group. Those will be the issues that we will be passing on the doorstep.
Il y a 2 semaines, Monsieur Poilievre. Ces partiels-là pourraient donner une majorité au gouvernement. C'est quoi votre pitch aux électeurs, entre autres, de
Well, if Mr. Carney wins a majority, he will increase the cost of groceries and make things even worse. He will continue to drive up the deficit and allow criminals to stay on our streets. He will never fix the liberal immigration system that's created chaos. And if you want affordability here, if you want to be safe at home and be masters in your home, you should vote conservative.
Tous les députés de des autres partis étaient
All
présents et ont voté, mais il en manquait
members of
7
the
de votre côté, dont
opposition
certains ont gagné leur
voted
siège par
on
une
this
très
bill.
faible majorité. Comment
But
expliquez-vous le
how
fait
do
qu'ils
you
n'ont pas
explain the
voté?
fact that your members of parliament did not vote on this motion? I believe that false asylum seekers should not receive benefits that are not available to Canadians who are paying taxes. I find that to be an aberration, and that the Liberal government is providing benefits and luxury services to phony asylum seekers that are not even available to Canadian seniors. I believe we should cut it off, and use that money to fund our hospitals and reducing wait times.
You previously said that you believe in an approach of having one prime minister at a time, I believe in the context of why you didn't go to Washington. Can you then clarify why exactly you went to Europe?
Well, I didn't go as Prime Minister. I went there to promote our agenda of selling Canadian energy and integrating our trade with like-minded allies, which is totally legitimate thing to do. We need to expand our list of markets. For example, in the United Kingdom, they want to be able to trade more freely with us, but there are still a lot of bureaucratic non-tariff obstacles that I propose that we eliminate by signing on to an alliance of CANZUK nations, New Zealand, Australia, the UK, and Canada. In Germany, I pushed for selling Canadian natural gas to the Germans. These are the objectives of the Canadian government. So I'm sure that the Prime Minister was very happy to see me doing that work. Not on this particular trip, but I've discussed with him in the past the need for us all to work together to promote, to diversify our markets, to make us stronger at home and unbreakable abroad. And I did so in a very nonpartisan and positive way, and was very well received, by the way.
Mr. Poilievre,
yes, sir.
Obviously, gas prices we're seeing are already going up. Food prices are already going up. What would you have the government do in the very short term to address those price increases in the meantime?
Well, first of all, the Prime Minister could get rid of his newly renamed carbon tax, the so-called clean fuel standard, which he estimates adds 7 cents a litre to gas. Why not get rid of that tax, lower the gas price a little bit? Secondly, we used to be sheltered from sudden rises in global oil prices because our dollar would go up at the same time, meaning that our purchasing power would match the more expensive WTI oil price. That's not happening anymore. Why? Because we're not exporting enough of our oil. We have to unblock our oil and gas, increase our exports to have a stronger dollar that buys more affordable food and fuel.
Short term, though. That first bit isn't necessarily short term, though.
Well, the first bit is you're right. I mean, it's like, when do you start planning for the future? Yesterday. We should have done, if we had done all of the things I'm describing back in 2022 when I proposed it all, we would be in a much better position today. But here we are after 11 years of Liberals, and all of this is getting much worse. So I would say get rid of all the other fuel taxes that Mr. Carney and the Liberals are imposing, unblock our resources so that we can fuel our friends abroad and power paychecks at home. Good. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we have been listening there to Conservative Party leader Pierre Poilievre speaking in Ottawa. While he began his remarks speaking about his recent trips abroad, diversifying relationships during a tenuous time for Canada's economy, he also touched on MPs expected to debate tonight Canada's approach to the U.S.-Israel war with Iran. The Prime Minister won't be there. Poilievre says he will be there, and he reiterated a position of wanting the previous leadership in Iran out and to reform that regime and to take action against threats here at home. He also discussed repealing Bill C-69 and on waiting to hear more about major projects. Of course, that's something that we've heard from the Liberal government. I do want to bring in the CBC's Janice McGregor. There was a lot that was touched on there. I think perhaps first we should focus on the response to MPs debating the U.S.-Israel-Iran war.
Yeah, indeed. Look, Poilievre wanted a debate specifically on the energy aspects of this. The debate we're going to see tonight, the Take Note debate, is going to be much broader. There would be an opportunity in that broader debate for Conservatives to focus, if they like, on the energy implications of this, the shortages of supply and oil and gas supply, the supply chain issues that emerge from this conflict, as we've all been talking about, the effect on the price at the pumps. And Poilievre and Conservatives believe that had they had the reins, they would have taken action several years ago that would have put Canada in a better position than what it finds itself in at the moment. The original letter from Poilievre requesting a debate specifically on energy supplies goes over a lot of policies that are very long-standing for Conservatives, just gives them another reason to call once more for the repeal of legislation that they say is blocking the building of pipelines and taxation policy with respect to carbon emissions that they believe stands in the way of the industry being able to expand to the extent that they say there's now more reason than ever that it needs to expand. So not a surprise to see him leaning into those messages at all. But also, if the debate goes to the rationale for supporting the initial strikes against Iran's supreme leader and just the government's explanation for what the position of the Liberals has been and its evolution, if you will, over the last few days, I think Conservatives would be more than happy to play in that debating space too, because you saw over his shoulder there, foreign affairs critic for the Conservatives, Michael Chong, he's been quite vocal about this idea that the policy as articulated from Carney and his ministers has been somewhat incoherent and shifting, sort of 4 positions in 4 days. I believe they said this idea that on the one hand, they say that, they feel this is a prima facie against international law, and yet not ruling out that Canada might have to participate if some allies are attacked, sort of going over other contradictions as well in all of this. Of course, the Liberals have called for diplomacy and de-escalation. At the same time, Mark Carney's doctrine, if you will, as expressed in Davos, is that the world has changed and a lot of the institutions that would normally support that diplomacy are broken. So a lot of people really trying to pick apart and understand what the vision of the Carney government is with respect to this conflict generally, and what guardrails it sees, what limits it's putting on what caveats it's putting on its support. And would expect that to be all fleshed out this evening, although Poilievre says he's participating. We do not know who's speaking for the government side this evening as of yet, although we are going to have a couple ministers up next hour to talk about not directly related, but perhaps tangentially related defense investments. So I suspect they're going to face some questioning about this too.
No doubt. Thanks for this. That is the CBC's Janice McGregor in Ottawa. Well, our top story, as the war in the Middle East rages on, its impact is being felt around the world. Economically, the conflict is biting hard. At one point today, oil prices surged to more than $100 US a barrel, the highest they've been since 2022. That has prices at the gas pump spiking. Politically, countries are reflecting on their individual involvement. And Canada, as we heard, is too. MPs will get their first chance to have that say in an emergency debate scheduled for tonight in the House of Commons. Meanwhile, the war is also showing no sign of letting up after 10 days. Today, Israel says it has carried out more airstrikes in Beirut and central Iran, and Iranian missiles are striking both Israel and numerous Gulf states. Iranian clerics, meanwhile, have also appointed a new supreme leader. He's the son of former supreme leader Ali Khamenei, the successor who is expected to continue the regime's hardline ideology. He's also someone U.S. President Donald Trump has previously called unacceptable.
حسینی خامنه‌ای حفظه الله تعالی را.
That is Iranian state television announcing Mojtaba Khamenei as the new ruler. The 56-year-old will lead Iran's regime, control the military, and act as the country's spiritual leader. The regime's faithful are showing their support. Meanwhile, this is the scene today in Tehran. The sound of airstrikes could be heard throughout the capital. The attacks came shortly after dawn and appeared to target the southwest of the city. There's also thick black smoke hanging in the air from fires and oil storage tanks destroyed late on Saturday. And Lebanon is the other major front of this war, and in Beirut, explosions rocked its southern suburbs and smoke billowed into the air following Israeli strikes. The Israeli military reiterated warnings to residents to leave and announced it would soon strike a Hezbollah financial institution. Lebanon's health ministry says nearly 400 people have been killed in the country by Israeli strikes since last Monday. Israel says 2 of its soldiers have been killed in its ground offensive. And earlier today, a spokesperson for Iran's Foreign Affairs Ministry held a news conference to reiterate the regime's plan to fight to the bitter end.
At present, all our energy, focus, and capacity are directed toward defending Iran's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Keep in mind that the military aggression is still ongoing, and therefore, under these conditions, there is little room to talk about anything other than defense and delivering a decisive response to the enemy.
And the CBC's Crystal Gomansing is in Jerusalem. She joins us now live. So, Crystal, you were at the site of a missile strike near Tel Aviv earlier today. What did you find there?
Well, Arthi, this location was an industrial park that was located near Tel Aviv in the central Israeli area. There was a large debris field. Officials on the ground say that there were multiple locations attached to that one strike. The bulk of the scene appeared to be around a construction area. It was a building that was under construction. Officials with emergency services say that they got to the scene very quickly and described quite a chaotic scene. A lot of people, a lot of smoke. Because it was a construction site, officials said that they were spending quite a bit of time looking around the location, trying to see where people may have been sheltering, if there are any wounded individuals. One emergency worker who was one of the first on the scene, Ori Lazarovich, had said that 2 people lost their lives. One was transported to hospital and died. The other was declared on the scene. Officials are saying this appears to be yet another location that was hit with a cluster munition. That is one warhead that when it explodes, it releases bomblets or other smaller warheads that really add to the debris field, add to the potential impact and injuries that can be caused. There's been a lot of talk about maybe things slowing down, not seeing as many missiles and drones being fired from Iran. But Lazarovich said that's necessarily not what he is seeing, but he's seeing the strikes changing.
Talk about it a lot, and we have to make sure that we're not missing anything, as we say. I can tell you in the past 24 hours, if it was last night in the Central District or if it was this afternoon, it doesn't look like it's slowing down. Maybe it's shifting its form. Instead of very, very big rockets hitting one area, now we're talking about many smaller rockets hitting a few different areas. So now instead of me taking care of one big scene with many patients, we're talking about 3 to 4 different scenes with the amount of patients that's unknown, because you don't know exactly where it hit and exactly how.
Now, I spoke to a colonel from the Home Front Command at that location as well, and he said the individuals who were killed were people who were not sheltering. They did not pay attention to the alerts that went off, and is again encouraging everyone to take shelter when those alerts go off. There is a sense that people have too much faith in the air defense systems here and just assume that anything would be shot down. So again, we're hearing from officials telling people to make sure they shelter and stay in those shelters until the all clear is given, Arthi.
And now, of course, we also know that the fighting continues. The U.S. and Israel and Iran exchanged more missile fire today. What's the latest on that front?
Yeah, well, let's start with what we're hearing from Israel Defense Forces. Today, they said they were targeting 3 areas with airstrikes in Iran, around Tehran, around Isfahan, and the south of Iran. Meanwhile, in Iran today, we saw lots of people attending memorials, mourning their lost loved ones. The latest numbers that we have out of Iran from Iran's UN envoy was that 1,332 civilians have been killed there so far. Looking wider, Turkey is one area that we are paying attention to. Turkey's President Recep Tayyip Erdogan said that his goal is to keep Turkey out of the war. For the second time, an Iranian missile entered Turkish airspace and was shot down by NATO forces. Of course, that is an area of concern because if there continues to be incursions into Turkish airspace, that of course is a NATO member, it could lead to NATO forces getting involved in this ever-expanding and escalating war, Arthi.
Crystal, thank you for the latest on this. That is the CBC's Crystal Gamansing reporting from Jerusalem. And as we continue our coverage from the region, we want to take you now to Lebanon. In that country, the day began with fresh and urgent warnings from the Israeli military that residents of Beirut's southern suburbs should leave because of imminent airstrikes. And that's what happened. Susan Ormiston and our CBC team got to the site of one of them just moments after a strike on a building and just before a second one hit.
That was just the thunder of, we believe, an air attack, another one this morning here in Al Dahia, a southern suburb of Beirut. As you can see, there was one earlier down here about 10 minutes before we arrived in this area. The IDF has warned the residents of Al Dahia to leave for many days now, and this area is mostly evacuated. This building, we believe, is a branch of a financial services company that Israel says is a chief financier for Hezbollah in Lebanon. So they've been targeting these branches this morning. This is the second one we know of already today. This area is mostly vacant. People have heeded the warning from the IDF that there would be airstrikes in this area, and there have been day after day a continuing stream. People have left here, but they have really nowhere else to go within Beirut, so they're crowding into the city trying to find a place to live. Outside of southern Lebanon, this is the most active area of Israeli airstrikes in Lebanon, and it is increasing. The IDF warning that they will increase their air attacks here and in southern Lebanon as the days go forward. Susan Ormiston, CBC News, Beirut, Lebanon.
Now, amid the fighting, Iran has announced its new leader, as we've been discussing, the son of the late supreme leader, who was killed in a strike as the war began. And the Trump administration has made it clear the choice for Iran's new supreme leader is not to their liking. And we are hearing more reaction today to Mojtaba Khamenei's selection. The CBC's Willie Lowry joins me now from Washington. What more are we hearing on this front, Willie?
Yeah, Arthi, President Donald Trump has been pretty clear. Mojtaba Khamenei is not the person that he would like to see chosen to run the country. But despite Trump's vociferous rejection, the Iran's Assembly of Experts did just that, picking the 56-year-old son, of course, of the late Ayatollah to become the country's next supreme leader. Senator Lindsey Graham, who has long advised Trump on issues of foreign policy, as well as been a staunch critic of the Iranian regime, slammed the pick, saying on social media, quote, "When it comes to the future of the region and that of the Iranian people, the son of the late murderous Ayatollah is not the change we're looking for. He has lived large as the Iranian people have suffered, and he has been on the front lines of pushing hate because he too is a religious Nazi. I believe it's just a matter of time before he meets the same fate as that of his father, one of the most evil men on the planet." And meanwhile, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, while not discussing the selection of Khamenei as the next supreme leader, but commenting generally speaking about the current operation, in his words, he refused to call it a war, said that essentially things were going as according to plan, but he did call it a clerical regime and one that continued to wreak havoc in the region. Let's take a listen to Secretary of State Marco Rubio.
I think we are all seeing right now the threat that this clerical regime poses to the region and to the world. They are trying to hold the world hostage. They are attacking their neighbors. They are attacking neighboring countries, their energy infrastructure, their civilian population. They're attacking embassies. This is a terrorist government. This is a terroristic regime. And we are seeing them conduct terrorism using nation-state elements, using weapons like missiles and one-way attack drones. And the objective of this mission is to destroy their ability to continue to do that.
And Rubio adding that the operation again was going on track, that the U.S. was systematically taking out Iran's missile capabilities as well as its Navy. And importantly, once again, describing it as an operation, not a war. This is a part of what has seemingly been mixed messaging by the White House during this now 10-day-long conflict.
And of course, as we continue to watch the reaction, not only to the leader, but to the situation, we're keeping a close eye, of course, on the social media feed of the U.S. president. We know that there's a public relations war between Tehran and Washington, and it appears to be in full swing. At the center of the events right now, a group of young athletes. Let's talk about what's unfolding there.
Yeah, that's right, Arthi. Sorry, I lost you in my ear, but this is an evolving story. It starts back just a few days after the U.S. and Israel launched their attacks on Iran. On March 2nd, the Iranian national women's soccer team, who were in Australia competing in the Asia Cup, refused to sing the national anthem when it was played. That prompted Iranian state TV to brand the team wartime traitors, calling for severe punishments when they returned home to Iran. Now, according to some reports, 5 team members have defected. They're being held inside a safe house somewhere in Australia. But there are calls from the Iranian diaspora, as well as now from U.S. President Donald Trump, on Australia to grant them asylum. Just a short while ago, Trump took to social media and said, quote, "Australia is making a terrible humanitarian mistake by allowing the Iran national women's soccer team to be forced back to Iran, where they will most likely be killed. Don't do it, Mr. Prime Minister. Give asylum. The U.S. will take them if you won't. Thank you for your attention to this matter." In a follow-up post on social media, Trump said, all one word, asylum, all in capital letters. Again, this is an evolving story. It's unclear if more members of the team want to or are trying to seek asylum. We just know that there's great concern among the diaspora for those women players' safety.
Willie, thank you for the latest on all this. That's the CBC's Willie Lowry reporting from Washington. Okay, well, there's been no shortage of reaction today to Iran's newly appointed supreme leader. We want to show you some video from Iran state media affiliated with the Islamic Revolutionary Guard. And you can see in these images crowds in Tehran celebrating the appointment of Mojtaba Khamenei. He's the second son, as we've been discussing, of the late Ayatollah, killed on the first day of the war after ruling Iran for nearly 40 years. Now, the selection of the 56-year-old cleric marks a rare father-to-son transfer of power in Iran. For that reason, his appointment is also being met with dismay by many Iranians. Israeli Ambassador Danny Danon stood alongside several Iranian women at the United Nations earlier today. He was speaking up for International Women's Day, and he also mentioned in his remarks that he wanted the voices of Iranian women amplified, but he was also speaking a great deal about updates on the conflict as well as the selection of the new supreme leader in Iran.
To the women of Iran, I say this: your enemy is our enemy. Stopping this regime is not easy. Israelis are in and out of bomb shelters. Our neighbors in the region are under attack. But allowing this regime to threaten the region and continue its oppression is not an option. So we will continue to target the leadership of the regime and dismantle its nuclear ballistic missile capabilities. There is no daylight between the US and Israel. The new leader, unfortunately, is more of the same. Same ideology, same radical ideas, and if, anyone who will promote those radical ideas against us, we will target them, we will find them. I think it's for the people of Iran to choose their next leadership.
That's Israeli Ambassador Danny Danon speaking at the United Nations earlier today. He went on to say that he does not believe the Israeli Air Force was involved in a strike that killed a number of girls at a school. And he also said that there should be new leadership in that country. Okay, still ahead, the global price of oil is up drastically as a critical shipping route remains blocked in the Middle East. Coming up, we'll get a sense of how markets around the world are reacting. You're watching CBC News Network. Iranian missiles have reportedly struck the biggest oil refinery in Bahrain, a key hub for Gulf oil. No casualties, but across Bahrain, 32 people have been wounded in this war. That's the highest number in any Gulf nation since hostilities began. Oil and gas shipments from the region remain at a standstill, and the rising price of oil has rocked the markets and led to skyrocketing gas prices. And 10 days of the U.S.-led war on Iran has hammered the financial markets, with stocks falling sharply. You can take a look now. The Dow Jones Industrial Average dropped by more than 3% last week, and today it's down again. Of course, the price of oil, as it flirts with the $100 U.S. a barrel cost for the first time since 2022, is having a big impact on global markets. The CBC's Anis Haidari is in Calgary, the epicenter for the industry in this country. Okay, so Anis, how deeply is the impact of this conflict being felt?
We are seeing huge impacts to the price of oil, first off. It really jumped over the last day. You know, markets for commodities like crude oil open up quite a bit earlier than North American equity markets like the New York Stock Exchange will open up. So really, as soon as crude oil started having its price move, it shot way up, blew far past $100 a barrel on both the US standard and the British standards that are used. And then what came from that is markets like the New York Stock Exchange started to drop once they opened. And not only the New York Stock Exchange, the Toronto Stock Exchange has also been seeing some drops. And we've seen similar things happening on Asian markets and in European markets. Essentially, everyone and everything that could be using energy is worried that they won't have enough of it, or if they do have enough of it, it's going to be very expensive. Now, as the day has gone on, we've seen that jump in the price of oil moderate a little bit. It's no longer blowing past $100 a barrel, but it is higher. It's in the mid-90s today. As for the stock markets, we've seen them take big plunges as trading began this morning and then moderate a little bit. So it's unclear just how worried investors, whether that's your pension funds, your banks, mutual funds, or just institutions and individuals investing. It's unclear how much they're worried about what's happening with the prices of oil. But it's pretty clear that there are concerns about it and that these companies are worried that they're going to be losing money in the future, hence why their stock has dropped, Arthi.
Doubt. And Anis, how quickly will that have a trickle-down impact on our everyday cost of living then?
So this is the big question. We've already seen that the cost of living for whether it's Canadians, Americans, or really people around the world, it's already shot up because the price of gasoline has shot up. And anyone who needs to fuel up their vehicles to get around or to fuel up their trucks or other methods of transportation to ship goods, those costs have gone up right away. Those kind of costs will trickle into other aspects of what we purchase at different rates, right? So for things like fruits and vegetables, Canadians might see price changes relatively quickly because, well, they have to be shipped all the time, and they'll be buying fuel for those shipments right now. But other things that have already been shipped may not see a price increase quite so quickly. It actually is a lot like what Canadians went through with tariffs, where some things we saw tariff price increases right away, other things it took a little bit of time. But much like a tariff on everything, an increase to the price of oil makes everything more expensive to a certain extent. And it's very unpredictable how this impacts everything we do and how quickly it impacts things. Take a listen to an oil industry analyst.
We've never really seen the Strait of Hormuz close ever. And so with the implications that what that does now and how much global supply of oil it brings off the market, this is what's having a lot of crude oil analysts try and figure out where are we going to go from here. We are trying to predict the price of oil, but we're not oil experts, or we're not war experts, we're oil experts. And so this is a lot of unknown implications that we're trying to figure out here today.
So we know that the eventual implications are that everything gets more expensive, not to sound so broad, but it remains very difficult to know how quickly that will happen, Arthi.
Anis, thank you for this. That is the CBC's Anis Haydari in Calgary. And with those higher oil prices, the cost of gas has gone up significantly for Canadian drivers over the last week. The CBC's Megan Fitzpatrick is at a Toronto gas station. And Megan, what are you hearing from people there?
Well, I'm hearing from a lot of frustrated drivers, Arthi, as they pull into this gas station here and take a look at the price, which, as you mentioned, has gone up in the last couple of days, and it did jump over the weekend. The national average for prices at the pump, according to the Canadian Automobile Association, is $1.54 a litre, and that's exactly what we're seeing at this downtown Toronto gas station, $154.9. Now, different prices in different parts of the country, but again, that's what we're seeing at this downtown Toronto gas station. And I've been talking to drivers who say they're in shock by that price, even though some of them acknowledging they were expecting it because prices have been going up. And people kind of saying, what can you do? They kind of just have to accept it. But a lot of drivers I've been talking to, they have to drive for work. I met one woman who commutes to Toronto for work. She spends 2 hours a day in her car, and she has to do that. I met a limo driver who owns his own business. He was on his way to pick up a customer, so this is hitting his bottom line. I've also met other rideshare drivers, and I met one driver who said he's only going to fill up half a tank today because of that price. I met a construction worker who was filling up jerry cans full of diesel for his work site because that construction site uses gas to operate some of its machinery. So you kind of really see the range of the impacts of these higher prices. Here's what else I've been hearing from drivers today.
It is tough, but I have no choice. I have to drive for work, so kind of just have to fill my car up. But you know what? I can't let that be part of my stress. So I just have to kind of just budget for it.
It's a little bit of a overaction. I don't think that the oil supply is that low. They're just having a little fun gouging us.
Now it's very hard to survive.
before 2 years back, it's very good now. Now it's very hard to survive. Everything is they increase, grocery, gas, everything.
I heard that from quite a few people, you know, just how expensive life is already these days, and now more expensive gas adding to that. And some drivers telling me they are kicking themselves for not filling up last week when prices started going up, and obviously they kept climbing. And according to one analyst that CBC News spoke to, they are expected to go even higher. Take a listen.
Bottom line is that average prices in Canada may be over $1.50 to $1.57 now, moving up possibly as early as Wednesday by another 10 to 12 cents a liter, and every day after that, anywhere from 2 to 8 cents a liter. Following this, we could see the end of the week pushing towards the $1.80, $1.85 range, unless matters calm down rather suddenly, and I don't see that happening.
So those are some discouraging predictions, not welcome to the drivers I've been talking to today, who say they just hope that these prices don't last too long. Arthi?
Megan, thank you for this. That's the CBC's Megan Fitzpatrick in Toronto. Well, explosions continue to rock Lebanon as Israel takes aim at Iran's military proxy Hezbollah. Coming up, I'll speak with Lebanon's former Minister of Public Health about the situation on the ground now. That conversation coming up right here on CBC News Network. New Israeli strikes hit Beirut's southern suburbs again today as the conflict grows between Israel and Hezbollah. Lebanon's health ministry says more than 400 people have now been killed in Israeli strikes across the country. Israel, meanwhile, says it has killed about 200 Hezbollah fighters since the fighting intensified last week. The IDF also says 2 of its own soldiers were killed during an operation in southern Lebanon over the weekend. So, more than 500,000 people have also been displaced in Lebanon so far, and there are concerns about the growing humanitarian crisis there. So, for more on what it's like in Beirut, we've reached Dr. Firas Abiad. He is Lebanon's former Minister of Public Health. Thank you for making time for us today.
Thank you for having me.
Now, Dr. Abiad, can you first describe what the situation is like for you on the ground in your country right now?
Well, it's very difficult. As you've mentioned, the number of casualties keep rising up because the raids continue, whether here in Beirut, in the suburbs of Beirut, or in different areas of the country. Out of the more than 400 people who have been killed, there is reports that there is more than 70 children. And indeed, what we have been witnessing is that there is more indiscriminate attacks this time as compared to the 2024 war, as we see a large number of civilians being part of those who are killed. At the same time, we're seeing a large number of displacement after the evacuation orders by the Israeli army. We have around more than 500,000 people who have been displaced. Now, for a country the size of Lebanon, this is almost less than a quarter of the population. And indeed, that is causing a very big humanitarian crisis in addition to the casualties that we mentioned.
Now, of course, we know, too, that you are a surgeon and you've been treating people who have been injured here. I'm wondering, as you do that and as you consider the nearly 400 people who have been killed, you mention a number of 70 who are children, how do you personally cope with that as you see what's being brought into the hospital and, of course, hear of the stories of children being among the casualties?
Well, it's very difficult because also part of the areas that have been evacuated were 3 major hospitals here in Beirut. So that means that the hospitals had also to take in patients who were transferred from those hospitals who are now out of service. And indeed, we have been working a lot in the emergency room, receiving these trauma patients, casualty patients. Around 10% of them require intensive care units. At the same time, you have to remember that Lebanon imports almost all of its medications and medical supplies. And that means that the situation is very much resource intense. And unfortunately, Lebanon has been in a financial crisis for the past 5 years. So the situation there is also not very helpful for the continuing, activities that we see.
We know certainly, of course, that this is a targeted operation, or meant to be a targeted operation against Hezbollah. Just how challenging, difficult, deadly has the situation been involving Hezbollah, as we know that the government has tried to restrain the group in some capacity, really to no avail?
Correct. I think that if you look at the decision by the Lebanese government to now outlaw completely the military wing of Hezbollah, also, the government has been, for the past year and 4 months, working on demilitarization. It started with demilitarizing the southern Litani area, which is just adjacent to the borders with Israel. And then now working on the north of Litani. There has been sincere effort by the government to try to contain the situation. But unfortunately, during those year and 4 months, the Israelis continued their raids almost sometimes on daily basis. despite the fact that there was no response from the Lebanese side. And that really has been a big obstacle to the government being at least politically able to continue with its plans. Now, on the population front, the vast majority of Lebanese are, of course, tired of war, and they are not in support of this continued, conflict that is happening between Lebanon and its surrounding.
Finally, I wanted to ask you about the humanitarian situation on the ground and what you would like the wider international community to know about what's happening right now in parts of Lebanon.
I think it's very difficult. I think that if you think that Lebanon has been reeling from multiple crises, from the financial, COVID, cholera, first war, now the second war, a lot of the Lebanese, their savings have been depleted. They are out of their homes. There are a lot of casualties. With the global economy now, with what's happening, the oil prices, it means everything is going to become expensive, and we import almost all our medical supplies and medications. I think the situation is going to become very difficult. At the same time, we're hosting almost over 1 million Syrian refugees from the Syrian crisis. So I think that the world needs to come to the support of the Lebanese people. I think that they have carried a very big burden over the years, and I think that the international community hopefully will be able to find a diplomatic solution to this conflict.
Dr. Abiad, I want to thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you, Art.
That is Dr. Firas Abiad. He is Lebanon's former Minister of Public Health, and we reached him today in Beirut.
حسینی خامنه‌ای حفظه الله تعالی را.
That is Iranian state TV announcing Mojtaba Khamenei as Iran's new ruler. The 56-year-old is the son of the Ayatollah who was killed by an airstrike on the first day of the war. The regime's political and military elites have pledged their allegiance. But the younger Khamenei's selection is unlikely to reduce tensions. U.S. President Donald Trump says he is not happy with Mojtaba Khamenei at the reins. And Israel military officials had previously said they will kill any new leader the Islamic regime appoints. And right now, the U.S., Israel, and Iran are all making it clear the fighting won't end soon. The host of CBC Morning Live, David Common, is in Jordan's capital, Amman, tracking the latest on the intense fighting in Lebanon.
Arte, a good time to remind everybody that this is a fight between the Israeli forces and Hezbollah, but many Lebanese are caught up in it. We know that airstrikes have been happening in Beirut, particularly South Beirut. A financial institution the Israelis claim is connected to Hezbollah was one of those facilities targeted. Dozens of buildings have been hit, some of them high-rises that have been taken down either in whole or in part. We also know that some 700,000 Lebanese people have fled under evacuation orders, going wherever they can, outside of the city, to friends, to families, sleeping in cars, sleeping out in the open, doing whatever they can to stay safe as this military operation continues, primarily from the sky with Israeli airstrikes, but not exclusively, because there are Israeli soldiers operating in the south of Lebanon right now as well. This is an area that has known conflict between Hezbollah and Israel many times before. For some people, it is the latest chapter, but it has been a deadly one, some 400 people.
We do want to take you now to an event regarding a defense announcement, but as you can see, the Minister of Industry and the National Defense Minister are both there, and they are taking questions right now. Let's listen in.
Kyle, if you had read our auto strategy, you would have seen it's written in there. We will actually support those who invest in us. And so when Honda and Toyota increase their production in Canada, we will make sure that they have greater market access, period.
Hi there, Max Paris, CBC News. Question for Minister McGuinty. First off, how does the conflict in Iran change Canada's threat assessment, global threat assessment right now? Et pouvez-vous répondre en français aussi?
Could you also answer in French?
S'il vous plaît.
Well, clearly the situation in Iran is extremely serious. It's one we've been watching since the beginning. It's important for Canadians to know that Canada was not consulted before the action undertaken by Israel and the United States. Canada was not asked to comment. Canada has not participated, and Canada will not be participating. Obviously, we are very, very seized with the question of Canadians in the region moving to facilitate airlifts, transport out of the region, something which is continuing on an ongoing hour-by-hour basis right now. And the situation's serious. It's one that's evolving, one that's iterative, one that is difficult to predict. So we are at DND and the Canadian Armed Forces watching it carefully, and in fact we met with the Incident Response Group yesterday with the Prime Minister and 5 or 6 ministers to review the situation. Donc, la situation en Iran est
So the situation in Iran is extremely serious and continues to evolve. It's a question of being clear that Canada was not consulted, Canada is not participating and will not participate in military action by the United States and Israel. We are monitoring the situation very closely across the region. There are military personnel in the region, others have left the region. So, as I say, we're following what is happening hour by hour, and we want to ensure that people are able to leave the region. So that's the situation.
It's been almost a year since the F-35 review was ordered. How's it possible that the government has not come to a decision in that time when we see other major projects like submarines are advancing at lightning speed?
Yeah, I would say that we've been clear about this for a year, which is that we're going to take the time we need to get this right. Obviously, the question of industrial benefits features large in this question of choice of aircraft for a fighter fleet. The question of relations with the United States, of course, finds its way into this decision, and we're managing that very carefully. But we're going to take the time we need to make sure this is properly evaluated before coming down to a final decision. It's a very, very big procurement. We owe it to Canadians to get it right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike Lucatero with CTV News. Minister McGuinty, I just want to follow up on the situation in Iran, and I wanted to know what the conversations have been like with your counterparts at NATO, particularly on the state of readiness and the concern that NATO may be pulled into this conflict.
Well, that's obviously a concern and one that we are watching carefully. A number of NATO members have decided to provide some assistance to neighboring countries in the immediate vicinity of Iran. Canada has made no such decision. It's something that we're monitoring carefully. Of course, the Iranian war now, the incursion led by Israel and the United States, has a bearing on fundamental questions like ammunition supply. It also has a bearing on the situation in Ukraine. So we are cognizant of that, watching it carefully. Our Chief of Defense Staff is working with her counterparts throughout the NATO group of members and is keeping more than a watchful brief on what's going on there. But it's something that is being discussed, monitored by the authorities at NATO and the military authorities who lead NATO's planning.
For my follow-up, I'd like to ask Minister Joly about today's announcement. How many jobs will this contribute to the 125,000 stated goal by the strategy?
So we'll get you that detail, but one thing is clear is jobs will be created. So there are many things we're announcing today. In the $900 million, there is definitely the Bombardier aircraft, which will create jobs itself in Ontario, in Quebec, but also at Cascade in BC. So that, we can provide you the amount of jobs linked to that, but also we'll get back to you about all the rest, which is also obviously the drone innovation hub, and at the same time, the different programs that come with it, because companies will have access to different ways of investing along with, of course, the NRC to create more research and development, and at the same time that will spur a lot of innovation and therefore jobs. But I hear you, Mike, and we'll follow up clearly on that, okay? And by the way also, this is not only an aerospace announcement, there are announcements linked to quantum and linked to biomedical technologies as well. So that's why the 900 millions. But fundamentally also what is important is we announced an order of 6 planes for Bombardier back in December, and actually it was Steve who announced it. This is actually a new plane. It's not linked to the first order. It is a completely different order. Thank you.
Yeah, hi, Mike Blanchfield, Politico. On cooperating with allies and getting other initiatives going. What is the status of talks with UK and other close allies on participating in the Defence Security and Resilience Bank?
So the DSRB is an idea that's forthcoming from NATO itself. It's an idea that was assessed internally, and a number of officers who work there have decided that it's an idea worth driving internationally. Canada has been leading these efforts to create a World Bank-like structure to further provide capital to be able to capitalize and invest in what is a massive and emerging defense industrial opportunity. So this is something that's being worked upon. I've had conversations, I think now, with about 40 ministers of defense on the DSRB, this Defense and Security Resilience Bank, and is one that is taking some time to get some momentum going, but it is catching on. People see the need for it. It allows countries to capitalize it, have shares, and pass on savings and minimize risk. Our banks here in Canada have all endorsed the notion of a DSRB. We'd love to land the institution here in Canada. Many cities have been putting forward bids to host it, and so we're working it forward, and Mike will see how it goes.
Thanks.
Hi, David Reevely from The Logic. My first question is about IRAP. And given how important it is to what you've announced today, is the plan still to carve it out of the NRC and build the CIC around it sometime this year?
Well, of course, our goal when it comes to IRAP and just in general, we're also inspiring ourselves of what is being done in other jurisdictions, including in the US. We want to make sure that our SMEs are able to have a first contract from DND to be able afterwards to continue and invest in their companies. So we are still working on it. We'll have more to say on that soon. But what I can say, though, is our goal is definitely to be able to offer that contract, because companies rather have contracts than subsidies. And we think that that will help generate revenues and then eventually scale up companies. So it will be working with IRAP, but also other types of platforms, including the BDC. We've been able to offer $4 billion to the BDC to create a lot of investments and also equity potential investments by the BDC in our different companies. But do you want to add something?
Can I jump in next?
Yeah, go ahead.
So in addition to that, I mean, first of all, NRC IRAP is an unbelievable program for small to medium-sized enterprises. Ask me how I know, because I used to be a benefactor of that program, and I really, really needed it. It allows them to work in the R&D space where they're not generating revenue, but they're doing very important work. So that's like super, super important. As the minister said, we've also put money into BDC. We put money into the regional development agencies. So what we heard before the Defense Industrial Strategy came out was that the barriers to small to medium-sized enterprises, there's many. One of them is capital. There just is very few paths to capital. So there's some new ones, and there's existing ones that we just put more resources into help them. There's no way we're going to hit these targets that we've set out in the DIS unless we bring small to medium-sized enterprises into the tent. They represent out of the 600 companies in Canada working in this space. They're about 93% of them, and they represent 40% of the workforce. So they're a very, very part of the ecosystem. And this few $100 million to IRAP is a really, really exciting space. And I'm sure if I was still in that space, I'd be very happy that's still there. And if I was in that space today, I'd be very pleased.
I didn't hear a yes or a no from either of you, but I'll move on. The funding for drone development.
Yeah.
I think back in, and the Innovation Hub, back in August, the Prime Minister was in Kyiv and announced plans for, among other things, joint investments with the Ukrainian drone industry and the Canadian drone industry. It was a part of $220 million over 1 year. So it's been 6 months. Can you tell me what that cooperation looks like so far, and if Ukrainian expertise is involved in the Drone Innovation Hub that you're commenting?
So I just want to go back to your first question, which was basically a yes and no answer.
Sure.
Or no answer. Obviously, we'll continue to work with the NRC. What my point is right now, we want to work with the NRC, but we want the NRC to work with the BDC. We want to make sure that we're able to have the IRAP program working well, but I want to make sure, as the BDC is creating a new defense sector, basically a new line of business, that they're able to coordinate together. And that is happening as we speak. The BDC started its first investments in certain companies recently, and actually in the past month. And so that's my concern. I want to make sure that ultimately we're not duplicating too much and that we're actually very targeted. So that's why, to answer your question. So yes, but also I want a better yes than only a yes. So first, on the question of drones and the relationship with Ukraine, maybe you want to.
You're right, David. This is an agreement that we inked with the Ukrainian government some time ago when the Prime Minister and I were in Kyiv. Those negotiations continue with manufacturers in Ukraine and manufacturers here in Canada. We're looking to broker the proper relationship between private sector actors. It's moving along quite quickly, and when the final package is prepared, it'll be announced.
Bonjour, Raphaël Pirot du journal. Question pour Madame Joly. Les prix du pétrole se sont envolés.
The price of oil has surged. What can the government do in the current context? And does this potentially mean a strategic reserve of oil? We have one for maple syrup, so could that be done here in Canada? Well, I don't think we're talking about the same kind of reserve. So first, when it comes to the consequences of the current war, our position on the war was put forward by the Minister of Defense, and what I can say is that we're closely monitoring the consequences of that war that are significant and that are affecting people around the world, not only in terms of their economy, but we will be having conversations in government about this. But when it comes to affordability, it was the case before, and it's even more the case now. So we're following what has happened very closely, and Canada is an energy producer, and we find ourselves in a situation now where we can perhaps better manage our resources than other countries, but at the same time we must come forward with an affordability plan because, of course, there is an impact. We're talking about the impact of the U.S. government's decision and the Israeli government's decision that is affecting everyone around the world. So there will be more information provided about this in the coming days. The Prime Minister returned from a lengthy trip this weekend and was able to meet with people. So what are the potential options for the federal government when it comes to providing assistance with the affordability crisis? We're seeing the cost of gas go way up, but it could go even further. So is there something tangible that Canada can do because we're in a good position as an exporting country? So what kind of tools do you have in your toolbox to help Canadians with this crisis? Well, I think that Canada will be working with other G7 countries. The G7 finance ministers are meeting today to talk about impacts on markets. And in terms of affordability, you know that we did come forward with a major plan to manage the consequences of food inflation. Families will have an opportunity to receive a check in the coming weeks. But of course, our goal will be to look at our options this week and address this question in the coming days. So we'll be addressing this in the coming days.
We've been listening to Canada's defence and industry ministers following announcements on defence investments on the conflict in the Middle East. The defence minister, David McGuinty, reiterated that Canada was not consulted prior to the strikes by the U.S. and Israel on Iran, and that Canada is not involved. He says the main concern is Canadians in the region and repatriation efforts for them. The CBC's Janice McGregor was listening in and joins us now live from Ottawa. So, Janice, what stood out for you there?
Yeah, just so everyone understands what this announcement was about. This flows out of the defense industrial strategy that the government released a couple of weeks ago. In it, there was a specific mention of a drone innovation hub that the National Research Council would be undertaking with a new kind of $500 million investment that officially kicks off today. If you've ever been to Ottawa's airport, you know there's a big NRC hangar just kind of to the right, which is where a lot of Canada's leading edge innovation innovative aviation technologies are tested at that site, going back to the days of the Abro Aero. So that's where they're speaking from, announcing not just sort of the new drone research, which is self-evidently timely, as the minister was sure to note in unveiling it, but also the purchase of a specific Bombardier 6500 aircraft. This is the same kind of aircraft that's going to be replacing the Prime Minister and government's Challenger fleet going forward. The one that the NRC is going to have is going to specifically be used for testing communications technologies for defense applications. And then as part of this bigger package, there are other things too. Dual-use technologies, efforts to sort of help small and medium-sized businesses plug into defense industry from the research and innovation side, some specifically targeted funding for that. Also some funding for things like quantum technologies, biomedical countermeasures, biologic drugs, for example, in the event of biological warfare, a number of different things from the science side, if you will, of the defense industrial strategy. So that's what they're unveiling today. Now, as they got into the question and answer, you're correct to note that we were hearing what's become a fairly familiar set of talking points when it comes to the conflict in Iran. I want to make note of just that last bit there, the question we heard about strategic oil reserves. And Minister Joly referenced a meeting that the finance minister, François-Philippe Champagne, was part of with other G7 counterparts this morning. We already have a readout, actually, from that meeting. And for everyone wondering if we were going to see some action taken in terms of deploying strategic oil reserves, the readout from that says they are just at this point still closely monitoring the developments in the energy markets, exchanging information. They stand ready to take necessary measures, including to support the global supply of energy, such as a stockpile release, but not announcing that they're doing anything at this point. Other answers from the ministers also talked about monitoring the situation. They were asked about threat readiness, and they talked about how they've been meeting and studying and convening and speaking to people, but no signs of any particular actions taken at this point. A lot of evaluating of options, I think, if I'm paraphrasing what they've said correctly. But indeed, what Canada's options are with its current state of defense readiness, somewhat limited. And so we need to be clear-eyed about the fact that even if Canada wanted to support regional partners, as other NATO allies have done, and Minister McGuinty was noting that, its availability of aircraft ships, not there, really. Doesn't really have spares. So a question of how much Canada could do now. Nevertheless, this defense industrial strategy designed to build up that capability down the road to have more to work with.
Janice, thank you. The CBC's Janice McGregor live in Ottawa. And we will continue to watch Ottawa this hour as MPs prepare to debate Canada's response to the war in the Middle East. The House is back after a week's break, just as Canadians across the country face soaring costs of oil and gas. The NDP's interim leader Don Davies and Quebec MP Alexandre Boulris are expected to speak this hour. We'll listen in for that party's position on the war and a potentially looming energy crisis. Meanwhile, the war rages on. It's now in its 10th day, and the casualties are mounting. This is video from inside Tehran, shot by an Iranian news agency and obtained by Reuters. It shows the funerals of people said to have been killed by U.S. and Israeli airstrikes. One woman said her husband died when an airstrike hit his workplace and surrounding buildings. Israel said earlier today that it launched a wave of new strikes in Iran, elsewhere in Tehran today. Thousands of people gathered to celebrate the appointment of Iran's new supreme leader. Mojtaba Khamenei will succeed his father, who was killed in the first wave of strikes. The new leader is another hardliner and is expected to carry on the regime's strict rule over the country. This is a look at Lebanon's capital, Beirut, another major front in the war. Hundreds of people are taking refuge at a soccer stadium. Some of them have lost their homes as Israel continues to attack Hezbollah targets in the Lebanese capital. State-run media says more than 480 people have died in Lebanon in the past week. The United Nations says up to 700,000 people have fled their homes across the country. And earlier today, a spokesperson for Iran's Foreign Affairs Ministry reiterated a change in leader does not mean a change in policy, and the regime's plan is to fight to the bitter end.
At present, all our energy, focus, and capacity are directed toward defending Iran's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Keep in mind that the military aggression is still ongoing, and therefore, under these conditions, there is little room to talk about anything other than defense and delivering a decisive response to the enemy.
The CBC's Crystal Kumansingh leads off our in-depth coverage. She's live from Jerusalem. Crystal, you were at the site of a missile strike near Tel Aviv earlier. What did you see there?
Well, Andrew, this was a strike from an Iranian missile. There was actually several locations that were affected by the debris field, but it appears the main strike location was a construction site at an industrial park in central Israel near Tel Aviv. Officials on the ground who were there within minutes of that strike say that they saw a scene of chaos. The strike hit a part of a building that was under construction, including a part of an escalator that we could see on the ground. There was a very large debris field. The colonel from the Homefront Command had told me on site that there was an alert. People at that site did not seek proper shelter, and that is why they saw 2 fatalities at that location. In terms of what it was like, Ori Lazarovich is one of the emergency workers who was on scene right away, and he said they worked very hard to go around that construction site because there were so many nooks and crannies that people could have been in, hiding and needing some help. Take a listen to how he described the scene.
Always the chaos, always smoke from where the rocket lands. Yeah, we go from there, we triage. Other organizations come as well, Homefront Command, police. We work together with them as well to make sure that we don't miss any patients. People look for, safe rooms and safe places in very weird crevices. So you have to make sure we didn't miss anybody and that no one got injured on the way there.
So at that site, 2 individuals who worked with the construction company did in fact lose their lives there. Officials with the Homefront Command are again telling people to pay attention to those alerts, to seek shelter. That strike location, they are saying, was a cluster munition strike. They believe that that was what had hit that area. That is a warhead that when it explodes, it releases what are called bomblets, or smaller pieces, and that scatters, causing a much wider debris field. A lot more injuries, a lot more locations affected, and that's like today's, that multiple locations, not just the construction site where we were.
And meanwhile, the U.S. and Israel and Iran exchanged more missile fire today. What's the latest on that?
Yeah, Israeli officials saying they targeted a number of locations, including Tehran, Isfahan, and areas in the south. The IDF said one of the locations they targeted was the Iranian Revolutionary Guard's UAV headquarters, saying they are trying to take out any options for those incoming threats. Across the board, we have seen more Iranian attacks on its neighbors, Turkey. One example, Turkey's President Recep Tayyip Erdogan saying tonight that it does not want to get involved in this war. However, there were another strike that resulted in a missile entering Turkey's airspace, the second in just 5 days. And in this case, again, we saw NATO intercept that incoming threat. That is, of course, a concern because Turkey is a member of NATO and could potentially lead to NATO involvement in this conflict. We are also hearing from officials in the UAE. We know today that there were more interceptions there. The ministry said that there were 15 missiles detected, 12 were intercepted, 3 fell in the sea. The UAE's UN envoy said today that they are calling for de-escalation, but they will continue to defend their territory.
We are being targeted and targeted in a very, frankly, in a very unwarranted manner. The UAE affirms its full right to take all necessary measures to safeguard its sovereignty, national security, and territorial integrity.
And Andrew, that gives you a sense of the position that many of Iran's neighbors are in. They are under attack. They are calling for de-escalation and trying to figure out exactly how they protect themselves, their citizens, while not enhancing and really ratcheting up this conflict.
Crystal, thank you. That is the CBC's Crystal Gumansing live in Jerusalem. For more on the situation in the Persian Gulf, we've reached Inzamam Rashid, a reporter with the Associated Press. He joins us now live from the United Arab Emirates at the entrance to the critical Strait of Hormuz. And Inzamam, what is happening where you are today?
Well, behind me is the Strait of Hormuz, as you mentioned, a critical passageway, a critical waterway where 20% of the world's oil usually passes through, usually around 20 million barrels of oil every single day. But as of the last week, it is in the control of the Iranian military, meaning they are not allowing any cargo ships, any tankers or vessels pass through this incredibly strategic strait. In the distance, there are a number of lights above me that are still remaining on, and they are of the cargo and tankers that are anchored in the water, and now hundreds of them at the entrance of the Strait of Hormuz waiting to pass through. It is here, Andrew, where the economic impact of this war will be felt around the world. Yes, there is all the military action and aggression going on, as Crystal had mentioned there, but it is here where the world will feel the economic effects of this conflict as Iran continues to have a chokehold over this incredibly important waterway. Over the last 24 hours, yet again, we've seen Iran target vessels that are trying to cross the Strait of Hormuz. There was an attack on a UAE flagged carrier where 3 Indonesian crew members are still missing at sea. The others were collected by the Omani Navy forces and taken to hospital for treatment. We also saw the Oman Navy recover 24 crew members of a Maltese ship as well. So clearly Iran have threatened to target any ship, and they've also vowed not to let a single drop of oil pass through the straits. And we're seeing the huge knock-on effects of this around the world. We know already oil prices have increased. Fuel prices in countries, particularly in the global south, have racketed up hugely as well. And so this will be a huge problem for the world, not just right now, but in the days to come as Iran continues to block this very strategic waterway.
And then what about the situation across the Gulf with the escalating Iranian attacks?
Well, as Crystal mentioned there, they continued in the early hours of today. Throughout the UAE, we received alerts on our phone that there was Iranian missiles coming in, drones coming in once again. It seems that all of them were intercepted, some falling into the sea. No destruction caused this time, unlike what we saw late last night where residential blocks were hit. A man sadly died after debris had fallen onto his car in a very residential area of Dubai. And this morning, we also saw further missiles flying into the UAE capital of Abu Dhabi, targeting that US military base, the Al Dhafra air base. But again, it seemed that the missile interceptors had managed to catch those drones and missiles. Around 58% of attacks towards the Gulf have come directly to the UAE, which is obviously a huge concern for this country. But when we look at the wider Gulf as well, we saw further attacks towards Bahrain this morning. They had sirens asking people to shelter and get into a safe space. Iran managed to target the Bahraini national oil facility, which caused huge concern. And when we tag that here with what's going on in the Strait of Hormuz, that just adds to a whole issue of energy prices, of oil prices around the world. So that military action continues, but it's here, Andrew, where the economic effects of this war are really felt.
Inzamam, thank you. That's Inzamam Rashid, is a reporter with the Associated Press. Israeli Ambassador Danny Danon stood alongside several Iranian women at the United Nations today. He said the theme of International Women's Day is rights, justice, and action for all women. And he wants the voices of Iranian women to be amplified. Here's what he said about that and about Iran's new supreme leader.
To the women of Iran, I say this: your enemy is our enemy. Stopping this regime is not easy. Israelis are in and out of bomb shelters. Our neighbors in the region are under attack. But allowing this regime to threaten the region and continue its oppression is not an option. So we will continue to target the leadership of the regime and dismantle its nuclear ballistic missile capabilities. There is no daylight between the US and Israel. The new leader, unfortunately, is more of the same. Same ideology, same radical ideas, and if anyone who will promote those radical ideas against us, we will target them, we will find them. I think it's for the people of Iran to choose their next leadership.
Israeli Ambassador Danny Danon speaking at the United Nations earlier. He went on to say he does not believe the Israeli Air Force was involved in the strike that killed more than 160 at a girls' school in southern Iran on the opening day of the war. Back to Lebanon, where the day began with fresh and urgent warnings from the Israeli military that residents of Beirut's southern suburbs should leave because of imminent airstrikes. And that's what happened. Senior correspondent Susan Ormiston and our CBC team got to the site of one of them just moments after a strike on a building and just before a second one hit.
That was just the thunder of, we believe, an air attack, another one this morning here in Al Dahia, a southern suburb of Beirut. As you can see, there was one earlier down here about 10 minutes before we arrived in this area. The IDF has warned the residents of Al Dahia to leave for many days now, and this area is mostly evacuated. This building, we believe, is a branch of a financial services company that Israel says is a chief financier for Hezbollah in Lebanon. So they've been targeting these branches this morning. This is the second one we know of already today. This area is mostly vacant. People have heeded the warning from the IDF that there would be airstrikes in this area, and there have been day after day a continuing stream. People have left here, but they have really nowhere else to go within Beirut, so they're crowding into the city trying to find a place to live. Outside of southern Lebanon, this is the most active area of Israeli airstrikes in Lebanon, and it is increasing. The IDF warning that they will increase their air attacks here and in southern Lebanon as the days go forward. Susan Ormiston, CBC News, Beirut, Lebanon.
As we mentioned off the top, Iran has announced its new leader. He's the son of the late supreme leader who was killed in a strike when the war began. The Trump administration has made it clear it doesn't approve of the choice. The CBC's Kate McKenna is tracking the latest developments in Washington and joins us now live. And Kate, what are you hearing about the new leader?
Well, Donald Trump is reportedly not happy with this choice. He's expected to do a news conference this evening, but in the meantime, he's been doing what appear to be short interviews with specific outlets, including an Israeli news outlet, where he said that any decision to end the war with Iran will be a mutual decision between him and the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He says they've been talking and that he'll make the right decision at the right time, but everything's going to be taken into account, seeming to imply that Israel will have a say, but that it'll ultimately be the U.S. that decides whether to end the war. Also reacting to the naming of Iran's new supreme leader, saying he's not happy with the choice. We know in the days leading up to the appointment, Trump had said he wanted to be involved in choosing the next leader of Iran and warned that whoever is chosen won't last long without buy-in from the U.S. He's also called the new supreme leader a lightweight and an unacceptable choice. Republican Senator Lindsey Graham has also reacted with a post on social media media saying, when it comes to the future of the region and that of the Iranian people, the son of the late murderous Ayatollah is not the change we're looking for. He has lived large as the Iranian people have suffered, and he's been on the front lines of pushing hate because he too is a religious Nazi. I believe it's just a matter of time before he meets the same fate as that of his father, one of the most evil men on the planet. Meanwhile, senior members of Donald Trump's administration are out defending the war. Secretary of State Marco Rubio spoke this morning saying the military operations are going to plan, systematically taking out missile capacity as well as the Navy. He also had harsh words for the Iranian regime. Take a listen.
I think we are all seeing right now the threat that this clerical regime poses to the region and to the world. They are trying to hold the world hostage. They are attacking their neighbors. They are attacking neighboring countries, their energy infrastructure, their civilian population. They're attacking embassies. This is a terrorist government. This is a terroristic regime. And we are seeing them conduct terrorism using nation-state elements, using weapons like missiles and one-way attack drones. And the objective of this mission is to destroy their ability to continue to do that.
So no indication there of any off-ramps. Trump has said that he only expects this conflict to last weeks. Meanwhile, an Iranian foreign policy leader says negotiating seems to be off the table. Take a listen.
How does all of this end then? If you say right now there's no room for negotiation, President Trump says he wants complete surrender. What does that lead to?
There's no room unless the economic pressure would be built up to the extent that other countries would intervene to guarantee this termination of aggression of Americans and Israelis against Iran.
As you've been saying, Andrew, we're now in week 2 of this conflict with no sign of an ending. And as I mentioned, the president is expected to hold a news conference tonight at 5:30. We'll see what he says at that time.
Kate, thank you. The CBC's Kate McKenna live in Washington. Still ahead, the global price of oil is up drastically as a critical shipping route remains blocked in the Middle East. We'll get a sense of how markets around the world are reacting. Stay with us. You're watching CBC News Network. Iranian missiles have reportedly struck the biggest oil refinery in Bahrain, a key hub for Gulf oil. No casualties there, but across Bahrain, 32 people have been wounded in this war. That's the highest number in any Gulf nation since hostilities began. Oil and gas shipments from the region remain at a standstill. The rising price of oil has rocked the markets and led to skyrocketing gas prices. And 10 days of the U.S.-led war on Iran have hammered the financial markets, with stocks falling sharply. The Dow Jones Industrial Average dropped by more than 3% last week, and today it's down again. For more, let's bring in the CBC's Anis Hadari. He joins us live in Calgary. So, Anis, markets are being volatile again today. What's that telling us?
Really, the day started off with some big plunges on some markets and some big rises in others. If we looked at oil prices this morning, they shot up, as to put it mildly. They were breaking through $100, $110 on both US and UK measures for crude oil. But with that, equities markets, the stock exchanges that we usually talk about, those started to plunge, whether it was the Dow Jones that we were looking at there earlier. The Toronto Stock Exchange also has taken some losses. But we've then been seeing like ups and downs on most of these stock measures. Big plunges at the beginning of the day, and then a little bit of a roller coaster as the day goes on. So it's really been very hard to predict where things are going. We did see some losses in Asian and in European markets, as well as certainly as our day was starting here in North America, but theirs was wrapping up in other time zones. What this is responding to is the higher price of oil. And what the higher price of oil is responding to is the low supply of oil because of the Strait of Hormuz being blocked. That still hasn't really been resolved or even changed at all. If anything, there's just more and more uncertainty around what happens next, who makes the next move, does any oil get through that really critical passageway? Remember, there's estimates that say about 1/5 of the world's energy shipments go through that passageway, and so taking 1/5 of the world's oil and gas off the market is going to constrict supply. That's why the price of oil has gone up. But then when we see markets responding so unpredictably, that's partly because everyone in the world uses energy in some way, whether they use petroleum products to make things like plastic or they burn petroleum products to get somewhere else. And if nobody can get it, then they're not going to be able to make more money later, or they're going to have to spend more money later. And that's why we're seeing the markets respond this way, Andrew. Essentially, investors are worried that they're going to make less money or have to spend more money in the coming days and months.
And so, Anis, how quickly will we feel a trickle-down impact of the everyday cost of living?
We're already seeing it with gasoline prices. Certainly any Canadian who's had to drive past a pump, let alone use one, has noticed that, and maybe your eyes have bugged out a little bit at the price. But really, these price increases in the cost of oil will cascade through to almost everything else in the world. That's part of why we see the stock markets plunging, or at least being volatile, because everyone uses energy and it goes into the cost of almost everything. It's in the packaging that we ship things in. It is used to ship items. So whether it's fruit and vegetables or clothing or your own travel, these costs will go up. The problem is that it's very hard to predict what's next. And so it's very hard to predict when that will happen. Take a listen.
We've never really seen the Strait of Hormuz close ever. And so with the implications that what that does now and how much global supply of oil it brings off the market, this is what's having a lot of crude oil analysts try and figure out where are we going to go from here. We are trying to predict the price of oil, but we're not oil experts, or we're not war experts, we're oil experts. And so this is a lot of unknown implications that we're trying to figure out here today.
So unfortunately, I can tell you that everything will get more expensive. When is a very difficult question. But of course, if everything does get more expensive, the word inflation comes back, and then we start thinking about interest rates as well, Andrew. So there's a lot of economic consequences from the price of oil and the Strait of Hormuz.
Anis, thank you. That is the CBC's Anis Hadari in Calgary. Still ahead, the Liberals have called for a debate tonight in the House of Commons about the war in the Middle East. It follows a call yesterday between Prime Minister Mark Carney and U.S. President Donald Trump. We'll bring you those details next here on CBC News Network. MPs will get a chance to air their views on the war in the Middle East. The House has adopted a motion calling for a debate later today. The breakneck pace of developments has proved challenging to keep up with. The CBC's Marina von Stackelberg joins us live from our Ottawa bureau. Marina, the House is back this week and in catch-up mode in some respects. What are MPs hoping to get out of this debate?
Well, really just have a chance to talk about, like you said, Andrew, all that has transpired over the last week. The House of Commons was not sitting last week, and so this will be some MPs' first chance to really speak publicly about the situation in Iran and the Middle East overall. This debate received unanimous support this morning, could potentially last hours into the evening tonight here in Ottawa. The opposition has been calling for a debate. The Conservatives specifically last week called for a debate that would focus on the global energy crisis that they say has been sparked by the war. Pierre Poilievre says he wants Canada to come up with an emergency energy production plan to help allies. He said, speaking earlier to reporters today, that he will be participating in the debate this evening. He said that the Conservatives support the actions from U.S. and Israel to overturn the Iranian regime. And he says Carney has been very unclear on where the government stands. Have a listen to what he had to say.
The Prime Minister has taken 4 different positions on the war in the Middle East in 4 days. He was for the attack. Then he said he regretted his support for the attack. Then he said his support for the attack was illegal. Then he said he was open to contributing Canadian troops to the war. And then he said his party has said one thing to one group and another thing to other groups.
The Conservatives have accused Carney of being incoherent and having a shifting sort of line on the situation in the Middle East. Carney initially did express support for these actions. The Prime Minister's office saying afterwards that there was no plan for Canada to get militarily involved in this military action in Iran. But Carney did not rule out Canada having to participate in the broader Middle East conflict if allies are attacked. The NDP have also been calling for a debate on this. Interim leader Don Davies putting out a letter this morning saying that Canada's initial support for the attacks on Iran are troubling, saying that he has serious and unresolved questions about Canada's involvement. Speaking earlier today, Liberal House Leader Stephen McKinnon says the debate tonight will specifically be on the hostilities in Iran and the impact on Canadians abroad. Have a listen to what he said earlier today.
Needless to say, whenever there are issues of war and peace, emotions run high through all elected representatives. That is obvious. And what I would simply say is that Canada was not consulted on, nor were the United Nations consulted on the actions right now. We are very, very focused, I as Transport Minister, my colleague Anita Anand, in the safety of Canadians in the region.
So we know the debate tonight, that Carney is not going to be at question period this afternoon and that he will not be at the debate this evening. His itinerary has him meeting with the PEI Premier earlier this morning in Ottawa, and he will also be going to a community iftar for Ramadan this evening. We are waiting to hear from the Liberals who will be representing the federal government in this debate tonight, but this will not be an opportunity for MPs to hear directly from the Prime Minister.
So what is the government saying about where its response now stands on the war?
Yeah, and of course, Andrew, this is all happening very quickly at breakneck speed, really. So we know that Carney and Trump had a conversation yesterday afternoon. We got a brief statement from the Prime Minister's office, literally just 2 sentences, saying that the Prime Minister and the U.S. President covered topics including the economy, the Middle East, and trade relations, but no details or specifics, whether certain issues were raised, whether they agreed or disagreed on certain things, just saying that the 2 leaders remain in close contact. We also know that the incident response group was put together over the weekend. This is a group of senior ministers and officials responsible to deal with crises. And we did get some updates on consular assistance. According to Global Affairs and the Foreign Affairs Minister, there are more than 5,000 Canadians now in the region that have reached out to the federal government asking for travel help. We know that the government has been facilitating both flights and buses, and that some of those have not been completely full when they've left. We know that another one was planned out of Beirut today. The Prime Minister's office reiterating what it says is a call for de-escalation and respect for international law.
And Marina, meanwhile, we know some important votes are coming up here in Canada that could decide whether or not this Liberal minority government becomes a majority.
Yes, of course, with everything going on in international news and politics, of course, domestic politics continue here in Ottawa as well. I do want to note that the NDP membership begin voting today for a new leader, both by mail and online. That leader will be announced in just a few weeks, 3 weeks, under 3 weeks. 5 people vying for the job to replace Jagmeet Singh. And then, as you mentioned there, 3 by-elections announced over the weekend. 3 ridings, 2 in Toronto, 1 in Terrebonne, which is just north of Montreal. Those by-elections will happen on April 13th. And as you mentioned there, Andrew, this is very important. These are important by-elections because Carney has such a thin minority now. Every single seat in the House of Commons is important.
Marina, thank you. The CBC's Marina von Stackelberg live in Ottawa. Still ahead, in a social media post this morning, U.S. President Donald Trump urged the Prime Minister of Australia not to send home members of Iran's women's soccer team. They are in Australia for the Asian Women's Soccer Championship. We'll get the details on that story coming up on CBC News Network. We're tracking a developing story out of Australia this hour. Multiple reports from Brisbane say some of the Iranian women's soccer team have left the team's hotel and are seeking asylum. The players are there for the Asian Cup tournament. And the CBC's Hillary Johnstone has more details. So Hillary, walk us through what we know.
Well, at this point, we know that the U.S. president has been putting some pressure on Australian authorities, on social media anyways, to try to make sure that these women are protected and that they are not forced to go back to Iran. All of this came about after last week when the women's team playing as part of this Asian Cup in Australia refused to sing the national anthem before one of their games. This was a game against South Korea. This is not the footage that you're currently looking at, okay? This was from yesterday. We're talking about a game that happened a couple of days before that. After this, there were calls on Iranian state TV for them to be punished, saying that they were wartime traitors. And that created a bunch of concern for what was going to happen to them when they went back to Iran. Also concerns about their family who may be back in Iran. Donald Trump took to social media earlier today and said that Australia was making, quote, a terrible humanitarian mistake by allowing Iran's national women's soccer team to be forced back to Iran. And he was calling on Australia's Prime Minister Anthony Albanese to grant them asylum. He has since followed up with another post on Truth Social saying that he has spoken with the Australian Prime Minister and said that some of these players have been taken care of. Not entirely clear what is meant by that, but there are reports coming out of Australia right now by various news outlets saying that at least 5 of these women from the national team have been taken to some sort of safe house. We have not heard anything definitive from Australian government officials or from Australian federal police about where some of these women are, what their status is, if they have officially claimed asylum or anything like that. All we know is Donald Trump saying that they have been taken care of in some sort of capacity. We have also heard from the exiled Crown Prince of Iran, who has said on Instagram that as far as he knows, some of these players have successfully sought refuge in Australia, is how he has put it. Important to point out, during their game yesterday, and we have some footage of the team bus departing after the fact, they did sing the national anthem, which then, of course, raised concerns that maybe they had been coerced. Here are a number of expats in Australia who were sort of chasing the team bus, trying to encourage them and saying things like, save our girls. So that's what you're looking at right now. This is a little bit, though, of what we have heard from the president of the global union that represents professional soccer players. Here is what he has said recently.
We've been asking them to work on the players having agency. So it's a really challenging situation. There may be players that want to return. There may be some players within the group that would like to seek asylum, would like to stay in Australia for longer. There may be some that are incredibly concerned about the potential journey home.
Well, obviously, we're very happy that...
We're taking you now to Ottawa, where MPs are speaking with reporters ahead of question period. This is NDP interim leader Don Davies.
A number of reasons why we think this debate is essential. First and foremost, from the beginning of this attack on Iran by Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu, the Canadian position has been unprincipled, it's been contradictory, and it's been incoherent. And New Democrats tonight will be expressing our position, calling on this government to clearly condemn what is an illegal attack on Iran and to name it for what it is, which is an illegal attack that is in violation of the UN Charter. Second, we're calling on this government to make a clear statement that Canadian troops and resources will not be used in the prosecution of this illegal war. And finally, we're calling on this government to call for an immediate ceasefire and the commencement of diplomatic talks to come to a peaceful resolution of this matter. You know, I think we all remember what was said in Davos just several weeks ago. 2 things come to mind about what Mr. Carney said at that time. He said that middle powers need to call for a new world order that is based on respect for our values, Canadian values, which include sovereignty, territorial integrity, and the use of force only when it's in conformity with the United Nations Charter. And he also stated that it was critically important for Canada to be consistent in our position, whether breaches of international law are committed by ally or adversary. Yet, the very first statement out of this government upon the commencement of the attack by the United States and Israel on Iran was full-throated support. I also want to say a few things about the way that this war is being prosecuted in Iran. Not only is the commencement of hostilities illegal under international law, but also the way it's being prosecuted constitutes numerous, repeated, and continuing war crimes. We are seeing the bombing of schools, of desalination plants, of oil refineries that are causing the release of mists of chemical gases spraying over cities in Iran. We are seeing the bombing of cultural sites and hospitals, and we're seeing bombing of civilian targets, where thousands of civilians are being killed. This cannot be normalized. We saw this happen in Gaza, and we're seeing this repeated again. And this is a clear violation of the Geneva Convention and many other treaties and rules of war that prohibit this kind of attack. Finally, I just want to comment that we've just heard from the Prime Minister's office that at least at this point, he does not intend to participate in the debate tonight. That is unacceptable. After changing positions by our count 4 times, Canadians deserve to have a clear statement from the Prime Minister in this House to be accountable not only to parliamentarians, but to the Canadian public, and to clarify what the position of Canada and his Liberal government really is. So we look forward to the debate tonight, and I will pass on the microphone to my colleague, M. Boulris, who will give you a statement en français. Merci.
Merci, Don. Nous vivons des heures qui sont difficiles et qui sont extrêmement troublantes.
Very troubling times. The illegal bombing carried out against Iran is a flagrant violation of international law. The NDP requested that there be a proper debate here in Parliament on this issue, and it is important that as representatives of the people of Quebec and Canada, we be able to express our opinions on this. We're happy that the Liberal government finally accepted the idea of a debate this evening, because we're talking about a Middle East where civilians are being bombed, where international law is not being upheld. And having said that, we do not obviously support the Iranian regime, a regime that has been killing its own people for many years. But this is not the way to do things. To simply decide overnight that because you have the power to do it, that you're going to bomb a government, bomb a country, and bomb schools, as Mr. Davies just said. And I think it's important that people say this. What we find troubling in the NDP is not only the escalation of violence and the instability in the region, but the Prime Minister, who was applauded 2 months ago by everyone for his speech in Davos, and who said international law must be respected, that states have to dialogue together so that middle powers can get together and be allied and fight back against brute force. And that's what we're seeing today. Unfortunately, we see Mr. Carney, who completely forgot about his Davos speech, and immediately he applauded Mr. Trump's and Mr. Netanyahu's attack on Iran. And then afterwards, well, I support it, but with regret. Maybe we could have done things differently. If Canada believes in international and multilateral institutions, there is a process called the United Nations, and I think it's important that we put this at the center of our discussion, and that it not just be about weapons. So in the NDP, we would like the Liberal government to condemn that illegal aggression, because it's clearly illegal, that it be firm in stating that we will never participate in bombing or any other attacks on Iran, and that we will work with other middle powers to secure a ceasefire. And we're very pleased now to take your questions. And I think that this debate this evening is a very important moment. Mr. Carney has said that calling on the UN is not necessarily a solution because it's blocked by other countries. Well, based on Mr. Carney's logic, we should just forget about the UN and throw it in the garbage can. We are at a point in time where negotiation is required on how agreements can be be reached. If Mr. Carney no longer believes in the United Nations, then he's turning his back again on his Davos speech. We need these institutions to find solutions. Now, Mr. Putin and Mr. Trump do whatever they want. Now, Mr. Carney will not be at the debate this evening. What is your position on this? Well, I think that Mr. Carney is showing that he doesn't believe that this is important. But Canada has a voice around the world. And the power, Canada's power to influence is significant, and I think we have to use it. The fact that Mr. Carney is not taking part in the debate shows that he doesn't think it's important.
Ms. McPherson, it seems, has raised $560,000. Mr. Lewis has raised $1,229,000. Just wondering what you make of that, how it affects the race, and Mr. Boulris, are you going to leave? Are you going to join Quebec Solidaire? Are you going to quit? Or are you going to stay? Where are we at?
Well, you know, today is a very important day for Parliament where we're discussing what I think are the most profoundly important issues in politics, which is life and death and war. So I do want to restrict my comments mainly to that. But what I will say is the fundraising numbers, as well as the excitement that our leadership race has generated, I think bodes really well for the NDP. It shows that there's a lot of action, excitement, enthusiasm, and participation in our leadership contest, and you know, the fundraising numbers I think are unprecedented. I believe that so far we've raised more money in a leadership race than has ever been raised in any leadership race before in totality, and Mr. Lewis I think has set an individual record, so I think it bodes well.
Mr. Boulris, you staying? You going, sir?
I think that today we are talking about war and peace and life of civilians. That's pretty much more important than one individual.
We've already had an airing of that. Are you really?
Do you support, I mean, you mentioned that you don't support Canadian involvement in the conflict, but there seems to be a live discussion about Canada working to defend the other countries that are being caught up in this war through no fault of their own. So they are taking defensive action, not offensive action. Do you distinguish? Should Canada involve in defensive action against this war?
Well, we start with first principles. This attack is illegal. It's a violation of international law. So
the victims don't deserve protection?
Well, everybody deserves protection, and the best way to protect everybody is a ceasefire. And so what we're calling for is a ceasefire. You can't start an illegal action and then somehow try to rehabilitate it and rationalize participation in a fundamentally illegal activity. We don't think that's the principled way to go. We don't think it's what Mr. Carney suggested to the world was the right way to go. The proper answer here is a ceasefire and diplomacy undertaken immediately.
Mr. Davies, the government has formally nominated now Annette Ryan as the new PBO. Parliament has to review this. What do you make of this nomination?
And you've been listening to NDP interim leader Don Davies, as well as Alexandre Boulris, talking about the Canadian position on the war, saying it's unprincipled, contradictory, and incoherent. It's illegal, and saying that it's unacceptable that the Prime Minister is not going to participate in a House of Commons debate tonight on the war. We also heard from Alexandre Boulris. A reporter asked him a question. There are lots of rumors that he is going to leave the federal NDP to join the left-wing sovereigntist party, Quebec Solidaire. He would not answer that question. The CBC's Marina von Stackelberg was listening in and joins us now live from Ottawa. What stood out for you there, Marina?
Yeah, so obviously this is a debate tonight that all opposition have been calling for, including the NDP. We heard interim leader there, Don Davies, talking about what he said, as you mentioned there, Andrew, is in his eyes unacceptable that Prime Minister Mark Carney is not going to be attending this debate tonight. We also know that he is not expected in question period. The Prime Minister is in Ottawa today. He met earlier in Ottawa with the PEI Premier, and he's expected at an event this evening. So Don Davies there calling out the Prime Minister, saying that he should be there, that Canadians need a clear statement from the Prime Minister in the House of Commons about where the government stands on this conflict. The NDP, the Conservatives as well, have been criticizing Carney for what they say has been inconsistent. Some have said incoherent in terms of the Prime Minister's stance on what has transpired in Iran over the last week. Of course, the House of Commons was not sitting last week, and so this debate tonight is really a chance for MPs, some for the first time, to really speak in this sort of public setting about what's going on in the Middle East. As well, we know those questions to Don Davies about the leadership race, because today, it's important to note, is the first day for mail-in and online voting for the new NDP leader. Of course, this is the person to replace Jagmeet Singh, who stepped down after the party had its worst showing in history on election night just nearly a year ago. And so asked there about some of the fundraising dollars that have just been released for those candidates. But both Boularice and Don Davies not wanting to weigh in on the NDP race today, saying they really wanted to focus on the conversation about what is happening on the Middle East.
And Marina, we're hearing this hour about another trip abroad for the Prime Minister this week.
Yeah, so we've just heard from the Prime Minister of Norway a release out that Prime Minister Carney will be going to Norway this week from Friday to Sunday. The office of the Prime Minister there saying this will be the first official visit for a Canadian Prime Minister since 1980, that the visit will be about strengthening cooperation between Canada, Norway, and the Nordic countries. We have yet to get a statement from the Prime Minister's office on this trip.
Marina, thank you. The CBC's Marina von Stackelberg live in Ottawa. To the latest developments in the war in the Middle East. And as the conflict rages for a 10th day, the human toll keeps growing. This is video from inside Tehran, shot by an Iranian news agency and obtained by Reuters. It shows the funerals of people said to have been killed by U.S. and Israeli airstrikes. One woman said her husband died when an airstrike hit his workplace and surrounding buildings. Israel said earlier today that it launched a wave of new strikes in Iran. Elsewhere in Tehran today. Thousands of people gathered to celebrate the appointment of Iran's new supreme leader. Mojtaba Khamenei will succeed his father, who was killed in the first wave of strikes. The new leader is another hardliner and is expected to carry on the regime's strict rule over the country. This is a look at Lebanon's capital, Beirut, another major front in the war. Hundreds of people are taking refuge at a soccer stadium. Some of them have lost their homes as Israel continues to attack Hezbollah targets in the Lebanese capital. State-run media says more than 480 people have died in Lebanon in the past week. The United Nations says up to 700,000 people have fled their homes across the country. And earlier today, a spokesperson for Iran's Foreign Affairs Ministry reiterated a change in leader does not mean a change in policy, and the regime's plan is to fight to the bitter end.
At present, all our energy, focus, and capacity are directed toward defending Iran's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Keep in mind that the military aggression is still ongoing, and therefore, under these conditions, there is little room to talk about anything other than defense and delivering a decisive response to the enemy.
The CBC's Crystal Gumansing is in Jerusalem for us today. She has more on Israel's latest attacks on Iran and Iran's counterstrikes on its neighbors.
Yeah, Israeli officials saying they targeted a number of locations, including Tehran, Isfahan, and areas in the south. The IDF said one of the locations they targeted was the Iranian Revolutionary Guard's UAV headquarters, saying they are trying to take out any options for those incoming threats. Across the board, we have seen more Iranian attacks on its neighbors, Turkey. One example, Turkey's President Recep Tayyip Erdogan saying saying tonight that it does not want to get involved in this war. However, there were another strike that resulted in a missile entering Turkey's airspace, the second in just 5 days. And in this case, again, we saw NATO intercept that incoming threat. That is, of course, a concern because Turkey is a member of NATO and could potentially lead to NATO involvement in this conflict. We are also hearing from officials in the UAE. We know today that there were more interceptions there. The ministry said that there were 15 missiles detected, 12 were intercepted, 3 fell in the sea. The UAE's UN envoy said today that they are calling for de-escalation, but they will continue to defend their territory.
We are being targeted, and targeted in a very, frankly, in a very unwarranted manner. The UAE affirms its full right to take all necessary measures to safeguard its sovereignty, national security, and territorial integrity.
And Andrew, that gives you a sense of the position that many of Iran's neighbors are in. They're under attack. They're calling for de-escalation and trying to figure out exactly how they protect themselves, their citizens, while not enhancing and really ratcheting up this conflict.
The CBC's Crystal Gumansing in Jerusalem. For more on the situation in the Persian Gulf, we've reached Inzamam Rashid, a reporter with the Associated Press. He's in the United Arab Emirates at the entrance to the vital Strait of Hormuz.
Behind me is the Strait of Hormuz, as you mentioned, a critical passageway, a critical waterway where 20% of the world's oil usually passes through, usually around 20 million barrels of oil every single day. But as of the last week, it is in the control of the Iranian military, meaning they are not allowing any cargo ships, any tankers or vessels pass through this incredibly strategic strait. In the distance, there are a number of lights above me that are still remaining on, and they are of the cargo and tankers that are anchored in the water, and now hundreds of them at the entrance of the Strait of Hormuz waiting to pass through. It is here, Andrew, where the economic impact of this war will be felt around the world. Yes, there is all the military action and aggression going on, as Crystal had mentioned there, but it is here where the world will feel the economic effects of this conflict as Iran continues to have a chokehold over this incredibly important waterway. Over the last 24 hours, yet again, we've seen Iran target vessels that are trying to cross the Strait of Hormuz. There was an attack on a UAE flagged carrier where 3 Indonesian crew members are still missing at sea. The others were collected by the Omani Navy forces and taken to hospital for treatment. We also saw the Oman Navy recover 24 crew members of a Maltese ship as well. So clearly Iran have threatened to target any ship, and they've also vowed not to let a single drop of oil pass through the straits. And we're seeing the huge knock-on effects of this around the world. We know already oil prices have increased. Fuel prices in countries, particularly in the global south, have racketed up hugely as well. And so this will be a huge problem for the world, not just right now, but in the days to come as Iran continues to block this very strategic waterway.
Inzamam Rashid is with the Associated Press in the United Arab Emirates. Coming up, the latest on Iran's pick for a new supreme leader as U.S. President Trump slams the appointment. The latest from Washington is next, here on CBC News Network. As we mentioned off the top, Iran has announced its new leader. He's the son of the late Supreme Leader who was killed in an airstrike when the war began. The Trump administration has made it clear it doesn't approve of the choice. The CBC's Kate McKenna is tracking the latest developments in Washington.
Well, Donald Trump is reportedly not happy with this choice. He's expected to do a news conference this evening, but in the meantime, he's been doing what appear to be short interviews with specific outlets, including an Israeli news outlet, where he said that any decision to end the war with Iran will be a mutual decision between him and the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He says they've been talking and that he'll make the right decision at the right time, but everything's going to be taken into account, seeming to imply that Israel will have a say, but that it'll ultimately be the U.S. that decides whether to end the war. Also reacting to the naming of Iran's new supreme leader, saying he's not happy with the choice. We know in the days leading up to the appointment, Trump had said he wanted to be involved in choosing the next leader of Iran and warned that whoever is chosen won't last long without buy-in from the U.S. He's also called the new supreme leader a lightweight and an unacceptable choice. Republican Senator Lindsey Graham has also reacted with a post on social media saying, when it comes to the future of the region and that of the Iranian people, the son of the late murderous Ayatollah is not the change we're looking for. He has lived large as the Iranian people have suffered, and he's been on the front lines of pushing hate because he too is a religious Nazi. I believe it's just a matter of time before he meets the same fate as that of his father, one of the most evil men on the planet. Meanwhile, senior members of Donald Trump's administration are out defending the war. Secretary of State Marco Rubio spoke this morning saying the military operations are going to plan, systematically taking out missile capacity as well as the Navy. He also had harsh words for the Iranian regime. Take a listen.
I think we are all seeing right now the threat that this clerical regime poses to the region and to the world. They are trying to hold the world hostage. They are attacking their neighbors. They are attacking neighboring countries, their energy infrastructure, their civilian population. They're attacking embassies. This is a terrorist government. This is a terroristic regime. And we are seeing them conduct terrorism using nation-state elements, using weapons like missiles and one-way attack drones. And the objective of this mission is to destroy their ability to continue to do that.
So no indication there of any off-ramps. Trump has said that he only expects this conflict to last weeks. Meanwhile, an Iranian foreign policy leader says negotiating seems to be off the table. Take a listen.
How does all of this end then? If you say right now there's no room for negotiation, President Trump says he wants complete surrender. What does that lead to?
There's no room unless the economic pressure would be built up to the extent that other countries would intervene to guarantee this termination of aggression of Americans and Israelis against Iran.
As you've been saying, Andrew, we're now in week 2 of this conflict with no sign of an ending. And as I mentioned, the president is expected to hold a news conference tonight at 5:30. We'll see what he says at that time.
The CBC's Kate McKenna in Washington. We're keeping a close eye on the House of Commons. Coming up, we'll take you to Ottawa for today's round of question period. That's still ahead here on CBC News Network.
حسینی خامنه‌ای حفظه الله تعالی را.
That is Iranian state TV announcing Mojtaba Khamenei as Iran's new ruler. The 56-year-old is the son of the Ayatollah who was killed by an airstrike on the first day of the war. The regime's political and military elites have pledged their allegiance, but the younger Khamenei's selection is unlikely to reduce tensions. U.S. President Donald Trump says he is not happy with Mojtaba Khamenei at the reins, and Israeli military officials had previously said they will kill any new leader the Islamic regime appoints. Prime Minister Mark Carney has spoken with U.S. President Donald Trump about the war in the Middle East. The two talked yesterday, although there isn't much detail about what was said. Carney also convened an emergency working group of ministers yesterday to discuss the conflict and efforts to protect Canadians in the Gulf region. MPs will have a chance to have their say on the war in a debate in the House of Commons later today. Briefly, in other news, Ticketmaster has reached a proposed settlement with the U.S. Justice Department. If accepted by the court, it could end a high-profile antitrust lawsuit. Ticketmaster and its parent company, Live Nation, were accused of maintaining an illegal monopoly of live events in the U.S. The Justice Department said it stifled competition and drove up prices for fans. Live Nation has maintained that artists decide how tickets are sold and set prices. Under the deal, Ticketmaster would be required to open parts of its technology platform to competing companies. The company is also in talks to secure a broader resolution of antitrust claims at the state level. We're taking you now to Ottawa, where question period has begun.
Drivers, farmers, fishermen, and those who transport us our food. The Liberal Prime Minister is also hiking the industrial carbon tax on steel, aluminum, plastic, and farm equipment. These costs are imposed at home, not abroad, and paid for by Canadians. When will the Liberals accept responsibility for what they can control and cancel their policies that make life more expensive for Canadians?
The Honourable Minister for Jobs, the Honourable Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is an energy superpower, and last year Canadian oil production reached a record high. No one can predict the future of energy markets, but our allies are looking for stable, reliable energy supplies in an increasingly uncertain world. That's why we're fast-tracking projects like the Taylor to Gordondale pipeline. That's why we're fast-tracking projects like the Sunrise expansion. That's why the TMX optimization is moving forward. Mr. Speaker, we are helping solve the world's affordability problem.
The Honourable Member for Regina Capel.
Well, let's look at the facts. Among the G7, under this Liberal Prime Minister, Canada now has the worst food price inflation and the only economy that's shrinking. All of this has gotten worse since he became Prime Minister. Instead of helping lower prices by cancelling Liberal taxes, he's driving them even higher. When companies who process, transport, store, or sell food pay more, who does he think all those costs get passed on to? We cannot control what happens in other countries, but we can absolutely control whether or not to drive prices higher with tax increases. Why not at least give Canadians a break from Liberal taxes and cancel the fuel standard tax and the industrial carbon tax?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's Monday. It seems that my colleague was missing in action. Mr. Speaker, in fact, we're taking back control. The first thing we did was to cut tax for 22 million Canadians, Mr. Speaker. That is the very first thing we did. And just to correct the record, Mr. Speaker, Canada is projected to have the second fastest growth in the G7, Mr. Speaker. And this morning, Mr. Speaker, we had the G7 Finance Minister call. We're coordinating our action. We're going to take action together to make sure that we can bring energy to the world, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Barrie South Innisfil.
Meanwhile, here at home, Canadian families, seniors and businesses are still dealing with ideologically flawed economic policies, regulation and legislation that has seen the cost of everything, including food prices in Canada, rise 7.3% in January alone. Taxes imposed on our farmers, fishers and those who transport our food, as well as the industrial carbon tax, which this Liberal Prime Minister keeps in place, have raised prices on everything made with steel, aluminum and plastic. Why can't the Liberal Prime Minister do the right thing and remove these failed policies that have caused unnecessary hardship and make life more expensive for our people and our businesses?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Well,
Well, Mr. Speaker, when my colleague talks about ideological programs, I surely hope he's not talking about the National Child Care Plan, which has actually reduced costs for Ontario families by $16,000 per child per year here in Ontario. Mr. Speaker, I sure hope he's not talking about a school nutrition program, which families, experts, educators have all sung the praises of for ensuring kids get good food. I sure hope he's not talking about the dental care plan, which is helping low-income Canadians get their teeth fixed. I don't know what he means when he says ideological.
The honourable member for Barrie South Innisfil.
What I am talking about, Mr. Speaker, is our businesses and our people dealing with self-inflicted wounds, because they are. By failing to eliminate these ideological taxes causing cascading affordability impacts to the ideological, almost hate-driven attacks on our wealth-creating natural resource sector, every problem we have started here at home in 2015 and continues today under this Liberal Prime Minister. Our nation has the worst food inflation in the G7 and the only shrinking economy in the G7. When will the Liberals accept responsibility for what they can control and caused by removing policies that have made life more expensive for our people and businesses?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, let me correct the record again. I know my colleagues like to say things in this hour, but you have to be credible. Canada will have the second fastest growth in the G7. That's what's reported by international agencies, Mr. Speaker. But what you're talking to Canadians, because it's Monday, Mr. Speaker, they should talk about the good news for Canadians. The good news is called the Canada Grocery and Essential Benefit, Mr. Speaker, because on this side of the House, we understand that we need to help people now, and it's really interesting to see the Conservative criticizing because they have voted against every program, Mr. Speaker, whether it's about farmer...
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Athabasca. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is Monday, and once again we get to hear the Minister of Finance's cassette tape there. Last night, Mr. Speaker, I was at the grocery store. The costs of groceries is constantly rising. Eating should not be a privilege. So many Canadians do not have access to this privilege. The cost of food has skyrocketed. If you go to the grocery store and you see a family with 2 boxes of ramen noodles in their grocery carts, it's just wrong. We have the worst food inflation in the G7. The government must take action. When will it eliminate the fuel tax? The Honourable Minister of Finance. I know my colleague likes repeating things. Perhaps he can repeat this to all his fellow citizens. The Canada Groceries and Essentials benefit. That helps 12 million Canadians, Mr. Speaker. That's something he can repeat everywhere he goes in his riding. If he wants to repeat a tape, then he should certainly use that tape, because that will help Canadians further. Mr. Speaker, when we spoke to the UPA, they said take structural measures, and that's exactly what we did. $500 million fund to be managed by my colleague to increase resilience and food security in this country. That's what taking action means. The Honourable Member for Richmond-Athabasca. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, let's talk about action. Canada cannot control what the presidents in other countries do, but we can control our destiny. We have energy. Let's develop it. We have critical minerals. Let's access them quickly. We have a housing problem. Let's build houses. We have a food cost problem. Let's eliminate the industrial carbon tax. These are costs we have here at home, not abroad. I invite the Liberal government to use our solutions and implement them. We want to give Canadians some breathing room. When will the Liberal government finally take action? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Look, Mr. Speaker, I'm listening to my colleague. I think he must have read our game plan, except towards the very end. He's basically repeated what we've been saying daily. So there's still room on this side of the House if my colleague wants to join us. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker. Let's get back to the Curem software. 85,000 retirees are having problems accessing their pensions, $5 billion in cost overruns, all of which could have been avoided had the Liberals done their homework, because Curem's been causing problems all over the place. In 2006 in Australia, in 2012 North Carolina, Minnesota 2013, Ontario 2014, Maryland 2019, 20 years now. Curem has been malfunctioning and costing more than expected. How did the Liberals not fix the bugs before launching Curem? The honourable member.
The program that the member opposite is talking about, Curem, is used by 20 countries around the world. This is a wild goose chase, and she knows it. 7.7 million Canadians have been successfully transferred to this system. In fact, we are working through the backlog. These are complicated cases, often paper applications. There is a hotline for urgent cases. Urgent cases are getting dealt with within 24 to 48 hours. Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect responsible, reliable delivery of benefits, and that's what this modernization provides.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals could have avoided the Curem fiasco by studying its failures around the world, because it's been going on for 20 years. They could have also listened to the Auditor General, who noted an explosion in costs as early as 2023. In fact, they could have also listened to the Public Accounts Committee, which had been looking into this since 2023, notably Nathalie Sinclair-Desgagnés, the former and soon-to-be member of Parliament for Terrebonne. But the Liberals listened to no one, and now they are embroiled in another IT fiasco. When will there be a public and independent inquiry? The honourable minister.
That 7.7 million seniors are getting reliable, modern delivery of benefits, and say that this is a disaster. I'm not sure what the member opposite is talking about. She'd have us go back to a system that's 60 years old, Mr. Speaker, paper-based, hackable, Mr. Speaker. It would fail, Mr. Speaker. In fact, the Auditor General said that the old system was so frail that Canadians couldn't count on it. Is that what she wants to keep delivering for Canadians? We're about moving forward with the future, and Canadians expect benefit delivery that's reliable and safe.
And you've been listening to Question Period, and so has the CBC's Marina von Stackelberg. She's been following along. She joins us from Ottawa. Marina.
Yeah, so you saw a bench of ministers there taking questions from the opposition about a wide range of topics. What you didn't see there was Prime Minister Mark Carney. He is in Ottawa today, but not expected to appear in the House of Commons chamber. He will also not be at the debate that has been scheduled for tonight, one that his government called to talk about the situation in Iran and the Middle East. And so you heard some questions there at some different ministers about a variety of topics, but not too much really about the situation in Iran. We do expect MPs to talk about that for hours tonight, something that opposition from across the floor have been calling for, saying that Canada needs to have a clear stance on where it stands with this war. We did hear from both Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre and NDP interim leader Don Davies talking about their concerns over the fact that they say the government has been incoherent on its stance with this situation. The Conservatives there at the beginning of Question Period talking about energy, they had originally called for this debate to be specifically about the energy implications here, calling on Canada to speed up its energy development so that allies who are desperately in need of energy, based on all that is going on in the world right now, would have better access. And you saw the Conservatives there speaking about what they think Canada needs to do and accusing the government of being too slow on resource development. So Question Period will continue today, and then into this evening we expect that debate that was voted unanimously by members of Parliament to happen this evening, specifically focused on the situation in the Middle East and the Canadians that are there currently dealing with it.
Marina, thank you. The CBC's Marina von Stackelberg live in Ottawa. Still ahead, the global price of oil is up drastically as a critical shipping route remains blocked in the Middle East because of the U.S.-led war on Iran. We'll look at how markets around the world are reacting. That's coming up here on CBC News Network. Iranian missiles have reportedly struck the biggest oil refinery in Bahrain, a key hub for Gulf oil. There weren't any casualties there, but across Bahrain, 32 people have been wounded in this war. That's the highest number in any Gulf nation since hostilities began. Oil and gas shipments from the region remain at a standstill. The rising price of oil has rocked the markets and led to skyrocketing gas prices. 10 days of war have weighed down the markets. The Dow Jones Industrial Average dropped by more than 3% last week, and today it's down again. The CBC's Anis Hadari is tracking the volatility and has more on what it tells us.
The day started off with some big plunges on some markets and some big rises in others. If we looked at oil prices this morning, they shot up, as to put it mildly. They were breaking through $100, $110 on both US and UK measures for crude oil. But with that, equities markets, the stock exchanges that we usually talk about, those started to plunge, whether it was the Dow Jones that we were looking at there earlier. The Toronto Stock Exchange also has taken some losses. But we've then been seeing like ups and downs on most of these stock measures. Big plunges at the beginning of the day, and then a little bit of a roller coaster as the day goes on. So it's really been very hard to predict where things are going. We did see some losses in Asian and in European markets, as well as certainly as our day was starting here in North America, but theirs was wrapping up in other time zones. What this is responding to is the higher price of oil. And what the higher price of oil is responding to is the low supply of oil because of the Strait of Hormuz being blocked. That still hasn't really been resolved or even changed at all. If anything, there's just more and more uncertainty around what happens next, who makes the next move, does any oil get through that really critical passageway? Remember, there's estimates that say about 1/5 of the world's energy shipments go through that passageway, and so taking 1/5 of the world's oil and gas off the market is going to constrict supply. That's why the price of oil has gone up. But then when we see markets responding so unpredictably, that's partly because everyone in the world uses energy in some way, whether they use petroleum products to make things like plastic or they burn petroleum products to get somewhere else. And if nobody can get it, then they're not going to be able to make more money later, or they're going to have to spend more money later. And that's why we're seeing the markets respond this way, Andrew. Essentially, investors are worried that they're going to make less money or have to spend more money in the coming days and months.
And so, Anis, how quickly will we feel a trickle-down impact of the everyday cost of living?
We're already seeing it with gasoline prices. Certainly any Canadian who's had to drive past a pump, let alone use one, has noticed that, and maybe your eyes have bugged out a little bit at the price. But really, these price increases in the cost of oil will cascade through to almost everything else in the world. That's part of why we see the stock markets plunging, or at least being volatile, because everyone uses energy and it goes into the cost of almost everything. It's in the packaging that we ship things in. It is used to ship items. So whether it's fruit and vegetables or clothing or your own travel, these costs will go up. The problem is that it's very hard to predict what's next. And so it's very hard to predict when that will happen. Take a listen.
We've never really seen the Strait of Hormuz close ever. And so with the implications that what that does now and how much global supply of oil it brings off the market, this is what's having a lot of crude oil analysts try and figure out where are we going to go from here. We are trying to predict the price of oil, but we're not oil experts, or we're not war experts, we're oil experts. And so this is a lot of unknown implications that we're trying to figure out here today.
So unfortunately, I can tell you that everything will get more expensive. When is a very difficult question. But of course, if everything does get more expensive, the word inflation comes back, and then we start thinking about interest rates as well, Andrew. So there's a lot of economic consequences from the price of oil and the Strait of Hormuz.
The CBC's Anis Hadari in Calgary. For a closer look at the prices we're seeing today, we're joined by Carl Shimada. He's a chief market strategist at Corpay, and he joins us from Toronto. Carl, nice to see you. Thank you for taking the time.
Absolutely. Great to see you as well.
So earlier this morning, the price of Brent crude, the world's benchmark, rose above $100 US a barrel, approaching $110 for the first time since 2022. What went through your mind when you saw these numbers?
Yeah, so at one point last night, we touched 130. One of the biggest intraday increases that we've ever seen in oil markets, and definitely a fear response, right? Definitely a reflection of the fear that that the Strait of Hormuz could be blocked for a prolonged period of time, and that there could be cascading impacts on the rest of the global economy. I do think it was quite overdone, but it does tell you just how jittery markets are and how concerned investors are about what might happen in the future here.
Yeah, so we know this war is going on right now, but can you explain what are some of the contributing factors causing this huge increase in oil prices?
Sure. So the big focus of this is essentially that the U.S. and Israel attacked Iran. Iran is armed to the teeth with thousands of missiles, many sea mines, tens of thousands of drones, and is willing to lash out against oil infrastructure and shipping within the region. And so, the issue here is, as, I think all observers have known for a very long time, Iran sits right on top of the world's, most important channel for moving energy products, the Strait of Hormuz. And, what they've done here is threaten to close it. That's had a cascading effect on shipping through the region. Right now, we're essentially at a standstill. Oil and gas is not moving on from a seaborne standpoint. A lot of the producers in the region are slowing their production and in some cases shutting it in. And what that means is that downstream of the production and the movement of oil, you have lots and lots of users around the world. So everything from refineries to chemical plants to the rest of the industrial economy that are looking at shortages in the near term. And so, prices have gone up because everyone is trying to get supply as quickly as they can. And, to some extent, there's the expectation that this could go on for weeks yet, perhaps even months. And, that it makes sense to get as much supply as you can right now.
So if this war does go on for months, what are some of the most vulnerable sectors that could be impacted?
I'd say, the big focus here in markets right now is not necessarily the sectors as much as the entire economy, right? So the global economy would be at major risk. Oil, despite a lot of sort of transition in the economy in recent decades, the oil flow through the economy is essentially the lifeblood of the global economy. And the issue here is that, the Euro area, Japan, the United Kingdom are net importers. They import more oil and gas than they export. And so they're very much on the front lines. Whereas, the U.S., because it is a large net exporter today, and Canada, with its, Alberta and Saskatchewan production, we're somewhat insulated from a macroeconomic standpoint. And so, our economies are expected to do a little bit better. Now, if we do drill down from that, of course, virtually everybody who relies on oil from transportation through manufacturing, they're vulnerable, while the producers are going to see some gains here. If you're an energy company in Alberta right now, you're doing very, very well.
So how much higher do you envision this price of crude increasing, or could you see it just plateauing in the near future?
Right. So there's certainly the risk, if everything goes wrong, of a move back to, all the way up to 150 or something like that, right? If we were to see a continued conflict, if we were to see Iran targeting tankers, if we were to see, Saudi Arabia and other countries shutting in production, $150 a barrel would be quite realizable. Now, I do not think that that's going to be the case. I think that, we are going to see a taco moment here at some point, a Trump chickens out moment, in which, we have Mr. Trump saying that, he's accomplished his mission and is taking all of his toys and going home. And, that should alleviate some of the fear in markets. And I think the other thing to very much be on alert for in the next couple of days is that a number of G7 countries are debating releasing some of their strategic petroleum reserves. So these are, essentially reserves that they keep in inventory in the event of a price shock that they can sell into the market in order to calm things down. And so, if we do see continued turbulence out there, if we do continue to see this upward pressure, I would expect that we see a release from the strategic petroleum reserves, and that helps to bring the price down a little bit. So yeah, the big issue here is that there's this sort of unknown, this major risk out there that we simply can't handle.
Carl, thank you. Carl Shimada is Chief Market Strategist at Corpay.
حسینی خامنه‌ای حفظه الله تعالی را.
That is Iranian state TV announcing Mojtaba Khamenei as Iran's new ruler. The 56-year-old is the son of the Ayatollah who was killed by an airstrike on the first day of the war. The regime's political and military elites have pledged their allegiance, but the selection is unlikely to reduce tensions. U.S. President Donald Trump says he's not happy with the younger Khamenei at the reins, and Israel military officials previously said they would kill any new leader the Islamic regime appoints. Meantime, there's no shortage of reaction today in Iran to the newly appointed supreme leader. This is video from state media affiliated with Iran's Revolutionary Guard. We see crowds filling the streets of the capital celebrating the appointment. Today's announcement marks a rare father-to-son transfer of power in Iran. For that reason, his appointment is also being met with dismay by many people there. CBC's senior international correspondent Margaret Evans is in Erbil, Iraq, just over the border from Iran. She has more on who the new supreme leader is and how he will rule.
He is seen as a hardliner, much like his father. He is very close to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, who are really, in deep control of what happens in Iran. And he is someone who hasn't actually been in the public eye for many years. He's been in the background, but he is known for his role with the Al-Quds force, which is a part of the Revolutionary Guard involved in training Iranian militias around the world. He is someone who is associated with the 2009 protests that were put down brutally after allegations of a regime rigged election. So he's certainly seen as a defiant choice, someone who is expected to continue to defy the United States as it carries or prosecutes its war against Iran. At the same time, he has been handed a very different mantle, if you like. Many people, of course, are going to say that it is a poison challenge. He is taking over this role in the midst of a war. He has threats, obviously, already coming from Israel saying, doesn't matter who you choose, your days are numbered. And his father was in power for nearly 40 years and consolidated that role. So while he is certainly seen as somebody who will continue the regime, he has been handed a very different kettle of fish in terms of what he's going to have to do in the coming days. People will be wanting to see if he becomes even more hardline in repressing the people who were protesting on the streets just 2 months ago for an end to the Islamic Republic as we know it. It's very difficult to reach people on the ground, but we have, throughout this conflict, been speaking with the help of intermediaries and technology to get the opinions, the voices of Iranians who want to see an end to this regime. And it is very notable that last night, or in the early hours of this morning, actually, when the news was broadcast on Iranian state television, people were starting to post social video of people going out onto the streets. You couldn't see them, but they would open their windows and they were shouting, "Death to Mojtaba, down with the dictator." And so those people are not going to disappear. And many people who have seen what's happening here, the death of Ali Khamenei, as a seminal moment and potentially their last chance for decades to change the regime.
CBC senior international correspondent Margaret Evans in Erbil, Iraq. Lebanon is the second front of this war, and it's where the day began with fresh and urgent warnings from the Israeli military that residents of Beirut's southern suburbs should leave because of imminent airstrikes. And that's what happened. Senior correspondent Susan Ormiston and our CBC team got to the site of one of the moments after a strike on a building and just before a second one hit.
That was just the thunder of, we believe, an air attack, another one this morning here in Al Dahia, a southern suburb of Beirut. As you can see, there was one earlier down here about 10 minutes before we arrived in this area. The IDF has warned the residents of Al Dahia to leave for many days now, and this area is mostly evacuated. This building, we believe, is a branch of a financial services company that Israel says is a chief financier for Hezbollah in Lebanon. So they've been targeting these branches this morning. This is the second one we know of already today. This area is mostly vacant. People have heeded the warning from the IDF that there would be airstrikes in this area, and there have been day after day a continuing stream. People have left here, but they have really nowhere else to go within Beirut, so they're crowding into the city trying to find a place to live. Outside of southern Lebanon, this is the most active area of Israeli airstrikes in Lebanon, and it is increasing. The IDF warning that they will increase their air attacks here and in southern Lebanon as the days go forward. Susan Ormiston, CBC News, Beirut, Lebanon.
The FBI and New York officials have launched a probe into what they call ISIS-inspired terrorism after a weekend protest near the residence of New York Mayor Zohran Mamdani. It started when a group of anti-Islam demonstrators clashed with a larger group of counter-protesters outside the residence known as Gracie Mansion. Police arrested 2 men who allegedly tried to set off a pair of homemade explosives.
There is video of these 2 individuals throwing 2 devices towards the protest. The police department has determined that these were improvised explosive devices made to injure, maim, or worse. Thanks to the swift and decisive actions of NYPD officers at the scene, both men were immediately taken into custody.
The mayor and his wife were not at home when this happened. The 2 suspects are men aged 18 and 19, both from Pennsylvania. Back in Canada, people in Calgary are being asked to use less water for at least the next 4 weeks. That's because city crews are doing critical repairs to a major water pipeline. The Bears Paw South Feeder Main carries about 60% of Calgary's drinking water. It was shut down today so crews can reinforce 9 sections of the pipe. The Glenmore Water Treatment Plant will supply city water during the repairs, but capacity will be lower. So the city is asking people to take shorter showers, run only full loads of dishes or laundry, and flush the toilet less frequently. You're looking live at the Dow Jones Industrial Average. Markets are tumbling in response to the sharp rise in oil prices. The increase is attributed to the war in Iran, which has left a number of key oil refineries badly damaged across the Middle East and has also cut off a key shipping route. We'll bring you the latest developments ahead here on CBC News Network. Hello, I'm Andrew Nichols. This is CBC News Network. The conflict in the Middle East rages on today. There's more fighting, more destruction, and more human casualties across the region. This is video from inside Tehran, shot by an Iranian news agency and obtained by Reuters. It shows the funerals of people said to have been killed by U.S. and Israeli airstrikes. One woman said her husband died when an airstrike hit his workplace and surrounding buildings. Israel said earlier today that it launched a wave of new strikes in Iran. Turkish officials found wreckage today in two places after the country intercepted another Iranian missile. It is the second missile fired by Iran that was shot down over Turkey this week. The country's president warned Iran against any further attacks. Turkey is the only member of NATO that borders Iran. The Gulf state of Qatar also came under Iranian fire today. The country's Ministry of Defense released this video today, said to show its forces intercepting missiles and drones from Iran. Qatar said Iran fired 17 missiles and 6 drones toward its territory, and that all were taken out and did not cause any damage. And earlier today, a spokesperson for Iran's Foreign Affairs Ministry reiterated a change in leader does not mean a change in policy, and the regime's plan is to fight to the bitter end.
At present, all our energy, focus, and capacity are directed toward defending Iran's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Keep in mind that the military aggression is still ongoing. And therefore, under these conditions, there is little room to talk about anything other than defense and delivering a decisive response to the enemy.
The CBC's Crystal Gumansing is in Jerusalem for us today, and she has more on Israel's latest attacks on Iran and Iran's counterstrikes on its neighbors.
Yeah, Israeli officials saying they targeted a number of locations, including Tehran, Isfahan, and areas in the south. The IDF said one of the locations they targeted was the Iranian Revolutionary Guard's UAV headquarters, saying they are trying to take out any options for those incoming threats. Across the board, we have seen more Iranian attacks on its neighbors. Turkey, one example, Turkey's President Recep Tayyip Erdogan saying tonight that it does not want to get involved in this war. However, there were another strike that resulted in a missile entering Turkey's airspace, the second in just 5 days. And in this case, again, we saw NATO intercept that incoming threat. That is, of course, a concern because Turkey is a member of NATO and could potentially lead to NATO involvement in this conflict. We are also hearing from officials in the UAE. We know today that there were more interceptions there. The ministry said that there were 15 missiles detected, 12 were intercepted, 3 fell in the sea. The UAE's UN envoy said today that they are calling for de-escalation, but they will continue to defend their territory.
We are being targeted and targeted in a very, frankly, in a very unwarranted manner. The UAE affirms its full right to take all necessary measures to safeguard its sovereignty, national security, and territorial integrity.
And Andrew, that gives you a sense of the position that many of Iran's neighbors are in. They're under attack. They're calling for de-escalation and trying to figure out exactly how they protect themselves, their citizens, while not enhancing and really ratcheting up this conflict.
The CBC's Crystal Gumansing in Jerusalem. For more on the situation in the Persian Gulf, we reached Inzamam Rashid, a reporter with the Associated Press. He's in the United Arab Emirates at the entrance of the vital Strait of Hormuz.
Behind me is the Strait of Hormuz, as you mentioned, a critical
passageway, a critical waterway, where 20% of the world's oil usually passes through, usually around 20 million barrels of oil every single day. But as of the last week, it is in the control of the Iranian military, meaning they are not allowing any cargo ships, any tankers or vessels pass through this incredibly strategic strait. In the distance, there are a number of lights above me that are still remaining on, and they are of the cargo and tankers that are anchored in the water, and now hundreds of them at the entrance of the Strait of Hormuz waiting to pass through. It is here, Andrew, where the economic impact of this war will be felt around the world. Yes, there is all the military action and aggression going on, as Crystal had mentioned there, but it is here where the world will feel the economic effects of this conflict as Iran continues to have a chokehold over this incredibly important waterway. Over the last 24 hours, yet again, we've seen Iran target vessels that are trying to cross the Strait of Hormuz. There was an attack on a UAE flagged carrier where 3 Indonesian crew members are still missing at sea. The others were collected by the Omani Navy forces and taken to hospital for treatment. We also saw the Oman Navy recover 24 crew members of a Maltese ship as well. So clearly Iran have threatened to target any ship, and they've also vowed not to let a single drop of oil pass through the straits. And we're seeing the huge knock-on effects of this around the world. We know already oil prices have increased. Fuel prices in countries, particularly in the global south, have racketed up hugely as well. And so this will be a huge problem for the world, not just right now, but in the days to come as Iran continues to block this very strategic waterway.
And then what about the situation across the Gulf with the escalating Iranian attacks?
Well, as Crystal mentioned there, they continued in the early hours of today. Throughout the UAE, we received alerts on our phone that there was Iranian missiles coming in, drones coming in once again. It seems that all of them were intercepted, some falling into the sea. No destruction caused this time, unlike what we saw late last night where residential blocks were hit. A man sadly died after debris had fallen onto his car in a very residential area of Dubai. And this morning, we also saw further missiles flying into the UAE capital of Abu Dhabi, targeting that US military base, the Al Dhafra air base. But again, it seemed that the missile interceptors had managed to catch those drones and missiles. Around 58% of attacks towards the Gulf have come directly to the UAE, which is obviously a huge concern for this country. But when we look at the wider Gulf as well, we saw further attacks towards Bahrain this morning. They had sirens asking people to shelter and get into a safe space. Iran managed to target the Bahraini national oil facility, which caused huge concern. And when we tag that here with what's going on in the Strait of Hormuz, that just adds to a whole issue of energy prices, of oil prices around the world. So that military action continues, but it's here, Andrew, where the economic effects of this war are really felt.
Inzamam Rashid with the Associated Press in the United Arab Emirates. In Lebanon, the day began with fresh and urgent warnings from the Israeli military that residents of Beirut's southern suburbs should leave because of imminent airstrikes. And that's what happened. Senior correspondent Susan Ormiston and our CBC team got to the site of one of them just moments after a strike on a building and just before a second one hit.
That was just the thunder of, we believe, an air attack, another one this morning here in Al Dahiya, a southern suburb of Beirut. As you can see, there was one earlier down here about 10 minutes before we arrived in this area. The IDF has warned the residents of Al-Dahiya to leave for many days now, and this area is mostly evacuated. This building, we believe, is a branch of a financial services company that Israel says is a chief financier for Hezbollah in Lebanon. So they've been targeting these branches this morning. This is the second one we know of already today. This area is mostly vacant. People have heeded the warning from the IDF that there would be airstrikes in this area, and there have been day after day a continuing stream. People have left here, but they have really nowhere else to go within Beirut, so they're crowding into the city trying to find a place to live. Outside of southern Lebanon, this is the most active area of Israeli airstrikes in Lebanon, and it is increasing. The IDF warning that they will increase their air attacks here and in southern Lebanon as the days go forward. Susan Ormiston, CBC News, Beirut, Lebanon.
Israeli Ambassador Danny Danon stood alongside several Iranian women at the United Nations today. He said the theme of International Women's Day is rights, justice, and action for all women. And he wants the voices of Iranian women to be amplified. Here's what he said about that and about Iran's new supreme leader.
To the women of Iran, I say this: your enemy is our enemy. Stopping this regime is not easy. Israelis are in and out of bomb shelters. Our neighbors in the region are under attack. But allowing this regime to threaten the region and continue its oppression is not an option. So we will continue to target the leadership of the regime and dismantle its nuclear ballistic missile capabilities. There is no daylight between the US and Israel. The new leader, unfortunately, is more of the same. Same ideology, same radical ideas, and if anyone who will promote those radical ideas against us, we will target them, we will find them. I think it's for the people of Iran to choose their next leadership.
Israeli Ambassador Danny Danon speaking at the United Nations earlier. He went on to say he does not believe the Israeli Air Force was involved in the strike that killed more than 160 at a girls' school in southern Iran on the opening day of the war. As we mentioned off the top, Iran has announced its new leader. He's the son of the late supreme leader who was killed in an airstrike when the war began. The Trump administration has made it clear it does not approve of the choice. The CBC's Kate McKenna is tracking the latest developments in Washington.
Well, Donald Trump is reportedly not happy with this choice. He's expected to do a news conference this evening, but in the meantime, he's been doing what appear to be short interviews with specific outlets, including an Israeli news outlet, where he said that any decision to end the war with Iran will be a mutual decision between him and the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He says they've been talking and that he'll make the right decision at the right time, but everything's going to be taken into account, seeming to imply that Israel will have a say, but that it'll ultimately be the U.S. that decides whether to end the war. Also reacting to the naming of Iran's new supreme leader, saying he's not happy with the choice. We know in the days leading up to the appointment, Trump had said he wanted to be involved in choosing the next leader of Iran and warned that whoever is chosen won't last long without buy-in from the U.S. He's also called the new supreme leader a lightweight and an unacceptable choice. Republican Senator Lindsey Graham has also reacted with a post on social media saying, when it comes to the future of the region and that of the Iranian people, the son of the late murderous Ayatollah is not the change we're looking for. He has lived large as the Iranian people have suffered, and he's been on the front lines of pushing hate because he too is a religious Nazi. I believe it's just a matter of time before he meets the same fate as that of his father, one of the most evil men on the planet. Meanwhile, senior members of Donald Trump's administration are out defending the war. Secretary of State Marco Rubio spoke this morning saying the military operations are going to plan, systematically taking out missile capacity as well as the Navy. He also had harsh words for the Iranian regime. Take a listen.
I think we are all seeing right now the threat that this clerical regime poses to the region and to the world. They are trying to hold the world hostage. They are attacking their neighbors. They are attacking neighboring countries, their energy infrastructure, their civilian population. They're attacking embassies. This is a terrorist government. This is a terroristic regime. And we are seeing them conduct terrorism using nation-state elements, using weapons like missiles and one-way attack drones. And the objective of this mission is to destroy their ability to continue to do that.
So no indication there of any off-ramps. Trump has said that he only expects this conflict to last weeks. Meanwhile, an Iranian foreign policy leader says negotiating seems to be off the table. Take a listen.
How does all of this end then? If you say right now there's no room for negotiation, President Trump says he wants complete surrender. What does that lead to?
There's no room unless the economic pressure would be built up to the extent that other countries would intervene to guarantee this termination of aggression of Americans and Israelis against Iran.
As you've been saying, Andrew, we're now in week 2 of this conflict with no sign of an ending. And as I mentioned, the president is expected to hold a news conference tonight at 5:30. We'll see what he says at that time.
The CBC's Kate McKenna in Washington. Iranian missiles have reportedly struck the biggest oil refinery in Bahrain, a key hub for Gulf oil. No casualties there, but across Bahrain, 32 people have been wounded in this war. That's the highest number in any Gulf nation since hostilities began. Oil and gas shipments from the region remain at a standstill. The rising price of oil has rocked the markets and led to skyrocketing gas prices. 10 days of the U.S.-led war on Iran have hit the financial markets hard, with stocks falling sharply around the world. The Dow Jones Industrial Average dropped by more than 3% last week, and today it's down again as we get near the end of the trading day. For more, let's bring in the CBC's Anis Hadari. He joins us live in Calgary. So, Anis, markets are volatile again today. What's that telling us?
Really, we're seeing markets respond to the price of oil itself, and they're sort of moving in inverse directions. I shouldn't say sort of, they honestly are. The price of oil shot way, way up. I guess for us here in North America, Sunday night, but it was Monday morning somewhere, and as the trading week began for commodities, the price of oil skyrocketed. In some cases, it was shooting past $115 for a standard West Texas Intermediate barrel. Now, it's fallen significantly today from those highs, but the high price of oil clearly spooked markets. When we saw markets in Asia and Europe opening today, they took a dive. And then later, when we saw North American markets opening, we saw some big plunges. In the New York Stock Exchange, a big dive this morning. Same thing, the Toronto Stock Exchange was taking a dive. When we look at the New York Stock Exchange, though, then it starts to regain some of that loss. Really, if you zoom out over the last 5 or 6 days, it's been more like a roller coaster at best for all of these major stock indices. What that's telling us is really two things. A, market investors are not sure what's happening next, and so they are reacting to different stimulus out there. The price of oil went way up. Let's sell some of this. Let's be careful. Oh, maybe it's going to be okay. This government says they're doing that. That government says they might adjust this. Maybe we can buy more. It's been very unpredictable. And really, markets at their heart are a prediction of the future. So it's telling us they're not sure what's next. The other thing, though, is that as you see markets go down when oil prices go up, it's telling you the major concern around the price of oil. It powers everything in this world to a certain extent. Even if you don't use fossil fuels for your transportation, the products that you use are probably made with fossil fuels or get to you through fossil fuels. And 20% of those fossil fuels in the world go through the Strait of Hormuz, which is still blocked. It's still creating a major constraint on supply. And, you know, Econ 101 tells us that when supply goes down, but demand hasn't changed, the price goes up. And so that's, we're seeing a lot of worry about the price of oil there, Andrew.
And so, Anis, how quickly will we feel a trickle-down effect on the everyday cost of living?
Gasoline has already seen that. We are seeing higher prices at the pump really around the world, but certainly here in Canada in almost every city. So that's an immediate effect. The rest of them are going to take a bit of time. The Strait of Hormuz being blocked means that a lot of the fuel used for shipping routes is hard to come by, but also jet fuel is going to become harder to come by. So maybe flying will get more expensive. Shipping anything overseas through waterways will become more expensive. But it's unclear how quickly that takes effect because lots of companies have hedged their bets. Literally, they've used hedging to keep paying older prices. So we won't really know when this will affect people at the grocery store, at the clothing store, but it will have an effect. Almost nothing moves in this country without touching oil and gas in some way. As for when, take a listen to one prediction we heard.
We've never really seen the Strait of Hormuz close ever. And so with the implications that what that does now and how much global supply of oil it brings off the market, this is what's having a lot of crude oil analysts try and figure out where are we going to go from here. We are trying to predict the price of oil, but we're not oil experts or we're not war experts, we're oil experts. And so this is a lot of unknown implications that we're trying to figure out here today.
I mean, as you heard, this has really never happened before, so it's very hard to predict what comes next and when, Andrew.
Anis, thank you. The CBC's Anis Hadari live in Calgary. We have some breaking news out of Ottawa this hour. The Prime Minister's office is confirming that Mark Carney will travel to Norway at the end of the week for a number of events and meetings around Arctic security and defense, as well as trade. The visit overseas will also take him to London, where he is planning to meet with UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer. We'll have more on the Prime Minister's agenda from our Marina von Stackelberg coming up right next on CBC News Network. New Israeli strikes have again hit Beirut's southern suburbs as the conflict grows between Israel and Hezbollah. Lebanon's health ministry says more than 400 people have now been killed in Israeli strikes across the country. Israel, meanwhile, says it has killed about 200 Hezbollah fighters since the fighting intensified last week. The IDF also says 2 of its own soldiers were killed during an operation in southern Lebanon over the weekend. More than 500,000 people have also been displaced in Lebanon so far. There are concerns about the growing humanitarian crisis there. We're going to take you to Ottawa, where Finance Minister François-Philippe Champagne is speaking. Let's listen.
I was attending the meeting. Actually, Canada made a great contribution because we're an energy producer, so the voice of Canada really matters within the G7. What you saw during the meeting, and you will see in the statement, is a unity with respect to maintaining the trade channels, obviously, and secondly, to look at what we could do to coordinate our approach with respect to strategic petroleum reserves. I mean, that was the outcome of that meeting. But I'll let the statement is pretty clear on that. There will be further consultation. As you know, there is a plan for a energy minister G7 meeting to take place. But I can tell you, people were very aligned on the call. Everyone wants to work together. We had a presentation from the Director General of the International Energy Agency, from the International Monetary Fund. We're following the situation very carefully with respect to markets, with respect to supplies, with respect to stock, and also working obviously with our American partners.
And my follow-up, and that's basically it, is how will your government respond to soaring oil prices? We're seeing it,
It's very volatile. I mean, what we're all ensuring is that there would be a sufficient stock, obviously, to meet the demand. As you know, there's stock of oil on water, as they call it. There is also discussion with respect to removing the choke point on the Strait of Hormuz. But what should reassure markets, should bring confidence, and should reestablish certainty is that G7 is united, committed to work together, monitoring, like you said, the market, monitoring the stock of oil and LNG, and ensuring that we are coordinated in our approach. That was really the outcome of this morning.
And do we have any strategic oil reserves to help release to help the price?
Well, Canada, I mean, we announced Bay du Nord recently, which is good news. We also, as you know, advancing discussion with respect to LNG Canada too. I think what it shows to the world is that Canada is an energy superpower, but also if you want to improve resilience, a country like Canada, which provides stability, predictability, rule of law, and also because of our geographical location, I can tell you our Asian partners are very keen to see Canada playing a bigger role on the international stage, because on the energy side, because people understand that energy security, economic security, and national security all come in one. And this is we see a prime example of that now. But I think that's why Canada has a big voice around the table when it comes to energy security. Merci tout le monde. Merci.
Thank you.
And you've been listening to the Finance Minister, François-Philippe Champagne, talking about a G7 finance ministers meeting that took place this morning. They're saying they're trying to coordinate their approach when it comes to petroleum reserves. And there is another plan for energy ministers of the G7 to meet, and also saying that the Asian countries are very keen on Canada sending more oil that way. Members of Parliament will get a chance to air their views on the war in the Middle East. The House has adopted a motion calling for a debate later today. The breakneck pace of developments has proved challenging to keep up with, and the CBC's Marina von Stackelberg joins us live from our Ottawa bureau. So, Marina, the House is back this week and kind of in catch-up mode in some respects. What are MPs hoping to get out of this debate?
Well, I think for some, it's a chance to talk about all that has transpired over the last week, really at breakneck speed. This debate will be on the hostilities in Iran and the impact on Canadians abroad. It got unanimous support this morning from the House of Commons. This debate will be happening into the evening. It could potentially last for hours. The opposition has been calling for a debate for some time now. Pierre Poilievre, the Conservative leader, said last night he wanted an emergency debate on the global energy crisis that he says was sparked by the war. The Conservatives want Canada to do more to get more energy produced and provided to allies, especially as there is this crunch for things like oil. Poilievre, speaking with reporters earlier today in Ottawa, says that he will be participating in the debate tonight. He says that the Conservatives support the actions from U.S. and Israel to overturn the Iranian regime. And he says that Mark Carney has been very unclear on where the government stands. Have a listen to some of what he had to say.
The Prime Minister has taken 4 different positions on the war in the Middle East in 4 days. He was for the attack. Then he said he regretted his support for the attack. Then he said his support for the attack was illegal. Then he said he was open to contributing Canadian troops to the war. And then he said his party has said one thing to one group and another thing to other groups.
The Conservatives have called Carney's response incoherent, criticizing Carney for initially expressing some support, then the Government of Canada saying that it would not join the military campaign in Iran and wasn't involved in the decision. But Carney also not ruling out the possibility that Canada may need to participate in a larger, broader Middle East conflict if allies are attacked. The NDP also calling for a debate. Interim leader Don Davies said that Canada's initial support for the attacks on Iran were troubling. We know that Mark Carney will not be in this debate tonight, even though he is in Ottawa today, something that Davies says is unacceptable. Have a listen.
We've just heard from the Prime Minister's office that at least at this point, he does not intend to participate in the debate tonight. That is unacceptable. After changing positions by our count 4 times, Canadians deserve to have a clear statement from the Prime Minister in this House to be accountable not only to parliamentarians, but to the Canadian public, and to clarify what the position of Canada and his Liberal government really is.
Davies says he has a lot of serious and unresolved questions about Canada's involvement in the Middle East.
And what is the government saying about where its response stands now on the war?
Well, we know that there are more than 5,000 Canadians in the region that are asking for assistance from the federal government in terms of travel out of the region. We know that flights and buses that the government have been facilitating are on the way, en route. There was one planned for Beirut today. We also know that Carney spoke with U.S. President Donald Trump yesterday afternoon. We got a very brief statement from the Prime Minister's office, just 2 sentences, saying that the topics covered included the economy, the Middle East, and trade relations, but no details or specifics, saying that the 2 leaders remain in close contact. And on the topic of NATO allies, we also now know that Mark Carney has announced yet another international trip. The Prime Minister's office confirming that Carney is going to be going to Norway this Friday. The visit to the Arctic, the Prime Minister's office says, is part of Canada's efforts to strengthen its presence in the region. Carney, we know, will be meeting with Norway's Prime Minister and will also be observing a NATO exercise with troops from 14 allied nations, which includes Canada, gathering at the Arctic to, quote, enhance readiness and defense capabilities. Carney's also going to be meeting with business leaders and then traveling to the United Kingdom to meet with the Prime Minister there.
And then, Marina, finally, we know that 3 important by-elections that could, change the government, frankly, are coming up in about a month.
Yeah, so while all of this transpires internationally, domestic politics continues here in Canada, and 3 by-elections have now been called to fill 3 empty seats. 2 of those ridings in Toronto, 1 in Terrebonne, just north of Montreal. That vote will happen on April 13th, and it is important, like you mentioned there, Andrew, because this is a very narrow minority government that Carney has, and so every seat matters. Another vote happening starting today is, of course, for the NDP leadership. Online and mail-in voting started for that election to replace Jagmeet Singh, to find the New Democrats a new leader after their worst performance in their history last election. So voting for that has begun. There are 5 candidates vying for that role, and that leader will be announced at the NDP's convention at the end of the month in Winnipeg. Andrew.
Marina, thank you. CBC's Marina von Stackelberg live in Ottawa. And we will have much more on tonight's debate, as well as the Prime Minister's latest just-announced trip overseas. Laurie Turnbull joins me with her insights straight ahead, right here on CBC News Network. You're looking live at Ottawa. The House of Commons has agreed unanimously to a proposal by the Liberal Party to have a debate tonight on the widening conflict in the Middle East. For a closer look at what could come from this, we're joined by Laurie Turnbull. She's a political science professor at Dalhousie University. She's in Ottawa today. Laurie, appreciate you taking the time. Why did the Liberal government, do you think, feel the need to propose this take-note debate? And we should take note of the fact that we're hearing the Prime Minister will not be there for it.
Right. That's what I'm hearing too. I think that there's probably some awareness on the part of the Liberal side that this is an extremely contentious issue, and that not only are Canadians not of one mind on this, but the Liberal caucus is not of one mind on this either. And so I think to try to get ahead of some of that disagreement, I think that there may be a push on the part of the Liberal government to say, let's have a conversation, like let's put this out there. And I think that they know that the Conservatives, for example, were supportive initially of the Prime Minister saying he was backing the effort from the U.S. to contain Iran. And so I think that it's in some ways kind of safe ground for them. And of course, anything that the House says tonight is not binding on the Prime Minister. It's his decision with Cabinet about how they want to proceed about this. But it's an opportunity maybe for people in the caucus and people in the House more broadly to feel heard about something that there's, again, definitely not, agreement on at this point.
We heard from Don Davies, the NDP interim leader, basically saying it's unacceptable that the Prime Minister is not there. He, sort of saying he sets foreign policy. He's taken the lead on this. He has what some would say an evolution of his thinking in terms of his support, or however you want to characterize it. Is it his responsibility? Do you think he should be at this debate tonight and kind of explain to parliamentarians and to Canadians exactly where he is?
Well, yeah, I think he probably should. I mean, I can understand if he's got other plans, why that would weigh on his mind. But at the same time, and I can also understand that it is his decision in some ways, and everything that has to do with foreign policy doesn't have to go through the House of Commons from a legal perspective, from a constitutional perspective. But yet, we are in a really critical moment where it's not like this thing came out of nowhere, but it was something that it's not like he campaigned on what his stance would be around, in the event that the U.S. and Israel were to take action against Iran. Like, this isn't something necessarily that everyone's had an opportunity to weigh in on. And I think, sometimes we see the Prime Minister in a kind of CEO mode, where he thinks that he can make the decisions and he doesn't necessarily have to come around to everybody all the time. But he is in fact supported by a caucus. And as much as right now, if you look at the polls, you can see how well the Prime Minister is doing, and frankly, how well he's been able to boost the Liberal brand, that they're in a completely different political ballgame than they were a year ago, 14 months ago, right? Mm-hmm. It's a completely different thing. But yet, there's a sense that I think Canadians expect politicians to kind of do a signal check on things like this, especially when it comes down to things like, what kind of action could Canada play? What kind of role could Canada play in something like this? I don't think that the mandate the Prime Minister has, however decisive it was in the last election, I don't think it extends, frankly, to those kinds of questions which are completely of a different nature. And so I think that it says something that the Prime Minister won't be there tonight. And it kind of raises questions about how he's handling his own caucus, because we know that there are different messages coming from that caucus about how much they're on side with him.
The leader of the Conservative Party, Pierre Poilievre, has been critical of Carney's messaging since the beginning of the war. Here's a bit of what he had to say.
The Prime Minister has taken 4 different positions on the war in the Middle East in 4 days. He was for the attack. Then he said he regretted his support for the attack. Then he said his support for the attack was illegal. Then he said he was open to contributing Canadian troops to the war. And then he said his party has said one thing to one group and another thing to other groups. All they are doing is trying to pander in all directions while dividing our country and confusing our allies.
Laurie, what do you make of those remarks?
Right. I think Mr. Poilievre is drawing attention to the different kinds of communications that have come from the Prime Minister's office and from the Prime Minister's mouth, frankly, with respect to how this has all gone down over the past 10 days or so. And we could see last week, for example, the difference in how he initially responded versus what he said a few days later, even in the press conference, for example, with the Australian Prime Minister. And I think when you're on the receiving end of it and you're looking to see clarity, what does the Prime Minister actually mean? What are we doing here? What is the point of this? Is he saying things because he doesn't want to make things worse with Donald Trump? Is he saying things because he wants to signify some kind of alignment with our allies in the event that this escalates? Is he saying something because he wants to make sure that the Nakusa negotiations are not, sent down a worse path because he didn't indicate support with what the U.S. was doing? Who knows, right? And also, how, as many people have been talking about, like, how does this align with what he indicated were his priorities in that Davos speech? Yeah. And when he talked about Canada showing up differently globally, being a middle power, what does that mean? Where do our values, where on the priority list are our values and our needs, right? Like, he strikes me as a Prime Minister who is very pragmatic. He wants to do that food, clothing, and shelter before he does anything else. But how does that actually play out on a case-by-case basis? Because right now we are in a really, dire situation when it comes to what's going on in terms of global security.
In terms of global security and Canada's collective, this is how the Prime Minister's office is traveling to Norway and the United Kingdom to strengthen collective defense and security. He is going on another international trip on Friday, where he will meet with the Prime Minister of Norway as well as UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer. What do you make of that?
I mean, this is the Prime Minister, kind of extending this global tour that he's had in terms of trying to build alliances. Again, as we've heard over and over again, diversify those trade partnerships, make it so that Canada is building a bigger network, so that we are, lessening the ties to the United States, lessening that vulnerability, making so that there's more choice for us, and perhaps bringing some economic fortification at the same time. And I think that in some ways that clearly aligns with what he said in Davos, for example. I mean, it's more time that he's not here. It's more time that he's not in the House of Commons, even when the House is sitting, and that sort of thing. And people will take note of that. I think that, to some extent, it's not necessarily the case that a Prime Minister is punished for that, as long as he's doing something that brings something back home. But yet, I think now we're getting to the point where these questions, and I think especially, the division that seems to be trickling out with respect to the Liberal caucus, there's something for the Prime Minister to attend to here in terms of what's happening at home, what's happening in the conversations in his own caucus. Is he going to be present in the caucus meeting, for example, on Wednesday morning that happens every week? The House sits in Ottawa. The Wednesday mornings are for the caucus to sit. What is the Prime Minister, if anything, going to do with that time? And how is he going to manage this as part of the political process going forward? The global part is a big part of it, but the at home and building up that resilience and building up that consensus is really important too.
I don't know if he gets a pass because he's there over a weekend, Friday to a Sunday, but we'll see. No. Laurie, thank you. Dalhousie University Political Science Professor Laurie Turnbull in Ottawa. Still ahead, U.S. President Donald Trump is urging Australia's Prime Minister not to send home members of Iran's women's soccer team. They are in that country playing in the Asian Championship, and 5 of the players have sought asylum. We'll get the details of that story coming up on CBC News Network. We are tracking a developing story out of Australia this hour. Multiple reports from Brisbane say some of the Iranian women's soccer team have left the team's hotel and are seeking asylum. The players are there for the Asian Cup tournament, and the CBC's Hilary Johnstone has more details. So, Hilary, what do we know?
Well, we know that a lot of the information that we have at this point is still coming from the U.S. President, Donald Trump, who has been publicly calling on social media for Australian authorities to grant these women asylum, saying that they may face danger if they're forced to go back to Iran. We are still awaiting any sort of official statement from Australian government authorities or from federal police, but this is what Donald Trump had said earlier. He was calling on Australia to make sure that the team was not forced to go back to Iran, saying that they would most likely be killed, calling on Australia's Prime Minister Anthony Albanese to grant them asylum. He then followed up with another post saying that he had spoken with Australia's Prime Minister and that they were taken care of. There have been multiple reports now, including from Australian media, that some members of that team are now safe at some sort of safe house. Some of that information being given to Australian journalists by a family member of one of those women who's on that Iranian women's soccer team as well, saying that they are safe and that they have been granted some sort of protection. All of this started last week when the team in Australia for the Asian Cup did not sing the national anthem, and they were then labeled as wartime traitors. What you're looking at is actually from last night, and that is when they were once again singing the anthem, which led some people to wonder if they had been coerced into doing this. There were concern that the team's handlers had sort of forced them to do this. Some of the reporting today is that at least some members of this team have now been able to slip away from the team's handlers in order to go to somewhere safe. Like I say, still waiting for more information from Australian authorities on all of this. But what we have heard has come from the president of the global union that represents professional soccer players, talking about some of the risks these women are facing and what they're now calling for.
We've been asking them to work on the players having agency. So it's a really challenging situation. There may be players that want to return. There may be some players within the group that would like to seek asylum, would like to stay in Australia for longer. There may be some that are incredibly concerned about the potential journey home. It's an incredibly difficult situation.
Potentially concerned about the journey home and about family members who may be back in Iran as well and what would happen to them. Just finally here, we've also heard from Iran's exiled crown prince on Instagram, who has said that as far as he is aware, that those players have now successfully sought refuge in Australia. Like I say, it is still very, very early in the morning on Tuesday morning in Australia, but we will be looking for any more information in an official capacity from Australian authorities.
Hilary, thank you.
Thank you.
CBC's Hilary Johnstone. The FBI and state officials have launched a probe into what they're calling ISIS-inspired terrorism. It follows a weekend incident near the official residence of New York Mayor Zohran Mamdani. It started when a group of anti-Islam demonstrators clashed with a larger group of counter-protesters outside of Gracie Mansion. Police arrested 2 men who allegedly tried to set off a pair of homemade explosives. The U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York outlined the charges at a news conference this afternoon.
They are charged federally with 5 counts. Attempted provision of material support and resources to a designated foreign terrorist organization. Use of a weapon of mass destruction. Transportation of explosive materials. Interstate transportation and receipt of explosives. And unlawful possession of destructive devices.
Mayor Mamdani and his wife were not at home when the incident occurred. The 2 suspects are men aged 18 and 19, both from Pennsylvania. A $30 million settlement has been reached in a class action lawsuit brought by former students at 2 Catholic schools in Metro Vancouver. The case involved allegations of physical and sexual abuse, and the settlement was reached without a trial. The alleged abuse spanned decades, going back to 1976. At the time, the schools were run by the Christian Brothers, closely connected with the Catholic Church in Canada. The group also ran the Mount Cashel Orphanage in St. John's, Newfoundland. In July of 2024, a $105 million settlement was awarded to victims there. You're looking live at the Toronto Stock Exchange. Markets have been tumbling in response to a sharp rise in oil prices. The increase is attributed to the war in Iran, which has left a number of key oil refineries badly damaged across the Middle East and has also cut off a key shipping route. But as you can see there is a kind of late day rally on Canada's main stock market. We'll bring you the latest developments ahead here on CBC News Network. Hello, I'm Andrew Nichols. This is CBC News Network. The U.S., Israel, and Iran exchanged more fire today on the 10th day of the Middle East conflict. Both sides inflicted damage as the human toll of the war continues to rise. This is video from inside Tehran, shot by an Iranian news agency and obtained by Reuters. It shows the funerals of people said to have been killed by U.S. and Israeli airstrikes. One woman said her husband died when an airstrike hit his workplace and surrounding buildings. Israel said earlier today that it launched a wave of new strikes in Iran. This video is said to show an attack on a vessel in the Strait of Hormuz just off the coast of Iran. It was uploaded to social media. Agence France Presse, a news agency based in France, verified the location using satellite imagery and geolocation. The Strait of Hormuz is normally packed with tankers, shipping 20% of the world's oil. But ship traffic has plummeted this past week because Iran is threatening to attack any ships sailing through the strait. And this is video released today by Qatar's Minister of Defense, said to show its forces intercepting missiles and drones from Iran. Qatar said Iran fired 17 missiles and 6 drones toward its territory, and that all were taken out and did not cause any damage. And earlier today, a spokesperson for Iran's Foreign Affairs Ministry reiterated a change in leader does not mean a change in policy, and the regime's plan is to fight to the bitter end.
At present, all our energy, focus, and capacity are directed toward defending Iran's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Keep in mind that the military aggression is still ongoing, and therefore, under these conditions, there is little room to talk about anything other than defense and delivering a decisive response to the enemy.
The CBC's Crystal Gumansing is in Jerusalem for us today. She has more on Israel's latest attacks on Iran and Iran's counterstrikes on its neighbors.
Yeah, Israeli officials saying they targeted a number of locations, including Tehran, Isfahan, and areas in the south. The IDF said one of the locations they targeted was the Iranian Revolutionary Guard's UAV headquarters, saying they are trying to take out any options for those incoming threats. Across the board, we have seen more Iranian attacks on its neighbors, Turkey. One example, Turkey's President Recep Tayyip Erdogan saying tonight that it does not want to get involved in this war. However, there were another strike that resulted in a missile entering Turkey's airspace, the second in just 5 days. And in this case, again, we saw NATO intercept that incoming threat. That is, of course, a concern because Turkey is a member of NATO and could potentially lead to NATO involvement in this conflict. We are also hearing from officials in the UAE. We know today that there were more interceptions there. The ministry said that there were 15 missiles detected, 12 were intercepted, 3 fell in the sea. The UAE's UN envoy said today that they are calling for de-escalation, but they will continue to defend their territory.
We are being targeted and targeted in a very, frankly, in a very unwarranted manner. The UAE affirms its full right to take all necessary measures to safeguard its sovereignty, national security, and territorial integrity.
And Andrew, that gives you a sense of the position that many of Iran's neighbors are in. They are under attack. They are calling for de-escalation and trying to figure out exactly how they protect themselves, their citizens, while not enhancing and really ratcheting up this conflict.
The CBC's Crystal Gumansing in Jerusalem. Coming up, I'll speak with a Dalhousie professor from the Department of International Development Studies. We'll talk about Iran's choice for the new supreme leader and what that says about the country's future. That conversation happening in about 20 minutes. Members of Parliament will get a chance to air their views on the war in the Middle East later today. The House has adopted a motion calling for a debate. The breakneck pace of developments has proved challenging to keep up with. As the CBC's Marina von Stackelberg tells us, MPs say the debate is overdue.
Well, I think for some, it's a chance to talk about all that has transpired over the last week, really at breakneck speed. This debate will be on the hostilities in Iran and the impact on Canadians abroad. It got unanimous support this morning from the House of Commons. This debate will be happening into the evening. It could potentially last for hours. The opposition has been calling for a debate for some time now. Pierre Poilievre, the Conservative leader, said last night he wanted an emergency debate on the global energy crisis that he says was sparked by the war. The Conservatives want Canada to do more to get more energy produced and provided to allies, especially as there is this crunch for things like oil. Poilievre, speaking with reporters earlier today in Ottawa, says that he will be participating in the debate tonight. He says that the Conservatives support the actions from U.S. and Israel to overturn the Iranian regime. And he says that Mark Carney has been very unclear on where the government stands. Have a listen to some of what he had to say.
The Prime Minister has taken 4 different positions on the war in the Middle East in 4 days. He was for the attack. Then he said he regretted his support for the attack. Then he said his support for the attack was illegal. Then he said he was open to contributing Canadian troops to the war. And then he said his party has said one thing to one group and another thing to other groups.
The Conservatives have called Carney's response incoherent, criticizing Carney for initially expressing some support, then the Government of Canada saying that it would not join the military campaign in Iran and wasn't involved in the decision. But Carney also not ruling out the possibility that Canada may need to participate in a larger, broader Middle East conflict if allies are attacked. The NDP also calling for a debate. Interim leader Don Davies said that Canada's initial support for the attacks on Iran were troubling. We know that Mark Carney will not be in this debate tonight, even though he is in Ottawa today, something that Davies says is unacceptable. Have a listen.
We've just heard from the Prime Minister's office that at least at this point, he does not intend to participate in the debate tonight. That is unacceptable. After changing positions by our count 4 times, Canadians deserve to have a clear statement from the Prime Minister in this House to be accountable not only to parliamentarians, but to the Canadian public, and to clarify what the position of Canada and his Liberal government really is.
Davies says he has a lot of serious and unresolved questions about Canada's involvement in the Middle East.
And what is the government saying about where its response stands now on the war?
Well, we know that there are more than 5,000 Canadians in the region that are asking for assistance from the federal government in terms of travel out of the region. We know government have been facilitating are on the way, en route. There was one planned for Beirut today. We also know that Carney spoke with U.S. President Donald Trump yesterday afternoon. We got a very brief statement from the Prime Minister's office, just 2 sentences, saying that the topics covered included the economy, the Middle East, and trade relations, but no details or specifics, saying that the 2 leaders remain in close contact. And on the topic of NATO allies, we also now know that Mark Carney has announced yet another international trip. The Prime Minister's office confirming that Carney is going to be going to Norway this Friday. The visit to the Arctic, the Prime Minister's office says, is part of Canada's efforts to strengthen its presence in the region. Carney, we know, will be meeting with Norway's Prime Minister and will also be observing a NATO exercise with troops from 14 allied nations, which includes Canada, gathering at the Arctic to, quote, enhance readiness and defense capabilities. Carney's also going to be meeting with business leaders and then traveling to the United Kingdom to meet with the Prime Minister there.
And then, Marina, finally, we know that 3 important by-elections that could, change the government, frankly, are coming up in about a month.
Yes, of course, with everything going on in international news and politics, of course, domestic politics continue here in Ottawa as well. I do want to note that the NDP membership begin voting today for a new leader, both by mail and online. That leader will be announced in just a few weeks, 3 weeks, under 3 weeks. 5 people vying for the job to replace Jagmeet Singh. And then, as you mentioned there, 3 by-elections announced over the weekend. 3 ridings, 2 in Toronto, 1 in Terrebonne, which is just north of Montreal. Those by-elections will happen on April 13th. And as you mentioned there, Andrew, this is very important. These are important by-elections because Carney has such a thin minority now. Every single seat in the House of Commons is important.
The CBC's Marina von Stackelberg in Ottawa. Iranian missiles have reportedly struck the biggest oil refinery in Bahrain, a key hub for Gulf oil. No casualties there, but across Bahrain, 32 people have been wounded in this war. That's the highest number in any Gulf nation since hostilities began. Oil and gas shipments from the region remain at a standstill. The rising price of oil has rocked the markets and led to skyrocketing gas prices. 10 days of the U.S.-led war on Iran have led to a hit on the financial markets, with stocks falling sharply around the world. But the Dow Jones Industrial Average rebounded shortly before the closing bell rang, and it finished up about 0.5%. So quite the roller coaster. For more, let's bring in the CBC's Anis Hadari. He joins us from Calgary. So Anis, lots of volatility on the markets again today. The TSX and the Dow, though, finished in the positive. What does that tell us?
I honestly, over the last hour, I've been going to my computer and hitting refresh and just going, wait, what now? It has been a roller coaster on the markets. You know, we started the day out with big plunges on almost all of the major stock exchanges around the world. You know, Asia and Europe both saw big drops this morning. And then as North American markets opened, a big drop on the New York Stock Exchange because oil prices had skyrocketed starting Sunday night into the triple digits, you know, $100, $115 a barrel. And that usually drives stocks lower because, of course, companies and consumers alike think, oh, I'm going to have to pay more for everything I do when oil is more expensive. So that can drive down the value of stocks. But then as the day went on, it seemed to moderate a little bit. And, you know, we see the roller coaster going there. And then at the very end of the day, we see a little bit of green. And it's not just on the New York Stock Exchange that we saw some gains by the end of the day. The Toronto Stock Exchange, NASDAQ, the S&P 500 all ended at least a little bit into the green. Now, I should be clear, these are not gains if we look over the course of, say, 5 days or 10 days, but they are gains compared to when they opened up, certainly. And this is correlation, it's not causation, but when the color seemed to change to to green was around when there were reports that Donald Trump said to a CBS News reporter that the war in Iran is very complete. And now, of course, we haven't confirmed those reports, but it does seem to strongly correlate with when oil prices started to go back down and the markets went back up. So it seems like investors would be pleased with at least President Trump's impression that the war is done with, but that also doesn't seem to translate to anything actually happening on the ground, Andrew.
So, Anis, how can people predict or try and predict what will happen next and how will it affect their wallets?
It's difficult at best. Certainly, we've already seen that gas prices have gone up. So if you need to fill any sort of vehicle with gasoline, you are already paying more, and you're going to continue to be paying more for at least a little bit of time here. Because while I said oil prices have dropped, it's not like they've dropped to what they were even 2 weeks ago. So we are still seeing increased costs there. As for how long it takes for it to affect other products that people buy, whether it's things made from oil or things that need oil to transport them, it can really depend on how long it takes to get them to you and how often those cycles need to go through, right? Fruit and vegetables, for example, if they're being shipped from overseas on any sort of transportation method that needs oil and gas, then you're going to see those costs increase pretty quickly because you're not going to be keeping fruit and vegetables sitting around waiting for oil prices to drop. Clothes might be a different story. Depends on how soon new shipments come in. Fertilizer might be affected. That could affect other agricultural products across the country. All that is to say it's becoming nearly impossible to predict it accurately. Take a listen to an industry analyst we spoke with.
We've never really seen the Strait of Hormuz close ever. And so with the implications that what that does now and how much global supply of oil it brings off the market, this is what's having a lot of crude oil analysts try and figure out where are we going to go from here. We are trying to predict the price of oil, but we're not oil experts, or we're not war experts, we're oil experts. And so this is a lot of unknown implications that we're trying to figure out here today.
So, I mean, it's important to remember that oil prices have dropped a bit today. They're certainly not at the highs that we saw this morning, but they are still higher. That could mean that costs increase for everything else that we've spoken about. That could mean that the costs that consumers pay go up, inflation goes up. Unfortunately, we have been through that routine before, and it could mean some tough times for Canadians, but it does depend on how long this instability lasts, Andrew.
Anis, thank you. That is the CBC's Anis Hadari in Calgary. For more on energy prices, I want to bring in Jatan De Silva. She's the former CEO of the Canada Energy Regulator and also the former Alberta Deputy Minister for International Relations. Jatan, I appreciate you taking the time. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon.
I want to get to, the high oil prices in a moment, but just let you and our viewers know that Donald Trump has been doing these interviews with specific media. He's just done a phone interview with CBS where he basically says, I think the war is very complete, pretty much. And then he also goes on to say that he's thinking about taking over the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, the president says a lot of things, but how could that impact energy prices?
Well, I think it's important when we're talking about war to first always acknowledge the very human impacts. The Strait of Hormuz is a very important piece, a transportation way that is hugely important for oil and gas. About 20% of the world's oil and gas transits through there, and about 30% of the world's fertilizer. So that is what is causing a lot of the increase in price we're seeing right now. And so, there is the potential. It is still, the U.S. does have the most powerful military in the world. So if they wanted to take it over, that's, I guess, potentially possible, though I would suspect that might prolong the conflict a little bit.
And so let's talk a little bit about, I was just looking to see what the latest on oil is, and it is, it's down to $88. So, I mean, these wild swings, right? Wasn't it at close to 130 overnight? Now it's back down to $88. I mean, I'm not sure exactly what's going on, but what's your sense of it?
Well, I think we're going to see this volatility continue for a little while. I mean, even if the conflict were to end tomorrow, the reality is that because that strait has been mostly closed, we're seeing oil production being shut in, and it's much quicker to turn off the taps on oil production than it is to turn them back on. And then we're hearing reports as well of a refinery in Bahrain being hit. So if we start to see actual structural damage to either energy production or refining, then those price impacts could last for quite a while.
So beyond the pump, because people have definitely noticed gas prices going up at the pump, when do you think Canadians are going to start to feel the impact of this if oil prices stay high in their everyday lives, in groceries, travel, transportation?
Well, I always say that energy is life. It literally powers everything, and it impacts the cost of many things. So as the price of gasoline and diesel goes up, so do the cost of transportation. So that means the things they're buying at the grocery store most likely get more expensive. Absolutely, jet fuel becomes more expensive, compounded with the global aviation disruption we're seeing as a result of this war. So we can expect prices to go up. And then also with the price of fertilizer being volatile, these are all, it's great that Canada sells on the global market when prices are high, but that means we also bear the brunt of those increased costs at home. So I think that we will continue to see prices rise over the next few weeks. And like I say, even if the war ends, it'll take a little while for things to settle on the other side.
And Canada produces a huge amount of oil in Alberta. We produce 5 million barrels of oil a day. So why can't provinces like Ontario rely more on Canadian crude instead of importing from overseas?
Well, if you look at a map of pipelines in Canada, you'll see that the overwhelming majority of pipelines run north-south and not west-east. And that has to do with reasons of geology, geography, and the economy. So, pipelines like to go where there's a lot of economic activity. And the reality in Canada is that our population centers are very far apart. So our pipelines tend to go south because on their way from Alberta to the Gulf Coast, they transit through a number of economic centers where there's refineries and heavy industry. industry. Then we also have the continental shield, a piece of very old, very hard rock that runs through the middle of Canada, which makes it hard to build pipelines through there. And then just realistically, the distance between Alberta and Ontario is great, and the farther the distance, the greater the shipping cost. So there's a whole variety of reasons why these pipelines aren't in place. And as we know, even with expedited approvals and reviews, it would still take a couple of years at minimum to build pipelines. So if we want to increase the flow of oil from the west to the east, we'd be looking at crude by rail. And as we know in Canada, there's limitations on our rail infrastructure as well.
All right. The Conservative Party leader, Pierre Poilievre, spoke a little bit about the kind of plan that he sees and some criticism of the government. Just let's listen to what he had to say.
High oil and gas prices present an enormous opportunity for Canada, which has the fourth biggest supply of oil in the world and enough natural gas to single-handedly power the entire globe for 200 years. But none of it goes to Europe because Liberal laws make it impossible to get pipelines and plants built to ship it there. Just last week, Liberal laws forced one of our biggest producers, CNRL, to cancel a massive energy investment. In the middle of a massive price spike for oil, our industry is not expanding, it is retreating because Liberal laws are pushing it away.
What do you make of Pierre Poilievre's comments there, Jiten?
Well, I think we have to acknowledge that energy infrastructure cannot be built overnight. And we do have that MOU between Alberta and Ottawa. We did see last week as well that Alberta and the federal government announced an agreement on how to move forward on environmental impact assessments. And so we are seeing this progress, but we can't build that infrastructure overnight. And the reality is this volatility of the current situation, I think, will make Canada more attractive in terms of an investment location because we are seen as stable. And as was said in the clip, we have tremendous supplies of oil and gas, and we will always produce more than we consume. So I think this really heightens the need for that conversation about what does energy security look like for Canada? Where do we want to ship our resources, and what do we need to get them there?
Jiten, good to speak to you. Thank you, Jiten De Silva in Calgary.
Thank you.
And our breaking news this hour, Donald Trump says the war is, quote, very complete. He made the comment in an interview with CBS News, in which he also mused about taking over the Strait of Hormuz. In that interview, Trump says he has no message for the new supreme leader after earlier slamming the appointment. Donald Trump is scheduled to hold a press conference next hour around 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time. You can watch that live on Power and Politics here on CBC News Network. We're back in a moment. U.S. President Donald Trump says the war in the Middle East is, quote, very complete. He made the comment in an interview with CBS News, where he also mused about taking over the Strait of Hormuz, a major oil shipping route that's currently blocked off. Trump's statement comes ahead of a press conference next hour, which we will carry live on Power and Politics. And as Iran brings in a new leader, the son of the supreme leader who was just killed in an airstrike when the war began. The Trump administration has made it clear it does not approve of the choice. The CBC's Kate McKenna is tracking the latest developments in Washington.
Well, Donald Trump is reportedly not happy with this choice. He's expected to do a news conference this evening, but in the meantime, he's been doing what appear to be short interviews with specific outlets, including an Israeli news outlet, where he said that any decision to end the war with Iran will be a mutual decision between him and the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He says they've been talking and that he'll make the right decision at the right time, but everything's going to be taken into account, seeming to imply that Israel will have a say, but that it'll ultimately be the U.S. that decides whether to end the war. Also reacting to the naming of Iran's new supreme leader, saying he's not happy with the choice. We know in the days leading up to the appointment, Trump had said he wanted to be involved in choosing the next leader of Iran and warned that whoever is chosen won't last long without buy-in from the U.S. He's also called the new supreme leader a lightweight and an unacceptable choice. Republican Senator Lindsey Graham has also reacted with a post on social media saying, when it comes to the future of the region and that of the Iranian people, the son of the late murderous Ayatollah is not the change we're looking for. He has lived large as the Iranian people have suffered, and he's been on the front lines of pushing hate because he too is a religious Nazi. I believe it's just a matter of time before he meets the same fate as that of his father, one of the most evil men on the planet. Meanwhile, senior members of Donald Trump's administration are out defending the war. Secretary of State Marco Rubio spoke this morning saying the military operations are going to plan, systematically taking out missile capacity as well as the Navy. He also had harsh words for the Iranian regime. Take a listen.
I think we are all seeing right now the threat that this clerical regime poses to the region and to the world. They are trying to hold the world hostage. They are attacking their neighbors. They are attacking neighboring countries, their energy infrastructure, their civilian population. They're attacking embassies. This is a terrorist government. This is a terroristic regime. And we are seeing them conduct terrorism using nation-state elements, using weapons like missiles and one-way attack drones. And the objective of this mission is to destroy their ability to continue to do that.
So no indication there of any off-ramps. Trump has said that he only expects this conflict to last weeks. Meanwhile, an Iranian foreign policy leader says negotiating seems to be off the table. Take a listen.
How does all of this end then? If you say right now there's no room for negotiation, President Trump says he wants complete surrender. What does that lead to?
There's no room unless the economic pressure would be built up to the extent that other countries would intervene to guarantee this termination of aggression of Americans and Israelis against Iran.
As you've been saying, Andrew, we're now in week 2 of this conflict with no sign of an ending. And as I mentioned, the president is expected to hold a news conference tonight at 5:30. We'll see what he says at that time.
The CBC's Kate McKenna in Washington. And we can expect to hear, as Kate was mentioning, more from Trump next hour after telling CBS News the war with Iran is, quote, very over. The president will be speaking here following a retreat with House Republicans in Florida. That press conference is set for 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time. You can watch that live right here on CBC News Network on Power and Politics. Much more ahead.
want to recognize the rest of our amazing House Republican leadership team and so many of my friends that are congressmen, some senators. We have some great people in this room, but including Majority Leader, a real brave guy, because I know the real story. I was there that night with him in the hospital when he was given a very small chance of living by a doctor who was very good, by a wife who was desperately in love with him. She cried so much. Because I've seen the other two. I've seen guys at the end of the line, the wives aren't exactly shaken up. When they don't cry, when they have no tears or any sign of tears, this is not a good sign of a great marriage. But he must have a great marriage, because she was just devastated. She was going to lose her guy. But it worked out that the doctor said more blood was put into him than he's ever seen. He was in big trouble. I looked at him that night and I said goodbye to him, but he made it. He was brave, and look at the way he fought back from so many different things. Steve Scalise. And we have another one, Tom Emmer, who I really got to know over the last few years, and I'll tell you, he's a winner. He's a champion with another great wife. We got good wives up in there. Let's say great wife, fine husband. But Tom is just a real champion and a winner, and you have a problem, you go to him, he gets it solved. So thank you very much. Great job. You've done a great job. And our conference chairwoman is Lisa McLean, and we all know Lisa. Don't get on her wrong side. It can be a very, very bad experience. Thank you very much. Great job, Lisa. Great job. And a very special thanks. You know, you broke a record. This is over 20 million. This is that's the biggest of these type of events that there's ever been, by a lot. You know, you didn't just break it, you broke it by a lot. So I want to congratulate you. But there's just great spirit. The Republican Party has fantastic spirit. The level, I don't think, has been seen before. I really don't. We have to get a couple of people on board, which in at least one case is virtually impossible. I wonder who that might be. A sick person. But I want to say a very special thanks to everyone at the Congressional Institute for helping organize this event. This has been amazing. And over the past 9 days, we've been reminded of how vital our Republican majorities are. And it's, it's America's future. We're really fighting because these people, you saw the other night at the State of the Union, you saw these people. They wouldn't stand for a mother who just
And
lost
you've
her
been
daughter
listening to U.S. President Donald Trump speaking at a Republican conference in Miami, Florida. He talked a little bit about the war in Iran, in the Middle East. He said it was a short-term diversion to get rid of some evil. So that is what Donald Trump had to say. He's also scheduled to hold a press conference in this location, we believe in this location, at around 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time. We will bring that to you live. In some other news, Ticketmaster has reached a proposed settlement with the U.S. Justice Department. If accepted by the court, it could end a high-profile antitrust lawsuit. Ticketmaster and its parent company, Live Nation, were accused of maintaining an illegal monopoly of live events in the U.S. The Justice Department said it stifled competition and drove up prices for fans. Live Nation has maintained that artists decide how tickets are sold and set prices. Under the deal, Ticketmaster would be required to open parts of its technology platform to competing companies. The company is also in talks to secure a broader resolution of antitrust claims at the state level. You're looking live at Miami, Florida. We just heard from the U.S. President Donald Trump, and we will have live coverage of his press conference coming up next on Power and Politics, expected at 5:30 Eastern.